In the 2010s, the massively popular series Adventure Time received a new storyboard artist. That artist's name was Rebecca Sugar. She would also serve as a writer for the show, writing one of the most critically acclaimed and one of my personal favorite episodes, I Remember You. But on May 21st, 2013, Rebecca Sugar released a pilot for her own animated fantasy show.
Garnet.
Amethyst.
Pearl. And Steven!
This is the pilot for Steven Universe, dubbed The Time Thing. It follows a young boy named Steven living with 3 magical beings called gems. Steven, however, is only half gem. In the pilot, Steven manages to get his hands on a time-traveling artifact, and hijinks ensue. The pilot has a very interesting art style and fun premise, and Cartoon Network seemed to agree, because in November 2013, the show would officially air its first episode.
Garnet.
Let's do it!
Amethyst.
Come on, guys!
Pearl.
Hold on tight.
But now a new hero of unknown power has emerged to join the Gems. And this hero's name is Steven.
Anyone want a wet bagel?
Steven Universe, a new series coming in November, only on Cartoon Network.
And the internet, and even cartoons somewhat, would never be the same. If you've been on the internet for, 5 minutes, you've probably heard of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Okay, so the first night is never usually that bad in any of the games, so I'll play through.
Undertale.
Maybe it's the way you're dressed.
And Steven Universe. Or at least, that's how it was back in my day. Nowadays, it's probably like Garden of Ban or Friday Night Funkin'. People still like Friday Night Funkin', right? Steven Universe is kind of infamous because it's caused a massive divide on the internet, one that can still be felt to this day. On one side, there's people who think the show is great. On the other side, there's people who will spit on you for even daring to imply it's anything but absolutely terrible. It was basically just like an internet war sometimes. It was just both sides spitting absolute venom at each other to see who could be the nastiest. And you can still see remnants of this today. If anyone openly praises the show online, there will be a horde of people who come in to tell them it's absolutely terrible. There's even some people I've seen online whose hatred for the show is so strong that they'll make like a well-worded tweet or something, but just at the end divulge into saying how much they hate Steven Universe, despite the fact that it ended 6 or 5 years ago, depending on what you're counting. And also, every now and then, I'll see someone who spreads around one of these absolutely dog shit videos. And I know most of the people who share these videos haven't actually watched them and just picked the first result of Steven Universe bad when they looked it up on YouTube. And every time I see something like this, it just reminds me of the Japanese soldier who kept fighting World War II 30 years after it ended. But it does get me wondering, was any of this ever deserved? Was all that venom really necessary? No. Was Steven Universe really that bad? This is an interesting question, because unlike every other show on this series, which I've had history with, Steven Universe was the first show I can truly and safely say I was a fanboy for. I didn't just watch Steven Universe, no. I watched episode reviews, I watched episode reactions, looked at the theories, looked at fan art, fan episodes, looked at the fake leaks because I was fucking stupid, and have religiously watched every episode of Crystal Clear that Ostrich Vox could have possibly made. I was on the Amino. Yeah, remember Amino? I know I definitely triggered some not so great memories from a bunch of people watching this. Also, apparently Amino is still a thing. So yeah, safe to say, I was obsessed. I was a fan from Season 1, Episode 1 to Episode 20 of Steven Universe Future. So I decided, hey, I have this channel, and there's mumbles and whispers of a continuation of some kind in the near future. Yeah, this script and this video are kind of old. Sorry that I just kind of vanished. My computer just died on me halfway through making this video, and I had to wait 2 months to get it repaired. So yeah, just keep in mind that some things I say in this video might be a little outdated by the time it's uploaded. Also, if I get something wrong, feel free to correct me, and if you do want to correct me, check the description first. I'm gonna put all the corrections I've already gotten in there. Anyway, I won't hold you here any longer. It's time that I answer that burning question. It's time I answer whether or not Steven Universe was really that bad. So, Season 1 opens with Gem Glow, which gives us some devastating news. Steven's favorite snack, Cookie Cat, has been discontinued. Oh yeah, this is Steven Universe, by the way. He's a member of the Crystal Gems, or at least a member in training. The Crystal Gems are basically a group of magical, monster-hunting women. They're not human, they're a mystical race called Gems, who, well, have gemstones and superhuman abilities, like being able to pull weapons out of their gemstones. There's Pearl, who has a spear, there's Amethyst, who has a whip, and Garnet, who gets gauntlets. Steven, however, is only half gem and struggles to do most of the things they do, like summoning his weapon. However, when Steven discovers that the gems stole a bunch of cookie cats after hearing they were discontinued, he eats one and his gem begins to glow, but it fades before he can really summon his weapon, and the rest of the episode is dedicated to him going to the different gems and asking them how they summon their weapons, but none of their methods really click with him. Fun fact, I watched this episode when it premiered with my brother, and I remember both me and him thought this joke was the funniest thing ever.
You can link your mind with the energy of all existing matter, channeling the collective power of the universe through your gem, which results in... At least that's my way of doing it.
Anyway, eventually Steven becomes convinced he can summon his weapon by eating ice cream, just in time for the centipedal mother, a monster mentioned early on in the episode, to arrive. Steven tries to help and summon his shield, but it doesn't work, so he uses the Cookie Cat fridge to kill it instead. Thank you, phone. It ends with Steven sad that he still needs to work on summoning his weapon, and he spews his guts. Literally. And boom, end of episode 1. What I noticed about this episode is just how solid it is. It does a really good job introducing you to the characters and the world without it being too overwhelming. It doesn't go into some long exposition dump about what gems are and why they're doing this. All we're told is they fight monsters and can summon weapons. We're not even introduced to Rose Quartz in this episode, who is like a really big deal. Just introduced to the core Crystal Gems, and that's fine by me because the Crystal Gems are such great characters already. Pearl is the motherly, safety-first goody two-shoes, Garnet is the quiet, stoic, strong leader, and Amethyst is the carefree jokester, Steven being the very naive kid. They all already have great chemistry and bounce off each other so well, and this episode's story is a perfect excuse to naturally introduce their individual dynamics with Steven without it feeling forced. Another thing I should mention is the visuals. With the previous shows we covered on this series, Adventure Time and regular show, they definitely had changes from pilot to full show, but Steven Universe is probably the most drastic. Characters are much more simple, and all the Crystal Gems have much better designs in my opinion, except Amethyst. Her original design was pretty cute, and I liked that she had like human accessories on her, because you know, she's the one who partakes in human culture the most. But the best part of the full series is the backgrounds. The backgrounds in Steven Universe are just gorgeous. The line art is sketchy, and the colors they use are so vibrant, and they're painted perfectly. I love that they occasionally intentionally color outside of the lines, which gives it this like childlike whimsical feel, or kind of like the color bleed on old VHS tapes. It gives off this very nostalgic feel, and I just love it. Anyway, enough gushing about that. maybe make a different video if I want to talk about that. Let's move on to laser light cannon. The crystal gems notice a strange red eye in the sky heading towards Earth, and the only thing that can destroy it is Rose Quartz's laser light cannon. The issue? They have no idea where it is. In fact, there's only one person who does. Greg Universe, Steven's dad, an ex-rock star who lives in a van and runs a car wash. This episode follows Steven venturing into Greg's storage unit to find the laser light cannon as he learns more about Greg and Rose's backstory. This is the first time it's explained to us that Rose is Steven's mom, and also that she gave up her physical form to make Steven. We also hear Greg's favorite saying.
It's okay, buddy. If every pork chop were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs.
Huh?
And then they find the cannon. Unfortunately, they still don't know how to use it until Steven says his dad's saying again. Turns out that's what activates it, which was pretty cleverly set up when Steven said it earlier and the cannon lit up and he found it. Overall, this episode's pretty fun. Greg is a fun character. You might look at his design and assume he kinda seems like a redneck or a deadbeat, but he's really not. He's actually a really good dad, and clearly really cares about his son. And we're also, as I said before, finally introduced to Rose Quartz, Steven's mom. Now, let's move on to Cheeseburger Backpack. I'm not gonna lie, I don't much care for this episode.
Why did Amethyst and Pearl think I shouldn't go on magic adventures because I don't know how to use my gem powers?
That seems reasonable.
Steven finally manages to convince the gems to let him come on a mission. That mission being to take the moon goddess statue to the top of the lunar sea spire to keep it from collapsing. And Steven's gonna do this with the help of his cheeseburger backpack, which he fills with a bunch of random stuff to prepare, obviously. It all goes well till he realizes he fucked up and forgot the moon goddess statue, the one thing he really needed, and the tower collapses. But the gems still praise him for having stuff that did work, even though he forgot the most important thing. That's such a weird ending, and this is the first dud of the series, I think. Though they do slightly retcon this episode later on, so that's cool at least. Now let's move on to... Actually, no. Hi there, Emerald from the future here. Recently, something about this episode has been driving me crazy. Why on earth do the gems, who, as you'll see later, are a people who are made, not born, and worship the diamonds as if they're gods, have a moon goddess statue? I've seen some people argue that it's just supposed to be Blue Diamond, but that doesn't make any sense when you learn that in the Steven Universe game, Save the Light, they introduce a sun goddess statue. The description saying it's the moon goddess's sister and a relic of ancient gem culture, which just is even more confusing as we learn that gems don't really know what sisters are. And it gets even more insane when I realize that the moon goddess is holding a white diamond. And if she made white diamond, what's the sun goddess holding? This was actually an episode I was gonna mention in my traumatized video a while back, but I cut it because I had more to say about Nightmare Hospital. It opens with Pearl explaining gem shards to Steven. Apparently gem shards are these little shards that can possess objects that they're placed inside. Pearl is trying to collect all of them because they can be pretty fucking dangerous, and she tells Steven to keep an eye out for anything unusual. Steven similarly is looking for his pants, which have gone missing, and eventually he finds them.
That's unusual!
I used to quote this line all the fucking time. Anyway, yeah, Steven finds one of these shards in his pants, and doesn't give it to Pearl because he didn't listen to a word she said. Instead, after visiting the fry shop, he decides to help this kid Petey, who's being forced to dress up as the fry shop's mascot, Frybo, and doesn't enjoy the position. He puts a shard in Frybo and tells it to go make people eat fries, so him and Petey can just have fun at the arcade. Unfortunately, it took the order of go make people eat fries a bit too literally. Yeah, Frybo is capturing people and forcefully shoving fries down their gullet. Pearl shows up and tries to stop him, but just ends up getting covered in ketchup blood. Yeah, this scene kind of fucked with me as a kid. Eventually, Steven, utilizing the other shards, defeats Frybo with his own army of living clothes. And Petey makes up with his dad, telling him how much he hates Frybo, so they put him to rest for good. That's nice. But we aren't done with Nightmare Fuel yet, because next we have Cat Fingers. This episode reveals that gems can shapeshift. Okay, actually, it was mentioned earlier, but this is the episode that, properly introduces it. And Steven really wants to learn how to shapeshift, but being half human, he finds it much more difficult. But eventually, after really trying, he manages to turn his finger into a cat. And like anyone would do in this situation, he shows it off to everyone. Eventually, he turns more of his fingers into cats until all of his digits are just an entire litter. And the gems aren't really able to help because they have to go on an urgent mission, leaving Steven all alone to handle this problem, and he can't, and eventually turns into this giant body horror cat beast. So he goes to the one person who can help, Greg, and they figure out that the cats really don't like water, so Greg puts him through the car wash, which finally gets rid of all the cats. The lesson is, cats are fucking terrifying. Man, Steven Universe had 2 terrifying episodes back to back. Is Rebecca Sugar trying to give children nightmares? But yeah, I like this episode. It's a fun and traumatizing concept. Now, let's move on to Bubble Buddies. This episode follows Steven very awkwardly trying to approach a girl to give her a bracelet. It becomes very clear very quickly Steven's never talked to a girl his age, but the gems try to encourage him, so he gives it another shot. And when an earthquake causes her to almost be fucking crushed by rocks from above, Steven manages to save her by creating a massive bubble around the two of them. The good news is, the girl finally introduces herself as Connie. The bad news is, Steven kinda doesn't know how to, get rid of the bubble, so they're both trapped here. So, as you would expect, they go through a bunch of hijinks to try and get out. Eventually, they end up in the bottom of the ocean, and after a small breakdown from Connie, where she rants about how she's always moving around and has no friends, Steven finally gives her the bracelet, revealing that she dropped it during a parade, and he'd been hanging on to it in his fridge until he could give it back. Aww. Oh, also the bubble finally pops, which means they have to swim to the surface, which is made a little more difficult when this big orange worm monster, Orange Spotamine, attacks them. That's right, I can say its name now. Anyway, thanks to some quick thinking from Steven, he manages to get it all tangled up in itself, which causes the pier to collapse on it and poof it. So hey, Steven defeated his first monster, and also he has a new friend. I actually did bring this episode up in my old traumatized video, because the worm monster used to fucking freak me out, and it still does look kinda spooky, not gonna lie. Also, Connie may not seem like much right now, but don't worry, she's gonna go on a fucking journey. By the way, unrelated tangent, I got curious and googled it, and glowing bracelets actually will last longer if you refrigerate them because it slows down the chemical reaction. Bet you didn't think this Steven Universe video is going to teach you science now, did you? Now, let's move on to Steven's Lion. This episode opens with Steven in the Crystal Gem searching for a magical artifact that keeps building new and different dangerous castles. The gems decide to leave Steven just chilling by the warp pad while they find it, since, this is a pretty dangerous mission, and while waiting for them to return, he's approached by a massive pink lion that doesn't actually seem to be too aggressive, so he decides to have a bit of fun hanging out with him. But when the gems return with the desert glass, they're obviously not fond of the idea of Steven having a pet lion, so Steven has to say goodbye. Unfortunately, Lion follows him home, and after having a bit of fun, Steven realizes Lion really wants the desert glass, which makes him upset, as he thinks Lion didn't actually care about him at all. And unfortunately, Steven accidentally drops the desert glass, and it starts building massive dangerous sand castles on the beach. Lion and Steven work together to defeat the Desert Glass, and Lion reveals that he has magical powers, like a supersonic roar, and the big twist, Lion actually does care about Steven and wants to be with him. Yay! This episode's really fun. I really forgot how early on we're introduced to Lion, but hey, he's fun. I like how expressive they make his face. He's got some really cute expressions here and throughout the series. Now, let's move on to Giant Woman. This episode introduces us to the idea of fusion. Basically, two gems can do a dance, and if they're synchronized both physically and emotionally, they can fuse into a bigger, stronger gem. Right after Steven learns this, he, like most of us honestly would be, really wants to see what that looks like. Unfortunately for him, Pearl and Amethyst refuse to fuse unless they absolutely have to. Unfortunately for them, they're sent on a mission to find the Heaven Beetle, while Garnet goes to search for the Earth Beetle. Steven tags along too, and the journey is honestly pretty safe for the most part, as safe as a journey to a treacherous temple to find a strange ancient artifact / creature can be, until they're attacked by a massive bird that just eats Steven. This finally causes Amethyst and Pearl to work together and synchronize, fusing into Opal, saving Steven and fucking annihilating the bird. Also, Steven saves their asses because he managed to nab the beetle, which Opal forgot. I love this episode. Fusion is a really fun concept, and it's introduced pretty well here. I still remember all the words to the Giant Woman song. It's such a catchy little tune. And I think Opal's design is pretty great too. And I also like the idea that the gem's weapons fuses too. Amethyst's whip and Pearl's spear combined to make a bow and arrow, and I thought that was pretty cool. And it's also just sweet seeing Amethyst and Pearl work together to save Steven. So yeah, this episode's pretty good. Now, let's move on to So Many Birthdays. I'm not going to spend too long on this episode, but it is important for one reason. It introduces the fact that gems are immortal and have been around for thousands of years. And keep in mind, they are mortal, not invincible. They can still get hurt and die. And after Steven realizes they've gone thousands of years without celebrating a single birthday, he decides he's going to celebrate all their birthdays. However, the celebrations are a little too childish for them, which makes Steven feel like he needs to grow up. And he literally starts growing up. He starts rapidly aging until he nearly dies from old age. But he manages to come back from it with the help of the gems. This episode just has a really eerie vibe to it. I don't know how to put it. Like the washed out colors at the end, the sound design, all of it, and the way the gems react to Stephen dying from old age. It's all just... it gives me like a weird feeling. I don't like it. But I do like this episode. It starts off really silly and then just fucking gets as dark as possible with that ending. But then the ending is pretty sweet, so it turns itself around. Now, let's move on to Lars and the Cool Kids. This is the first episode that really tried to expand on Lars as a character. I'm just now realizing I didn't mention Lars yet. He works at the donut shop and is like Steven's Squidward, I guess is a way to put it. You know, Steven's trying to be good friends with him, and Lars really, really doesn't like Steven, albeit, as we learn in a bit, Steven is a lot more self-aware. Well, you know, SpongeBob really isn't. Anyway, in this episode, we learn that Lars is trying to get in with the cool kids, but is too afraid to just approach them and ask them to hang out. However, Steven just introduces himself and Lars, and the cool kids are down to hang out with them. I really like that the cool kids in the show aren't just generic mean bullies. They're just normal teens who immediately like Steven because he's just so unapologetically him. Meanwhile, Lars is just trying way too hard to be cool. However though, them being teens does of course mean they're fucking stupid, said the 18-year-old. God, I'm a fucking hypocrite. They take Lars and Steven on a ride to this hangout spot called Dead Man's Mouth, which Steven immediately recognizes as a place where a bunch of really, really dangerous moss is growing, and despite his very clear urging to not go there, and the literal warning signs Pearl put up, they go in there anyway, and get consumed by evil moss that Rose Quartz was growing. For some reason. Okay, there was a reason. It's because rose quartz valued all life, even ones like this. After the cool kids are consumed by it, Lars snaps at Steven, complaining that this is all his fault, and he takes a step too far when he insults Steven's mom.
What do you know about my mom? I didn't even get to know my mom!
I love that line. Steven's always brushed off and ignored Lars's insults before, but this scene really shows that he's a lot more self-aware about Lars's character, and Lars knows he's fucked up when Steven gets angry at him. After Steven tells Lars off, they pull the cool kids into the car and drive it to the top of a hill, which is apparently where the moss blooms. And despite the moss consuming half of a car, and Steven and Lars, they manage to reach the top of the hill, and it blooms, and they're all free, and the cool kids have no memory of what happens, which is good, because I don't know if I could live with the memory of this happening to me. And at the end, Steven and Lars come to an understanding, which is nice. Lars goes on such a wild journey too, just fucking wait. Now, let's move on to Steven the Sword Fighter. After watching one of Steven's favorite shows, Lonely Blade, Pearl is disgusted by how inaccurate the sword fighting is. So she decides to show Steven some proper technique by having a little sword fight with a hologram Pearl. While she's demonstrating technique, Steven distracts her and...
Wow.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is another episode that traumatized me as a kid. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this episode really feels like it's meant to subvert your expectations. It's called Steven the Sword Fighter, and has a pretty standard setup, and then boom! Pearl is murdered. Okay, not murdered, she's just poofed, as they call it. Basically, when a gem is dealt some kind of lethal blow to their body, like being stabbed, they poof, and all but their gem is gone. And they need time to reform. After Pearl is poofed, Steven really misses her and decides that until Pearl is back, the Hollow Pearl will have to do. As you can guess, this turns out to be a bad idea, and Steven is forced to destroy it and simply wait for Pearl to reform. Eventually, she does, and she has a new outfit, and this is the outfit she'll have for the rest of the series. And I really like this design. It's not too different from her first one, but the changes, like the ribbon, are cute. This episode is pretty great. It's sad watching Steven deal with losing Pearl for a bit, and it's especially fucked up since he watched Pearl get fucking stabbed because he was distracting her. I felt awful for Steven in this episode when I was a kid, and I still kind of feel bad for him now. So yeah, this is a great episode. Let's move on to Lion 2, the movie. Steven and Connie want to go see the new Dog Copter movie.
I just hope it stays faithful to the book.
Damn, Connie is just like me. They do have one issue though, that being they don't really have a way to get to the movie theater, so they decide to use Lion, and turns out he'll be even faster than they thought because Lion can apparently teleport and walk on water, though he doesn't teleport them to the movies initially. Instead, he teleports them to this weird armory that seems to belong to Steven's mom, and it's got everything you'd expect from an armory. Armor, swords, shields, axes, a giant penny, a big flying robot that tries to fucking murder Steven and Connie. But with the power of teamwork, Steven and Connie manage to defeat the giant robot, and they get to see their movie. Yay! This episode was really fun. It's the first time we've gotten a hint that Steven meeting Lion in the desert wasn't exactly a coincidence, and he may be connected to his mom. Steven Universe likes to play the long game with some of its mysteries, so just keep this in mind for later. Now, why don't we move on to Rose's room. Steven is fed up with the gems, not only not having time to hang out with him, but also not giving him time to himself and accidentally destroying his TV, right when he was about to see the secret ending to his favorite game. And as he finally rants about this to them, Rose's room opens up for him for the first time. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce that. Each of the gems has their own room in the temple that they can get through this like magic temple door. And this is the first time Steven's gotten Rose's room to open up. You know, because he has Rose's gems, so it's his room now. The gems tell him to be careful and not go in, but Steven just runs in angrily and closes the door behind him. And he discovers that in this room, he can generate whatever he wants. He has some fun with it, he makes it generate the ending to his game, all that good stuff, and then he decides to leave. But when he goes into town, everything's off. Nobody is quite acting like themselves.
He was incredible! He was incredible! He was incredible!
What?
He was incredible!
Get me out of here!
Man, this scene is so freaky. Eventually, he bumps into Greg and has a little talk with him. Except, Greg is also not acting like himself. And then, the entire town just starts falling apart. This is another thing that used to freak me out as a kid. And I think you can see why. The sound effect they use when stuff is deleted almost sounds like a gunshot. I love it. Eventually, as he falls into the void and says that this isn't what he wants, the tiny pink floating whale he made earlier appears again and asks him what he does want. And then it finally lets Steven go. For real this time. The gems apologize, so does Steven, and they finally hang out and do some mini-golfing. This episode is really fun, and interestingly enough, that strange pink whale is actually the first appearance of Susan Egan, who will later go on to voice Rose Quartz. Interesting. I'm not quite sure what that means, if I'm being honest, but I don't have time to theorize, so let's move on to Coach Steven. Yeah! This is one of my favorite episodes of the show, and it also famously features Nicki Minaj. I say it like that because this was actually a pretty low-key cameo. In fact, I've met Steven Universe fans who legit didn't know she was in this episode. That's just weird and a lot more interesting than the cameo itself. Anywho, this episode follows the Gems having to destroy an old gem broadcasting tower. Garnet and Amethyst decide to fuse into Sugalite to make the job go much quicker. And when they do, we learn that Sugalite, who's the one voiced by Nicki Minaj if you couldn't guess, is just like the worst. She's incredibly rude and careless and even gets Steven hit by a rock, which, okay, didn't actually do that much damage, but hey, still shows he's careless. She's so reckless, in fact, that Steven and Pearl warp away right before she accidentally destroys the warp pad there, so she's kinda stranded there for a little bit. But even though they abandon her, Steven desperately wants to be as strong as Sugalite, so he decides to help all his friends in Beach City work out so they can all be like Sugalite, which Pearl very much disapproves of and sings another favorite song of mine that I knew all the words to, Strong in the Real Way. However, the happy workout time is short-lived as Sugalite arrives and is absolutely pissed off since she was abandoned in the middle of fucking nowhere. Pearl tries to convince them to unfuse, but she refuses, so Pearl tries to force them to unfuse. But Sugalite kicks her ass, both with words and with actions, till Steven manages to give her a great pep talk which finally encourages her to take down Sugalite and force them to unfuse. Garnet and Amethyst, well, they'd probably apologize if they could. This is one of my favorite episodes, man. It just makes me feel so fucking good. This is my feel-good episode. Just makes me feel like I'm ready to do anything. And also the song is sweet. Shocked they didn't give Sugalite a song since Nicki Minaj is a singer, but I don't know if it could live up to Strong in the Real Way. Now, let's move on to Joking Victim. I'm not going to spend too long on this episode, but it follows Lars receiving an injury at work and leaving Sadie to work all alone at the Big Donut while he recovers. Steven, seeing how stressed Sadie is, offers to take up Lars's position till he can work again. In this episode, we learn a bit about Sadie and Lars's relationship. Apparently, they're very, very close friends.
He let me be his player too, and we spent the whole night together.
That really is nice. Must have been one great video game.
Yeah, it was.
Which makes it a little fucking heartbreaking when we see that Lars is a big, fat, meanie liar whose pants are most certainly going to be on fire, just you wait. Because while they're trying to bring Lars a little sweet get better soon prize in the form of donuts, they find him just hanging out with the cool kids with no back pain whatsoever. He was lying the whole time. This obviously makes Sadie a little upset, so Sadie and Steven decide to prank him by putting magic fire salt on a donut that they give to him, which is so spicy, it makes Lars breathe fucking fire, till eventually Steven helps him and he apologizes to Sadie. So that's nice. Now, let's move on to Steven and the Stevens. Watching this episode is actually a bit more interesting because now I know it's based off the pilot. Basically, it follows Steven discovering a time-traveling artifact, and after realizing his dad can't come to Beach-a-Palooza, he decides to travel back in time to start a band. With himself. Eventually, it's really out of hand, they fight, and OG Steven decides to end it all by traveling back to when he first found the time thing and destroying it, which causes all the other ones to be destroyed, and all the Stevens to melt and die, including the OG Steven, the one with the pompadour, who found it in the first place. So that means the Steven we started the series with is fucking dead. He melted into sand, like he could not be more dead. So, introducing the new Steven from the slightly divergent timeline, who's like no different from OG Steven. Despite the fucked up implications, I really like this episode. It's a fun little time travel plot, and the whole starting a band with other Stevens from other timelines is a pretty creative idea. I haven't really seen other things do that before. So yeah, this episode's just some good, clean fun with a little bit of existential dread thrown in there for taste. Now on to Monster Buddies. When a mission goes wrong, Garnet bubbles Steven and sends him back to the temple. When Steven escapes the bubble, he accidentally lets the centipedal out, but it's not the horrifyingly massive bug monster we saw before. It's much smaller, and Steven actually manages to calm it down. And when the gems come back, he even convinces them to let him keep it as a pet. They then try again to get the fallen star. That's what they were doing originally and why they fought that ice monster, by the way. And, well, Centipedal gets freaked out and starts attacking the gems. Steven manages to calm it down, but they still have to poof it and bubble it. Steven promising that one day he'll find a way to help them. Aww. This episode's just really sweet and sad, and I love that ending. Now, let's move on to An Indirect Kiss, which opens with Steven and Connie having a little picnic. Connie noticing that there's a fence around the hill they're having this picnic on that wasn't there before, and she demands Steven tell her what happened. So he does, in exchange for her glasses. Basically, Amethyst fell off this cliff and cracked her gem on a rock. And we learn that when a gem's gem is cracked, their form becomes glitchy and distorted. But we also learn that fortunately, Rose Quartz had healing tears, and a healing fountain to help any cracked gem. So they decide to go to that fountain and save her. They all become increasingly worried as Amethyst's crack gets worse and worse, and as they realize Rose's fountain doesn't seem to be working, Pearl and Garnet go off to try and fix it and see what's wrong, while Steven has to take care of Amethyst and is trying to force himself to cry to save her. And when all seems lost, he finally manages to cry. And at the same time, Pearl and Garnet fix the fountain. Unfortunately, Steven's tears don't seem to have done anything, so...
Oh, Steven, you don't have healing tears. You'll never have any real magic powers, and we don't want anything more to do with you.
Okay, that's not really what they said, but it's how Steven feels. Well, until Connie suddenly gets a headache while wearing her glasses, after drinking from Steven's juice box. Why? Because her eyes are completely healed. Why? Because Steven doesn't have healing tears.
I have healing spit!
So he's not actually useless. He can actually heal people, just in a slightly more gross way. Though Connie, instead of just telling her parents about this miraculous thing that just happened, she just pops the lenses out of her glasses and pretends she still needs them. Now, let's move on to the first big episode. This is the first, episode that's like a big deal. Mirror Gem. In this episode, Connie tells Steven about school and how it's a place where you learn a bunch of things. Pearl, hearing this, decides to give Steven a magic mirror that's supposed to show you any information you desire. But apparently, it's broken. Except, once Steven leaves the house, the mirror begins repeating what he says. and even starts mashing different words together to make sentences and communicate with him. And while obviously communication is limited, they quickly become friends. And eventually Steven decides to show it to the other gems, despite its objections. The gems, learning that it's speaking to him, quickly realize that something is very wrong and try to take it back. Steven, for the first time, argues with them and...
He wants to be with me!
Uh-oh. So, Steven, like honestly most of us probably would, fucking books it, and the mirror begins telling him to let me out. Steven turns it around and rips the gem out. In a very pretty looking sequence. I love the way the water looks here. And once it's out, it glows and it's another gem. Another cracked gem actually, named Lapis Lazuli. She immediately goes on the offensive once she sees the crystal gems and reveals pretty immediately that she's just a fucking waterbender, and she uses her water powers to attack them and tells Steven to not trust the crystal gems before leaving. And for the first time, we've seen another normal gem and are left wondering what will happen next. God, this episode is lovely. That cliffhanger is just great. By the way, this episode spawned a popular fan theory at the time that the crystal gems were actually evil. Obviously, with the rest of the series in mind, we know that's not true, but there was a decently popular theory for a bit that the crystal gems were actually the bad guys. And honestly, I can kind of see why people would think that at the time, especially with the ominous things Lapis says. Now, let's not dilly-dally and move on to Ocean Gem. This episode picks up right where the last one left off, with Lapis stealing the entire world's ocean, and the crystal gems and Connie and Greg all having to go find Lapis and stop her and get her to, return the ocean, because, we do kind of need that. This is a tangent, by the way, but as a kid, I always wondered, what does the rest of the world think when stuff like this happens? Sure, you can make the argument that the other stuff was just local, which, okay, I guess. I mean, I think the government would still eventually find out about it, but the entire Earth's ocean disappearing for, I think, a day would definitely get the government's attention, right? They never really touch on this, which I can kind of get. I think introducing a government subplot to this series would be kind of weird and unneeded. But, it's just something I always thought about and would get kind of annoyed at as a kid. And even then, it does still kind of bother me as an adult. But anyway, back on track. They're heading to go stop Lapis, and on the way, we get our first big reveal. That all the monsters they've been fighting so far are actually gems. They used to be normal gems, like Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, but they were corrupted at some point and turned into monsters, and now the crystal gems have taken up the duty of poofing and bubbling them to keep them safe, which is actually really sad. Especially with what we learned later in the series, that a lot of these gems were their friends. And I actually think there's a bit of a missed opportunity there. Having the gems acknowledge who they're fighting, recognizing them. They sorta do that, but I think there's more to explore there, and the, kind of emotional element of that. Eventually, the gems arrive at Lapis's Tower of Water, and she's not keen on being stopped, so she makes water clones of the crystal gems, and they all have an epic battle with their clones. Also, Greg's van gets fucking destroyed and his leg is broken. Eventually, to protect him and Connie, Steven summons his shield to block an attack from Water Steven, and the shockwave, I think, destroys Water Steven and the water gems. He then dives into the water tower and is brought up to the top to confront Lapis. Lapis reveals she's doing this because she's trying to stretch Earth's ocean to carry her all the way to her home planet, which is the first time it's been confirmed that gems are aliens. Before this, most people just made the assumption that gems were mythical creatures, with the fact that everything kind of has a fantasy vibe, and they refer to a lot of their stuff as magic. But nope, they're aliens. Lapis reveals that she does have wings that she could use to fly back to her home planet, but her gym is cracked, so she can't use them. But Steven realizes the very simple solution here, so he slaps some of that good old healing juice onto her, and with that, her gym and her eyes are fixed, so she bids him adieu and flies back to her home planet, also returning the Earth's ocean as well. And while this is a happy ending, the Gems are also extremely worried to hear that Lapis has made it off planet, anxious for what's coming next. This episode was really nice, and I love that ambiguous ending in Lapis's character. But I do have one question. So, when Amethyst's gem is cracked, her body glitches out, distorts, stretching and shrinking. She even loses the ability to speak normally eventually. But Lapis's gem being cracked only makes her unable to use her wings and makes her eyes reflective like a mirror. And we'll see later that those weird distortions Amethyst had aren't exclusive to her. We see another gem get cracked and she glitches out in a similar way. I suppose this is minor, really, but it's always bothered me. Oh, but it hasn't bothered me as much as something else coming up soon will. Just you wait. Still though, this episode's pretty good. Now, let's move on to House Guest. I'm not really a big fan of this episode, honestly, but it is important. So, after his leg was broken and his van was absolutely fucking wrecked, Steven tries to heal his dad's leg, but for some reason, his spit doesn't work. So Greg now has to stay in the temple until the gems fix his van and his leg heals. Steven's spit not working is also very unfortunate, since the gems really need it to contain this storm that's trapped in a dome that's cracking, but it's still not working. Eventually he discovered his dad's been faking and his spit actually did heal him when he first tried it. Greg's just been lying with him to try and be closer with him, which is kinda understandable. Only issue is that now Steven's powers aren't working at all. So Greg decides to step up and solves the storm problem with the greatest tool of them all, duct tape. And soon Pearl fixes Greg's van so he can finally live in it again. I'm not a fan of this episode because this is kinda an uncharacteristically dickish thing for Greg to do. It feels really out of character. I really feel like they could have just made him stay in the house for a little bit and be clingy with Steven because his van is destroyed and he lives in that, though I guess they could make the excuse that he could just sleep at the car wash. Either way, I don't really like it that much. It seems kind of out of character for Greg, though his motives are understandable, and the song is adorable. Now, let's move on to Space Race. Contrasting with that previous episode, I actually really like Greg in this episode, though it's less of a Greg episode and more of a Pearl episode. It opens with the crystal gems checking on all of the galaxy warps, Pearl explaining that the mini warps here were used to travel to other planets, and she sounds very somber about being stuck on Earth forever, which inspires Steven and Greg to build a spaceship, utilizing the many things in Greg's aunt and uncle's barn. They were pilots, to clarify. And soon, they build a spaceship. Yeah, it's just a glorified boxcar that doesn't even fucking work.
I think your calculations may have been off.
Well, they can't be off if you don't do any.
Pearl is disappointed with this spaceship and proposes a much better design, and soon they get to work on an actual spaceship. Though eventually Greg realizes Pearl is, like, really serious about taking Steven to space and grounds him. Not like grounds him like go to your room, grounds him like he's staying on Earth. So, Pearl continues her work alone and finishes the spaceship, deciding to take Steven out for a quick engine check before revealing she's lying and is trying to take him to space. As they leave the atmosphere, Pearl's ship falls apart and Steven encourages her to bail. And with one last look at the stars, then at Steven, she's convinced and they escape right before the ship explodes. Pearl realizing she'd much rather be on Earth with Steven. Aww. Yeah, this episode is really sweet. I also think it's pretty interesting with the context of, the rest of the series, as you'll soon see. Now, let's move on to Island Adventure. The gems are looking for corruption in a strange island, but can't find it. But one beneficial thing they do learn is that Steven can use the warp pad without any help now. and with this knowledge, and seeing how bored Lars and Sadie are, he decides to take them on a trip to Mask Island. That's the name of the island they were on, by the way. I don't know why Steven would take two of his normal human friends to an island that could possibly have a corrupted gem on it, one that's especially good at hiding, but he is just a child, so I guess I can give him a pass. Then again, at this point he's like 12 and 13, so I don't know if he has an excuse to be this dumb. Unfortunately, after Sadie and Lars get there, the warp pad seems to vanish, so they're stuck there and have to survive until the gems can find them. Lars and Sadie grow closer and closer and even develop a bit of a romance. Ooh. That is until they're attacked by an invisible corrupted gem, and Sadie frantically leads them to the warp pad. Hey, wait a second! Yeah, Sadie fucking hid the warp pad to try and help Lars, which is so fucked up. And what's worse is they kinda make her into the hero here. She's the one who defeats the corrupted gem and is praised, which feels weird. Look, I get that they tried to say it isn't what she did, but like it really feels like Sadie trapped Lars here to try and come on to him, considering that's exactly what happened. Why not make it to where, like, the gem is the one who hid the warp pad? Hell, you could even make it do it unintentionally, like it knocked down some trees or something. I don't know, a bad idea is better than none at all. Well, I guess they did have an idea, but that idea is make Sadie look so fucking evil. I get that she hid the warp pad because she knew Lars would immediately try to leave, but that is not a good reason. This episode is just really bad. It's not Frost and Fire bad. It's not regular show Mordecai breaking up with his girlfriend at his friend's wedding bad, but it's not that great. It's just creepy, and not in the good way. Anyway, let's move on to fusion cuisine. When a phone call with Connie's mom doesn't go well...
Yes, the children are playing swords. Sorry, playing with swords. They're bleeding. Oh no, they are dead. Don't call again. Sorry, I panicked.
Connie's parents demand to meet Steven's, and Connie apparently lied and said Steven had a nuclear family, as in like one mom and one dad, which obviously isn't true, but I don't know how you could explain Steven's situation. One dad and 3 moms isn't exactly what people are used to, and now because of this lie, Steven has to figure out which gem to bring to act as his mother. But all of them have issues, and Steven can't pick because, you know, he loves them all. So he decides to take them all. Yeah, this episode is the one that reveals Alexandrite, the fusion between Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, which is absolutely fucking hilarious to me. I've seen a lot of people who were upset about this, but the idea of introducing such a big fusion in this silly little episode is really funny to me, that I don't care that it's not some epic way like a bunch of people would have preferred. Of course, this dinner doesn't go well, and their lie is exposed, the fusion falling apart. And Steven and Connie get the idea to just run away, which also doesn't go well, and they're caught. Thankfully, though, them getting caught was actually kind of a blessing in disguise, as when they see the gems and Greg discipline Steven for what he did, Connie's parents realize that while not nuclear, they're still good parents who care about Steven, so Connie's still allowed to hang out with him, and Steven is banned from watching television. I'm not gonna lie, I remember Mrs. Maheshwaran, that's Connie's mom, by the way, being a lot worse than she actually is when I rewatched the series. Though this isn't really the episode that made me hate her in the first place, so... But yeah, this episode is sweet, and it's pretty fucking funny. Now, let's move on to Watermelon Steven, which follows Steven accidentally growing a bunch of Watermelon Stevens after an intense watermelon seed spitting competition. He initially decides to sell them, but then discovers that they're alive, so he has to gather them all up from the people he sold them to. And we learn that they kinda work like, dogs in Minecraft. You guys like Minecraft, right? They attack whoever hurts Steven, or whoever Steven tells them to attack. Though he can't really control them to do that second part, so the gyms have to come in to save the day, but the power of the watermelon is just too much for them. So this tiny little watermelon, the only one who doesn't attack anyone, hits Steven, which causes all the watermelons to attack him, and Steven chews them out and tells them to go think about what they've done, attacking their own kind. So they all just leave, walking into the ocean. Mostly, some of them walk in other directions. So, problem solved? But don't worry, if you were a fan of these guys, you're gonna get to see them later, don't you worry. This episode's pretty fun. I really like the fact that the gyms just can't take the watermelon Stevens. Also, apparently this episode was banned in some countries for the sheer watermelon violence. Now, let's move on to Lion 3, straight to video. Apparently, Lion keeps just laying on top of Steven for some reason, and it becomes increasingly more bothersome. Steven finally tells Lion to stay outside, but then he discovers that in his main is a pocket dimension. In this pocket dimension is a bunch of Rose's old stuff. An old shirt Gray gave her, a locked chest, a bubbled gem, and a videotape labeled for Steven. Oh, also Steven can't breathe in here because, this was a place for a gem and gyms don't need oxygen. Steven finds the tape and sees that it's labeled for Steven. He goes to Sadie at the Big Donut to watch it, and it's a video his mom made for him where she explains what Earth is like and how much she loves it, and
Steven, we can't both exist.
Yeah, it also explains that they can't both exist, but that she'll become part of him in a more metaphorical way, I presume, given a very famous scene from way later in the series, before the video finally ends. This episode is so sweet, and this is the first, maybe second time if you count the whale, that we've seen and heard Rose Quartz. And the speech she gives to Steven is really sweet. It's also cute that it inspires Sadie to try and be closer with her mom. In an earlier episode we saw that her mom used to make her lunch every day when she went to work, but that she asked her to stop doing that, and now she asked her to start doing it again, which is adorable. Lastly, the reveal that Lion was definitely Rose's lion will cause some drama in a bit. So let's not dilly-dally and move on to Warp Tour. Oh my girth, I've got to cover 5 episodes in a row. After a mission well done, the gyms warp back home. However, Steven accidentally sneezes so hard, it causes his head to be launched out of the warp stream, and he sees another warp stream, which shouldn't be possible, and the gyms agree and believe that he's just seeing things. And I can buy Pearl and Amethyst not believing him, but I kind of feel like Garnet would. Or at least would accept that Steven saw something out there, even if it's not something warping. Though I guess you could make the argument that they just don't want to believe him. Anyway, Steven knows what he saw, and desperately tries to prove himself right. Pearl becoming extremely fed up and determined to prove him wrong, showing him the galaxy warp is still destroyed to prove it to him, which makes him extremely upset, especially since she immediately assumes how he feels afterwards. Eventually, though, after sitting in front of the warp pad for who knows how long, he finally sees something use it, a weird orb drone, which he catches mid-warp and nearly freezes to death before the gyms save him and go to the galaxy warp. Turns out, there's a ton of these weird drones that have fixed all the warps, including the galaxy warp. What for? Well, for a new gym to warp in. This is Peridot, a homeworld gem with a bunch of advanced technology, who shows up, does a quick checkup, and then warps away. The prospect of Homeworld showing up terrifies the crystal gems so much, but Garnet smashes the Homeworld warp, declaring that she's not coming back. besides the whole nobody believing Steven thing, I love this episode, especially the ending reveal of Peridot. I love how her design contrasts with basically everything we've seen in the show so far, being so much more alien and sci-fi, even having floating fingers that can make screens and everything. That's such a fun idea, and I've never really seen anything else do that. All the Crystal Gems designs feel pretty natural and normal, but Peridot's feels really geometrical and futuristic, and I love it. Now, let's move on to Alone Together, which follows Steven and Connie hanging out and chilling on the beach. They begin dancing and fuse? Okay, so, it's always confused me that Steven being half-human means he can fuse with humans. Okay, so to explain, gems have bodies that are basically hard-light constructions, which is why they can fuse. They're made out of light, so they can morph and change. They're basically just holograms, but with mass. And, they can't fuse with humans, because humans aren't made out of light. They got flesh and bones. So, why can Steven and Connie fuse? Would him being half-human really change much? It's not like it can make her body into light somehow. Am I looking too deep into this? Is this nitpicking? I don't know. This has just never made much sense to me. But I just gotta remind myself that this is a sci-fi show and a kid's cartoon. Anywho, after fusing, Steven and Connie, now called Stevani, go to show the Crystal Gems. While Pearl and Amethyst are confused and maybe a little bit concerned, Garnet is absolutely thrilled to see this and tells them to go out and just have some fun. So they do. They go to the Big Donut and give Sadie her first Bye Panic and make Lana's regular panic. And after having a small crisis while eating the donuts, they go to a rave and start getting harassed by this just prick named Kevin. Fuck Kevin. We hate Kevin in this household. Anywho, eventually they unfuse and just have some fun together. So that's sweet, and this whole episode is a lot of fun, besides the whole, confusing logic of how a gem can fuse with a human. Good episode. Let's move on to the test. This is the episode I mentioned earlier, the one that reveals the moon spire they went to with the moon goddess statue and the cheeseburger backpack. Wasn't really that important. It was just a test to see if Steven could go on missions, and, well, he kinda failed. So he demands a new test to prove he's ready, and the gems agree and make a new room in the temple that's basically a dungeon for him to go through. He goes through 2 of the puzzles, and right when it seems like he's about to die on the 3rd, it's revealed that it was all rigged, and he was never in any real danger. Steven is initially upset about this, but when he eventually literally clips out of bounds, he sees the gems waiting for him at the end of the test, and he overhears them talking about how not only do they not want him to lose his confidence again after the whole debacle with his healing spit, they need to give him a win so something like that doesn't happen again, but they're also scared. Steven freeing Lapis, a new gem from Homeworld showing up on Earth, it's terrifying to them. And Steven realizes that it seems like they also need a win, as some type of reassurance. They need to know that Steven is okay, because that'll help them feel okay too. So he lies and pretends he never figured out it was fake, which is a pretty wholesome ending. You'd never really expect a kids show to end with the main character lying, but I don't know, I think it works here. It's Steven realizing that the gems kinda need this more than he does, so he decides to reassure them, and that's really wholesome. Now, let's move on to Future Vision. This episode reveals why Garnet always seems to be prepared and ready. It's because she has Future Vision. She can see into future timelines and make predictions based off them. Steven, of course, after learning this, asks a bunch of questions, like we all would, and eventually starts to become extremely paranoid. And it all culminates with Garnet warning him to not go on the roof during a stormy night before heading out. And eventually, obviously, all this gets to Steven, and he goes onto the roof. And when Garnet returns seeing Steven on the roof, we get one of my favorite scenes in the show. Garnet revealing that the reason she warned him about the roof was because she saw this, and that she saw that telling him about future vision could possibly lead to this, but could also lead to them being closer and Steven understanding. And we get one of my favorite Garnet lines.
Steven, I see so many things that can hurt you. I should never have let one of them be me.
Damn, I love that one so much. Garnet apologizing for just taking this risk at Steven's expense, knowing what could happen. It's just great. So yeah, I love this episode. It's one of my favorites. The ending is really sweet. Now let's move on to On the Run, which opens up with Jim's rounding up Paradont's weird robots and returning home. Pearl explaining to Steven that a very long time ago, Jim's tried to hurt the Earth, and the crystal gem stopped it. It seems talking about this upsets Amethyst, and so she decides to run away with Steven, hopping trains, sleeping on hay, and carrying a bindle. This thing's called a bindle, by the way, in case you didn't know that. And she eventually takes Steven to a very strange place called the Kindergarten, a massive, desolate cavern that's lined with human-shaped holes. And also these weird injectors that look like a bacteriophage. Yeah, that's right, I'm smart. And Amethyst reveals that this is where she was made. Pearl shows up and is incredibly upset about Amethyst bringing Steven here, revealing that this was the bad thing the gems were doing to the Earth, and she has a big fight with Amethyst about bringing Steven here. No, like an actual fight. They start trying to beat the shit out of each other with their weapons. Eventually, though, the fighting stops and Pearl consoles Amethyst, and we get another one of my favorite scenes, Pearl saying that Amethyst shouldn't hate herself or feel ashamed because of where she came from.
You're the one good thing that came out of this mess. I always thought you were proud of that.
Aww. So yeah, this is another lovely episode that expands more on Amethyst and a bit more on gems in general. And speaking of expanding on Amethyst, let's talk about maximum capacity. This episode follows Greg trying to clear out his storage unit, so Steven adopts the help of a junk expert, Amethyst. Oh dear, they take a little break from cleaning after they discover a bunch of taped episodes of Little Butler, which they kinda get sucked into. They get so sucked into it, they miss the New Year's fireworks, and we learn from Pearl and Garnet that this is apparently something they used to do a lot. After Rose, they'd go to the storage room and be there for days at a time sometimes. So Steven decides to go and get them, and when he gets there, Greg realizes that he's missing the fireworks and tries to leave, but Amethyst, pressures him very heavily to stay. An argument starts, and Amethyst shapeshifts into Rose to fuck with Greg. Steven finally stands up and calls them out for not cleaning up, and Amethyst runs out. The next day, she reveals she's cleaned up the whole storage unit as an apology. Okay, so this episode is fucked and caused a rather large subset of people to, despise Amethyst, which I get, but there is a very popular fan theory that, definitely doesn't excuse this, but gives some context that explains this a little better. And, I know I do not discuss sexual topics very much on this channel, but I'm gonna have to here. So, skip to this timestamp if you don't want to hear about that. I probably should have done that for my Adventure Time video too, looking back on it. So basically, the theory is that Amethyst and Greg, after Rose passed away, became friends with benefits. And Amethyst would shapeshift into Rose while they, it's alluded to with the "I've seen your junk before" line and the "you're doing it again" line. It explains why the fuck they hang out in a storage unit for days on end, and why Amethyst acted like this in the first place. And there were some leaked sketches from Rebecca Sugar that I think kinda add to this theory a bit. One of these sketches shows Sadie and Amethyst fooling around, and Amethyst shapeshifting into Lars for her, which, yes, these drawings aren't canon. I think, but it definitely is interesting that Rebecca would draw Amethyst doing this, and the way she does it in the art is very casually, like it's not a new thing for her, but still, take that with a grain of salt. It's very dubious evidence, admittedly, but I do think this was the intention of the episode, but obviously it wasn't blatant, because it's for children. Anyway, I've spent way too much time on this. By the way, again, just to clarify, I don't think any of what I said would justify Amethyst's behavior in this episode at all. I just think it adds a bit more context and makes you understand why this happened a bit more, rather than Amethyst decided to just become as evil as a Disney villain for one episode. Now, let's move on to Marble Madness. This episode follows the Crystal Gems continuing to round up and destroy Peridot's Robinoids. Oh yeah, that's what they're called, or I guess they're plug Robinoids, whatever that means. As you can guess, this work is very tedious and tiring, but then Steven comes up with a brilliant idea. Why not just follow one to see where it goes? And so they do, and it goes to the kindergarten, and down some weird elevator to a strange computer that Peridot seems to be controlling remotely from Homeworld. The Gems are scared to confront her, but Steven decides to just go up to her and ask her what she's up to. After this brief talk, Peridot tries to kill Steven, to which the Gems finally reveal themselves and destroy the base. Peridot making the promise to report this, which is ominous. I'm beginning to get the feeling that Steven should maybe stop announcing himself to just other Gems, but maybe that's just me. I like this episode. It really helps build up the mystery and threat of Peridot and Homeworld. Now let's on to another favorite episode of mine, Rose's Scabbard, which follows the Crystal Gems going to this battlefield that's filled with both weapons and massive, absolutely delicious-looking strawberries that I would really, really like to eat. Like, ever since I saw this place, I just really wanted to eat one of these strawberries. They look so fucking good. But anyway, back on topic. The reason the Gems are here is because they want to clean up the battlefield a little bit. As they do, Lion uncovers the scabbard for Rose's sword. Pearl immediately takes it and begins reminiscing about Rose, and decides to take Steven to a secret place where Rose kept many different weapons and armors, and oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this is the same place Lion brought him before. You know, when him and Connie were like on the way to the movies and all that. You know what I'm talking about. You have a great memory. That's something I really respect about you. And you know what else Lion has? The sword. That's right, Steven reveals that Lion belonged to Rose and that she kept a bunch of her stuff in there, including the sword, which Pearl just can't accept, only becoming more and more upset as she realizes that what Steven's telling her is true, and she really did have a secret Lion that she never told anyone about, even her. She then runs away, and Amethyst subtly reveals that this isn't the first time something like this has happened, and Steven decides to chase after her, trying to figure out why Pearl is so upset, asking if it's something he did. He tries to leap over to the floating little island that Pearl is on, but it doesn't go so well. He almost dies, but he recovers and manages to climb up, just in time to see Pearl reenact a scene from her and Rose's past. It seems like this is the conversation Pearl and Rose had right before starting the war for Earth. Rose saying she doesn't have to do this, and if she does, they'll be shattered if they lose or banished if they win. And Pearl says she'd never want to go home if it meant leaving Rose. Pearl then says she wonders if Rose can see her through Steven's eyes, and what would she think of her now? What would she think of the mess she is?
Well, I think you're pretty great.
Jesus, man, that line, it fucking gets me every time. I straight up teared up while recording this, I'm not joking. This is hands down one of my favorite episodes. I love it. Especially this end scene. It's just so heartbreaking. Seeing Pearl fall apart as she realizes there are secrets Rose kept from her, after feeling like for hundreds of years that she was the only one Rose would tell literally everything to, and I mean everything. God, that's just so sad, man. So yeah, one of my favorite episodes. No questions asked, no debate, definitely in the top 3. Now, let's move on to The Message. This episode reveals that the Wailing Stone the Gems have... Oh yeah, the Gems found this thing called a Wailing Stone that gyms used to use to communicate through long distances, I forgot to mention when it was introduced, is acting whack, as the cool kids say, making an extremely loud, ear-piercing noise, apparently because the message being sent is probably too complex for the stone to process. Thank you, Fawn. The gyms, per Steven's suggestion, take the stone to Greg, who tries to use his equipment to decipher the message, but it fails, until Steven realizes it's not audio, it's video. So Greg uses his equipment again, and this time it works. Turns out it's a message from Lapis. And turns out there's a gym heading for them, with tech unlike anything she's ever seen, and she's heading right for Earth, and right for Steven. And she begs and pleads with them to just not fight, which obviously they're not gonna obey, and they don't in The Return. This episode follows up on the previous, as a strange hand ship appears in the air, heading towards Earth. The gyms try to take it out, but even Rose's cannons are completely useless against it, which is fucking great, by the way. That is such a cool way to portray how much the stakes have ramped up, because originally one of these things was enough to just solve the issue of an early episode, but this entire just battalion of them isn't enough to even slow down the ship. That's such a great way to show how much of a threat this is. Eventually, the town decides to evacuate, Steven being forced to go with them, and as Steven and Greg drive out of town, Greg finally explains Rose and the gym's backstory, that they're aliens who invaded Earth and began killing it. Rose finally stood up to it, and well, right when it seemed like they won, something horrible happened that Rose could only save her close friends from with her shield. Steven, realizing that he has Rose's shield, manages to convince Greg to let him go back, so he does, right as the ship lands, revealing that it contains not only Lapis and Peridot, but also a new gem, Jasper, who seems very unimpressed with the crystal gems until Steven uses his shield to block a blast from the ship. Jasper is immediately invested because she recognizes the shield as Rose Quartz's shield. She leaps down and has a quick fight with Garnet, which ends with her destabilizing Garnet, which causes her to fall apart and poof in the most horrifying way imaginable. Jasper then explains that she was there at the first battle for Earth, and that she used to respect Rose, but obviously doesn't anymore. She then picks up Steven and knocks him out, and that's where the episode ends. I love this episode. Jasper's introduction is so perfectly menacing, and the fact that her destabilizer was enough to take out Garnet in one hit really shows how much of a threat Homeworld is. Since Garnet, from everything we've seen, is objectively the strongest crystal gem, but this tiny little wand thing is enough to just take her out. I love Jasper's design too. This like big, hulking, brutish design, and I honestly wish they kept the cape. I think it helped add to the fact that she was kind of like an elite, respected Homeworld, almost celebrity, because as we see, she is a bit of a legend on Homeworld. And honestly, I just think the cape also looks cool. The capes are just kind of cool. Now, let's move on to the season finale, Jailbreak. This is the episode that ruined me. I'm just gonna say that now. Steven wakes up in a cell on the ship and quickly discovers that the force field that's supposed to keep him in the cell doesn't work on him because he's half human, so he just walks out and searches around for the other crystal gems, and eventually he comes along a short red gem named Ruby. He lets her out, and she reveals that she's searching for another gem named Sapphire. While they're searching, they also come across Lapis, who's also in a cell, and Ruby just doesn't care about her, only wanting to find Sapphire, so she quickly runs off. Steven tries to help Lapis out, but Lapis demands Steven not help because it's useless to fight Homeworld, so Steven has to leave and goes to try and find Ruby, promising to come back for Lapis. He can't find Ruby, but he does have a very close call with Peridot and Jasper, Peridot mentioning that they came here to check on something called the cluster, but Jasper says that the cluster can go fuck itself because rose quartz is priority. And after they walk off, Steven finds Sapphire, who very quickly finds Ruby. It's revealed that they're a couple, they embrace, and... That's right. Garnet's a fusion. This twist blew my fucking mind back then. It's so fucking awesome. It also makes watching some previous episodes way more interesting, like Alone Together.
To perform fusion right away, Stephen.
Yeah, it's really hard, even for us.
Not for me.
Where Garnet is super hyped about Stevani, or in Fusion Cuisine, where you can very briefly see Ruby and Sapphire after Alexandrite falls apart. I just love little details like that. It makes rewatching the show way more fun. Now, back to the episode. Garnet hears Jasper coming and tells Steven to find the others, with the help of her future vision. Once Steven is gone, Garnet and Jasper have their second confrontation. Jasper revealing that she hates fusion, seeing it as a cheap tactic to make weak gems stronger. But Garnet disagrees and sings what is quite possibly the most iconic song from the show, Stronger Than You, and I, to this day, can cite this entire song from memory. It's amazing. And the fight scene as well is just great. It's all just... it's amazing. I want to chew on it. After Garnet throws Jasper into the ship's engine, core, whatever this thing is, it crashes back into the beach and it seems like they won. But then, nope, Jasper and Lapis survived, and Jasper, despite what she just said like 5 minutes ago about fusion, asks Lapis to fuse with her, so they can both take revenge on this planet and the crystal gems. Much to Steven's dismay, Lapis agrees, and they fuse into Malachite, who looks fucking terrifying. But luckily she doesn't do much, as Lapis reveals it was all a trick to trap Jasper at the bottom of the ocean.
Let's stay on this miserable planet together!
Unfortunate, but this episode fucking rules, man. Legit, this episode ruined me. I liked the show before, but this episode made me into a true blue fanboy. I could not wait for season 2. This episode and season as a whole showed me how much more shows could be. It was the first time I remember really being invested in a show's story, being on the edge of my seat, waiting for what was coming next. And I'm gonna guess you can see why. I think this episode had it all: drama, action, a huge plot twist, and an amazing song. All of it came together to make an episode that made me into the biggest Steven Universe fanboy you'd ever see this side of the Mississippi. So, overall, Steven Universe had a fucking great start, in my opinion. A lot of people complain that the first season is just too long and suggest people just skip immediately to the message, but that's such a flawed way to watch and view the show. The point of the season is to introduce you to this world and its characters, human and Jim, and slowly ramp up the stakes as it goes on. By the end, you're pretty familiar with them and probably invested in these characters. It feels like such a lousy way to watch the show. Yeah, these other episodes may not be action-packed and filled with lore, but they help you get to know the characters. It feels so boring to just skip most of the more low-stakes episodes that get you acquainted with everyone in this world. So, this may be a hot take to some, but I love the first season of Steven Universe. From beginning to end, it's great. Even though there are a few stinkers in there, I guess. And, of course, its finale completely changed the course of my life. So, let's move on to... Alright, we're done with that nearly 50 episode season. Jesus fucking Christ. The rest of the seasons, thankfully, are pretty standard length, so we won't have to deal with that again, and we hopefully will not have to have another 5-hour video. Anyway, this season starts with full disclosure. When I was younger, I used to not like this episode, but I don't know what the fuck I was on back then, because this episode's great. In this episode, Steven struggles to speak with Connie and explain what happened last season. He's even worried about continuing his friendship with Connie out of fear of her getting hurt by all the gyms that, apparently want him dead. Eventually, though, Connie finally confronts him in person, and he can't actually go through with breaking up their friendship, and they stay friends, promising to be in this together. I think the reason I didn't like this episode as a kid is because it's not super action-packed like Jailbreak. It's more slow-paced and about Steven and Connie's relationship. I was just a kid, I just wanted to see the cool big aliens fight each other. But nowadays, I care way more about characters and their dynamics than just action. Some of my favorite scenes from films and TV can be summed up as two people just talking with each other, sometimes just one person talking to themselves. So this episode is way more appealing to me now. Anyway, yeah, it's great. I like it. And the song is pretty good. Now, let's move on to Joyride. This episode follows Steven and the Crystal Gems cleaning up the remnants of Jasper's ship. The cool kids ask Steven to hang out, but he says he can't, but they see that he could really use a break, so they help him sneak out at night and go on a drive where everyone just kinda vents about their issues. And Steven's...
And then I found out that the gems are alien rebels and that there are other gems out in space that want us dead because they think we're traitors. And they tried to take me hostage because they think I'm my mom. And maybe I kinda am? I wish I could talk to Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl about it, but I think they kinda blame me for my mom not being around.
Yeah, they're kinda the heaviest. No time to linger on that, though, as they come across Peridot's escape pod. I remember after Jailbreak aired, it was a really big theory that Peridot landed in Canada because when she got shot out of the ship, it did kind of look like her pod was going towards Canada. And some people were saying that Season 2, we would see Peridot's escapades in Canada, which would have been really funny, but no, it just landed near Beach City. What a coincidence. Anyway, back on topic. They come across Peridot's escape pod, and Steven is very obviously wary of it, but the cool kids encourage him to loosen up, so they take some photos of Steven inside it, and he accidentally reactivates it. And of course, like any responsible person, Steven immediately starts fucking around with it, until he accidentally activates some automatic attack mode that nearly fucking kills the cool kids. But luckily, the gyms are here. Oh, the gyms are here. Yeah, because the window on it was blacked out when he activated this mode, the gyms don't realize this is Steven and nearly send him into the stratosphere before Kiki finally tells them what's going on. They let him out and absolutely drill into him before Kiki and the cool kids argue with him, pointing out how much stress this kid is under and how he deserves a break and to have some fun, even if this time it kinda went south. The gyms actually agree, and he's ungrounded from TV. Yippee! This episode is really sweet, especially the ending where the cool kids stand up for him. Again, I like that the cool kids aren't at all what you'd expect. They aren't some prissy loser bullies. They're just cool kids. And that's nice. Now, let's talk about the greatest piece of fiction to ever be written by a mortal hand. Say Uncle. Believe it or not, this used to be one of the most hated episodes of the show. It follows Steven being visited by the strongest character in fiction, Uncle Grandpa, of the cartoon Uncle Grandpa. Basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've never watched the show, Uncle Grandpa is an all-powerful chaos god who uses his powers to help kids around the world. And Steven is that lucky kid today. But don't worry though.
None of this is canon. But this is...
So, Uncle Grandpa decides he's gonna try and help Steven summon his shield through brute force, like a rocket launcher, a bazooka, and other such weaponry. Eventually, the Crystal Gems come to the conclusion that Uncle Grandpa is dangerous, so they decide they're gonna fucking kill him. But it's okay though, because Uncle Grandpa traps the gems in a white void, which very clearly takes a toll on them while he takes Steven into his show, where he meets Pizza Steve, Giant Realistic Flying Tiger, and Mr. Gus, who's a huge Steven Universe fan, and he even has a gym Sona. Eventually, the Crystal Gems escape the white void and try to attack Uncle Grandpa, who is back on the beach with Steven somehow. But before they can deal the killing blow, Steven summons his shield. Yes, this is the episode where Steven learns to summon his shield consistently, though one could argue that this technically happened in the return, since this episode isn't canon. But anyway, Steven gives a speech about giving people a chance even if they're weird, and the gems apologize. Uncle Grandpa then takes his leave and checks Steven off his list. So like, can you guess why people hated this episode? This episode is really the black sheep of the series. It's the only crossover in the Steven Universe's entire run, and with such a different show too. But dare I say, that's the fun of a crossover. And this episode may not have the most intriguing and deep plot, but it's fucking hilarious. My favorite scene is probably with the crystal gems stuck in the white void.
We'll never escape! This is our new home!
Pearl, you're overreacting.
I'm not overreacting!
Also, I think the ending is meant to kind of be a parody of Steven Universe's typical formula at the time, because the chimps attacked Uncle Grandpa because it looked like he was going to get Steven killed. And then they randomly pull out a message about not judging people based on their appearance and their weird behavior. But I'm just being goofy. This episode's fine. Funnily enough, this episode was actually, from what I gathered, supposed to air before the return last season, but some complications came up and they had to move it to the next season. And I think it would be way funnier if this aired right before the return, but it's still hilarious. Now let's move on to Story for Steven. This episode tells the story about how Greg and Rose met. She was apparently the only one to attend his concert at Beach City and vanished before he could give her a free t-shirt. His manager, Marty, chews him out for giving out anything for free, but Greg still follows her all the way to the temple, meeting the other crystal gems who are a little more hostile towards a human than usual, until Rose tells them to leave him alone and explains that she knows him, and he finally gives her the free t-shirt. But before he can sing for her, he's got to quickly go meet with Marty, since they're going to be heading to Empire City. But as they're on their way, Greg can't stop thinking about Rose until he demands Marty get out of his van so he can turn around and go back. Rose initially tells him to go away so he can follow his dreams, but Greg says that all he wants is Rose, and so they become a couple, much to Pearl's displeasure. And yeah, that's how they met. This episode is really adorable, and both the songs are really fun. I actually like seeing how Rose and Greg interacted. We only had that very briefly in Lion 3, and that was more meant for Steven. Not much about their relationship was shown there, but here we get to see it a bit more, and it's adorable. Now let's move on to Reformed. This episode follows Garnet, Steven, and Amethyst venturing into Amethyst's room to find the Slinker, a creature that's apparently been sneaking around the temple for a bit, and has made a home in Amethyst's room. While they're searching for it, Amethyst ends up getting poofed. And unlike Pearl, who took 2 weeks to come back, Amethyst is back in under a minute. And she's got 4 feet now because she rushed her reformation, which Garnet gets onto her for, saying Pearl takes much more care into her reformations. Amethyst doesn't like this comparison, and after she's poofed by the Slinker again, she decides to come back looking like Pearl, which obviously doesn't make Garnet very happy, saying that a form and behavior like this affects the strength of the team, which she sees as Garnet saying she's weak and needs to be stronger. And after she's poofed yet again, she comes back with the anchor arm from SpongeBob, and gets very frustrated when Garnet still isn't pleased. So she decides to prove her strength by going after the Slinker herself. She finds it and starts fighting it, and when she starts losing, she begs Garnet to tell her what to reform as, and Garnet says that's something only she can figure out. But she doesn't want to, because Amethyst doesn't like thinking about herself, and when Steven calls that out, she's poofed one last time, and she finally takes her time with her reformation. And by taking her time, I mean 4 hours, which in comparison is quite a bit of time, but when those 4 hours are up, she finally reforms, and she's got a new redesign, which, as Steven says, is barely different, but it's what Amethyst decided on, so Garnet and Pearl love it. I really like this episode and how it explores Amethyst's insecurities, which will be a big part of her character as we go on. I also love the gag that the goofy BuzzFeed-style test Steven keeps trying to get Amethyst to take gets, uncomfortably personal. Now, let's move on to Sworn to the Sword. This is one of my favorite episodes of the show. I hope you'll see why. I put it right up there with Rose's scabbard. Can you tell who my favorite character is? So, this episode follows Connie and Steven going to Pearl asking her to give Connie sword fighting lessons. So next time gyms come, Connie isn't just a burden. She can fight alongside Steven. So, Pearl agrees and they go to this ruined training arena. Pearl sings a song called Do It For Her as she trains Connie and implants a very intense mindset into her. That being that only Steven matters on the battlefield and that Connie doesn't matter at all, which makes Steven very uncomfortable. And we later learn from Garnet that this was basically the same mindset Pearl had during the war. She basically throw herself at any danger or enemy that stood in Rose's way with no care for herself at all, and because she's a gem, she could come back. However, Connie, can't do that. So Steven rushes to interfere with Connie's big test and luckily manages to convince her that she does matter and they can fight together. Though when Pearl finds them, she doesn't agree at all. They get into a physical and verbal fight with Pearl, insisting that Steven is just too important to be in the battlefield. And when Steven argues,
"Why won't you just let me do this for you, Rose?"
oof. But don't worry, they make up with Pearl quickly, as she understands how much they care about each other and agrees to train them both. Yeah, this episode is great, just like I said. I love how it explores Pearl's toxic mindset, that she doesn't matter. Caring about someone so much that you neglect yourself isn't an admirable trait to have, it's harmful to that person and yourself. And just like Giant Woman and Stronger Than You, I know all the words to Do It For Her by heart. Now, let's move on to Keeping It Together, which follows the Crystal Gems journeying back to the kindergarten, thinking Peridot is sure to come back there too. And wouldn't you know...
Yeah!
Are the other ones with you?
Yep, they find her and try to take her out. Though, unfortunately, she took lessons from Astif movie and just says screw gravity. They knock her down, but she still manages to fly away. Pearl and Amethyst give chase, while Steven and Garnet decide to investigate what she was up to. They go back to that strange underground base, and while they do, Steven is repeatedly asking Garnet what it's like to be fused, but he doesn't get much answers before they enter that old computer base from before. They look around for a bit and discover these weird capsules that are filled with... Oh. Yeah, these are gem shards that have been forcefully fused together, creating really freaking looking creatures. And while they're scary to me and most children who watch this episode, nobody is more disturbed than Garnet, who's absolutely disgusted and appalled by the sight of forced fusion, so much so she starts to literally fall apart. Eventually, though, she manages to pull herself together and defeat these experiments. I really like this scene afterwards, where Garnet basically argues with herself, Ruby and Sapphire discussing this horrifying discovery. A fun detail in this show is that the less stable a fusion is, the more they talk like two people sharing a body, as opposed to just a singular being when they're stable. Eventually, Steven snaps Garnet out of it, and Pearl and Amethyst join them, revealing that Peridot escaped. Garnet then says they have to poof all the experiments, not a single one can escape. And the ending has Garnet and Steven doing laundry while discussing what it's like to be fused all the time, and it's really sweet. I think this episode is lovely, and Estelle has some pretty great voice acting here. I see a lot of people claim that Estelle is like terrible and only got hired because she's a popular singer, when I think that's just said because there's a stigma against celebrity voice actors in animation. A lot of films and TV shows will hire celebrities for just no reason other than they are celebrities. It's led people to just hate any and all celebrity castings regardless of their actual performance quality. A celebrity playing a character is not inherently bad if they can voice act well and fit the character. I really don't see the issue with that. Estelle fits Garnet pretty well, and I can't recall any time she had like abysmal delivery or anything. She sounds perfectly fine. Great most of the time, in fact. Now, let's move on to We Need to Talk. Greg is shocked to discover that Connie and Steven can fuse, and trying to relate to them, tells them his own fusion story. We learn that in an attempt to show up Greg and make him jealous, Pearl fused with Rose, creating rainbow quartz. Pearl explains what this is to him, which does in fact make him jealous, so mission accomplished there. This makes Greg dedicated to fusing with Rose, even though he's told it's literally physical impossible as he does not have a body of light, but somehow being half-human makes it possible. Sorry, I'll stop. But he tries anyway, and it doesn't work. And Rose laughs at his attempt, which upsets Greg and causes him to snap at her. And this is where they discuss their relationship. That they're both extremely different people, that they both had past loves, but that Rose doesn't really know what it's like to be in love with other humans. Greg says that it's like torture, and that this relationship is like torture. But he also doesn't want it to end. They both then realize they have one thing in common, they're confused, and so they keep dancing. This episode is adorable. I love the scene with Greg snapping at Rose and then them discussing their relationship. I also love the comeuppance Pearl gets, not understanding why they're happy when Greg and Rose didn't fuse. Pearl in general is just a complete dick to Greg in all these flashbacks. Like, I get why she's like that, considering the fact that Rose fell in love with someone other than her when Pearl basically dedicated her whole life to Rose. But still, let's move on to Chili Tid. This episode follows the Gems absolutely exhausted after looking for Malachite for days on end. So Garnet tells Steven and the Gems to have a sleepover, and Steven has to teach the Gems, well, he has to teach Pearl how to sleep. And when he falls asleep himself, he begins having very freaky dreams about Lapis. Eventually, in one of these dreams, it feels like less of a dream, more like he's really talking with Lapis, who says she's using the weight of the world's ocean to keep Jasper down, which, as you can guess, is exhausting. Eventually, Jasper also shows up to say hi. Lapis then tells Steven to stay away and that they're just Malachite now. Steven wakes up, and Garnet returns and comforts him before they all go to sleep. I really like the visuals in this episode. That visual with water pouring from Lapis's face is just so freaky, I love it. So is the weird laughing face that appears right before he meets Lapis again. So yeah, this episode is pretty alright. It's got some great visuals in there. Now, let's move on to Cry for Help. Oh dear. Okay, so remember that one tower that Sugilite destroyed a while ago? Turns out Peridot has repaired it, and is trying to broadcast a message to Homeworld to send her someone to rescue her. The Gems debate how to deal with it, and decide that instead of Amethyst and Garnet fusing, it should be Pearl and Garnet. And together, they form Sardonyx, who's a larger-than-life performer with a British accent, somehow. And she delicately deconstructs the tower instead of dangerously demolishing it. Clearly, all the talk about Sugilite makes Amethyst feel guilty, and it's only made worse by the fact that Peridot rebuilt the tower. Again, and again, and again, and again. Soon, Amethyst and Steven get the idea to stake out the tower so they can stop Peridot and make it up to Garnet. But then they discover that Pearl's been the one repairing the tower, specifically so she can get Garnet to fuse with her. The next time they go there, they call her out, which obviously upsets Garnet extremely. She then fuses with Amethyst to just smash the tower, which honestly is what they should have done from the beginning, since that would definitely prevent it from being rebuilt as easily, but obviously more importantly, it means that Pearl just can't rebuild it again. Afterwards, things are still extremely tense around the temple, and we see more of this tension in the next episode. Keystone Motel. Greg shows up offering to take Steven on a road trip to get a brush from a guy in Keystone. Yeah, the Keystone State. You know, the state named Keystone? And Garnet decides to go as well, and so they head off to the Keystone State, eventually arriving at the Keystone Motel, and once Greg leaves, Garnet splits up. Ruby and Sapphire argue about whether or not they should forgive Pearl, or just hold a grudge forever. Ruby obviously being the angry one on the side of holding a grudge. Sapphire, however, just wants to forgive Pearl and move past it all. Steven keeps trying to reason with them, but Ruby refuses to listen at all, and Sapphire just tries to act above it all. But hey, at least Greg returns with pizza.
Square pizza? What's wrong with this crazy state?
Eventually, this all culminates in a diner the next day, where Ruby goes absolutely ballistic. This causes Steven to snap at them, asking why they're so upset before wondering if it's because of him. God, that's sad. Ruby and Sapphire assure him that it's not his fault, and then talk about each other. Ruby saying she just wanted to be angry, and Sapphire saying that she's acted so above it all because she saw the future where everyone's happy but didn't take everyone's present feelings into account. Soon, Ruby and Sapphire make up and fuse again, and she actually talks to Pearl. I mean, it's just her saying she doesn't want to talk, but hey, progress. I really like this episode, especially Steven wondering if everything is happening because of him. I feel like a lot of kids wonder that when their parents have a big fight. I know I used to feel like that when my parents argued, but enough about that. This is a YouTube video, not a therapist's office. There's actually something else I want to mention about this episode. Did you know the Keystone Motel is actually based directly off a real motel in Pennsylvania? Get it? The state is named Keystone because Pennsylvania is the Keystone State. Originally, this was just a neat little Easter egg for anyone who had been to the motel before, I guess, until Steven Universe fans began leaving joke reviews on the real Keystone Motel, which, okay, they are kind of funny, but also that's a massive dick move, especially since most of them were negative, and that directly affects their business. It actually got to a point where 2 members of the Steven Universe crew had to comment on it, both of them basically saying to not do that. And I feel the same way. It was kind of funny, but I feel like if you're gonna leave like a joke review on something, make it positive even if the review itself is negative. You know, like leave, I don't know, 4 stars or something, because it's just kind of a dick move to actually leave a 1-star review. Anyway, off my soapbox now. I just thought that was a funny thing worth mentioning. Now let's move on to friendship, which opens with Pearl fucking up another chance to catch Peridot in an attempt to get on Garnet's good side again. So, she immediately tracks down Peridot again. She's apparently now hiding out in a very, very old gym spaceship, one so old that it was made before they had warp pads, and when the gems go inside the ship, they're locked in, and Peridot reveals that despite what they theorized, she's not using it to escape, she's using it as a trap to kill them. Pearl freaks out and immediately attacks an obvious hologram of Peridot, which infuriates Garnet since, like, it's obviously a trap, but Pearl says she has to do something to make it up to Garnet. Also, one of my favorite details here is that Pearl's first strike was right at Peridot's gym. She was trying to fucking shatter her. Anywho, Pearl and Garnet fall into a trap door, but Amethyst manages to save Steven, while Garnet and Pearl are trapped in a room that's slowly closing in to crush them. But hey, this finally gets them to talk to each other. Pearl explaining that she did what she did because she's just a Pearl, that no matter how hard she tries to be strong, she feels like she's weak and needs someone to tell her what to do. Garnet assures her that not only is Pearl strong, but Garnet isn't as strong as Pearl seems to think. In fact, sometimes she looks to Pearl and finds herself inspired by her, and they make up and fuse to escape, and then attack Peridot, who has to detach her foot to escape this time. But hey, they've made progress. Next time they'll be 1 step ahead of Peridot. They've also made progress in repairing the broken trust between Garnet and Pearl, so that's nice. Now let's move on to Nightmare Hospital. Oh hey, another episode that fucking traumatized me. This episode is right up there with Frybo in its infamy for giving children nightmares. The plot is basically that Connie's mom discovers that she has a sword and confiscates it. Steven, needing it back since it's his mom's sword and everything, decides to follow her to the hospital along with Connie, where she's operating on very strange patients. They try to steal the sword, but they're spotted and scolded by Connie's mom and discover that her new patients are actually just a bunch of gem mutants. And as they're cornered and surrounded by them, only being protected by Steven's bubble, Connie finally tells the truth, that she's training to use the sword, that there's a bunch of aliens that they might have to fight, even that she doesn't need glasses anymore.
What? Your eyesight just magically got better? Yes!
She then yanks the sword away from her mom and helps Steven poof the gem mutants. Mrs. Maheshwaran then reluctantly decides to let Connie continue her training. Honestly, I remember her being way worse than she actually is. I don't know why. But honestly, while being pretty protective, she's honestly not that bad. Feels like most parents would react this way if they found their daughter with a massive fucking sword. So, yeah, this is a nice episode. I think the ending is pretty good. Would be traumatized again. Now, let's move on to Catch and Release. This episode opens with Peridot kidnapping Steven and forcing him to fix the homeworld warp. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, and she's then attacked by the crystal gems. Right before being poofed, she says she's the only one who knows about something, but she's poofed before she can, finish her sentence. While the gems say she was just desperate and was going to say anything to avoid being poofed, Steven is really shaken up by what she said and decides to let her out of her bubble.
Cluster, you insufferable half-formed traitor megaclods!
Yep, that's right. Peridot is actually really short.
You're like an angry little slice of pie.
Personally, I prefer an angry green Dorito, but to each their own. Anywho, after calming down for a sec, Peridot explains that she's here to check the progress on something called the cluster, but she doesn't elaborate before making her grand escape.
Freedom is mine!
Okay, so she hides in the bathroom, and Steven explains what's going on and what she said. So the gems attempt to interrogate her, but it doesn't go well. In the end, Steven offers an olive branch in the form of her limb enhancers, or rather just the foot of her limb enhancers, which seems satisfactory for now. This episode is really fun. I remember the fandom blowing up after this episode dropped. Everyone went absolutely insane for Peridot and the fact that she was actually just a short little goober. I've seen some people who are upset that she wasn't just a straight villain, saying they made her into an ooh-woo small bean. And, okay, the fan base really did that, but the show itself, didn't. She was just kind of a weirdo who didn't understand social cues and was a bit of a brat, and honestly, I can relate to those first two things. But anyway, I don't think this ruins her character like some people say it does, but who knows, maybe that comes later. I know it doesn't, but I'm just saying it for the structure of the video. Speaking of later, when it rains. This episode follows Steven being left by the gems to keep an eye on Peridot while they're out, and she's still not giving up any information about the cluster. But when a thunderstorm starts, she freaks the fuck out and thinks it's the cluster. So, Steven has to explain what rain and lightning and thunder are. I really love this scene of Peridot going out in the rain for the first time. It's really sweet. After learning of Steven's clear intellect, she offers to tell him about the cluster, taking him back to her lab, whatever, at the kindergarten, revealing that the cluster is apparently a massive cluster of gem shards in the Earth's core that are all fused together, and when they form, it'll destroy the Earth. Obviously, that wouldn't be very good. It definitely would ruin my weekend, I won't lie. And Steven finally manages to convince Peridot to tell the gems, which she does in Back to the Barn. Here, Peridot explains what the cluster is with Steven's help, and says the only way they could really stop it is with a really big drill to just destroy it. So they go back to the barn to make one. But Peridot, after learning she's going to be working with Pearl, isn't too happy. Peridot reveals that pearls are the lowest in the gem hierarchy, basically just being slaves. This obviously makes Pearl extremely upset, and so they decide to have a competition to see who's smarter, by building robots and having competitions to see whose robot is better. While the robots have their own strengths and weaknesses shown in each competition, overall the score is pretty tied. Steven saying that means they're both equally smart, and thus should both lead work on the drill equally. Peridot doesn't accept this, despising the idea of being equal to a Pearl, so she decides they should just fucking fight. And while Pearl gets some good licks in the end, Peridot wins and expects to be praised, only for everyone to help Pearl and congratulate her, which completely confounds her as she realizes that being a bigoted ass and beating people up won't make them like or respect her. Now, let's move on to Too Far. This episode opens up with Peridot being put on a leash by Garnet, so she can't cause too much trouble or bug them too much. While on said leash, Amethyst finds Peridot's names for Earth objects and even just body parts absolutely hilarious.
These touch stumps.
This?
Gravity connectors.
This?
That's your butt!
After Amethyst has had her fun with her, Peridot then proposes that for the drill head, they just take a drill from the kindergarten, to which Garnet tasks Steve and Amethyst with going with her to the kindergarten to keep an eye on her. And so they do, and Amethyst keeps finding the things Peridot says absolutely hilarious, and Peridot gets a little too caught up in it and starts making fun of Amethyst, calling her a defective, explaining that she's actually supposed to be a much taller soldier, which obviously hurts Amethyst's feelings a little and causes her to cut the trip short and get the drill very aggressively. Accidentally being rude and offensive towards someone in an attempt to seem normal and fit in? Ouch! Ooh, that kinda hit a bit too close to home there. Anyway, afterwards, Peridot doesn't really understand what she did wrong until Steven explains it to her. She then saves Amethyst from a runaway drill.
Peridot?
This made Peridot and Amethyst a very popular ship, as I'm sure you can imagine. Anywho, after that, Peridot apologizes for hurting Amethyst's feelings, and that makes Amethyst feel a little better. Hooray! So yeah, I really like this episode. It was pretty good. And, you know, Peridot trying to be funny and ending up just kind of being a dick and offending someone, as I said before, hit a bit too close to home for me. Now, let's move on to the answer. Ooh, yes. In this episode, to celebrate Steven's birthday, Garnet tells Steven the story of how Ruby and Sapphire met. Apparently, Sapphire was sent to Earth with a squad of Rubies to make a prediction about what will happen with the recent rebellion, saying that apparently 3 of the 4 Rubies sent with her will be poofed, along with Sapphire, and then Rose and Pearl will be captured, ending the rebellion. Then the attack happens just as she described, well, until Ruby sees Sapphire about to be poofed and runs in to save her. They accidentally fuse, which everyone is appalled with, as apparently the fusion of 2 different gems is completely unheard of. Blue Diamond is also furious, not only because of that, but also because Sapphire's prediction didn't come true, and Rose and Pearl escaped. So, she decides to shatter Ruby. But Sapphire doesn't let this happen, and takes Ruby's hand, dashing off this floating island and leaping down to Earth's surface. Afterwards, we see Sapphire and Ruby discuss what just happened, and then explore the Earth while bonding and falling in love, eventually deciding to fuse again, on purpose this time. And with that, Garnet is back.
And then I fell.
She then meets Pearl and Rose Quartz, who is enamored with them, telling them to never question who they are, that they're already the answer. And what's that answer? Love. Nyah. This episode is absolutely adorable. It's really another one of my favorites. I'm just a sucker for cute love stories. Fun fact, by the way, this episode was actually adapted into a children's book with an art style that I absolutely love. Now, let's move on to Steven's birthday. In this episode, Steven celebrates his birthday. Connie is shocked to discover that Steven is actually older than her. He's 14 and she's 13. After realizing this, Steven begins realizing that maybe he's not acting or looking his age, so he decides to shapeshift himself to look taller, claiming he got a sudden growth spurt. But, as we've seen before, Steven's shapeshifting can result in issues, and this situation is no different, as he slowly becomes more and more tired as he holds this form until he finally cracks and turns into a baby and begins crying. The gems try to calm him down but are unsuccessful. Greg decides to take him on a drive with Connie, and Connie assures Steven that it's fine and it doesn't matter if he doesn't really age like a normal human, which finally causes him to return to his normal age. So that's sweet. I really don't have much else to say about this episode. It's just kind of a wholesome little breather episode. But it did remind me of Steven after not surviving. This is a completely unrelated tangent, but I just want to mention it. Basically, there's this shitpost creepypasta / theory that Steven's gem gave him cancer and caused him to slowly die, and when he finally did die, he woke up as Sans in Undertale, and he gave himself the name Sans because it stands for Stephen After Not Surviving, which is just absolutely beautiful writing right there. This theory was basically just made, I think, to just make fun of the whole Sans' Ness meme that was going around for a while. Again, this has nothing to do with anything, but I just really wanted to mention this somewhere, and I thought this was a good point because I'm pretty sure the creepypasta theory says that either this episode or Too Many Birthdays was originally gonna be the Stephen After Not Surviving episode, or at least the plot is also about Stephen's birthday, I think. Now that that's out of the way, let's move on. The next episode is It Could Have Been Great, which opens up with Peridot learning about relaxing and singing, and even making her own song, which is adorable. After which, she reveals that the gems need to find the coordinates for the cluster, and the only place they can find that information is on
The moon! Yes, Stephen, the moon.
So they go to the moon, and Stephen asks about some murals on the wall, and it's here we finally learn about the diamonds, who are the gem matriarchs who rule over Homeworld. The Diamond Authority consists of blue, yellow, who's Peridot's diamond, pink, and lastly, white, all of whom we will learn much more about as the series goes on. Anywho, they find the base's computer and locate the cluster. Mission accomplished. Unfortunately, though, Peridot also looks at Homeworld's plans for Earth and, well, talks about how amazing it looks, how hollowing out and colonizing the Earth would have done wonders for their empire, which obviously pisses the gems off. The final straw, though, is when she directly insults Rose Quartz, causing Garnet to nearly just fucking deck her before just smashing the console instead. And as they leave, Stephen notices Peridot took something. Okay, so here's something else that has always bothered me. Canonically, gems can store things in their gems, so why don't more gems do that? We only ever really see Pearl do it at all, which may lead some to think that it's just something she can do. But no, we see other gems do it every now and then. Why does Peridot hide the communication device behind her back when she could easily just put it in her gem? Obviously, I know why from a meta perspective. If she did that, Stephen wouldn't have noticed, but still, why is it so rare for other gems to store things in their gem? My favorite theory is one I found on Reddit, where someone asked this exact question. A commenter suggested that gems have a limited amount of space in their gems, and pearls, being servants, have the most. Still doesn't explain why Peridot didn't do it. I doubt that thing took up that much space, but still a decent little theory. Now, let's move on to Message Received. This episode picks up after the last one, with Stephen being extremely suspicious of Peridot bringing her into an old truck to ask her about the diamonds. In reality, though, it's a trap to steal the device and lock her in the truck. After a bit of interrogation, Peridot reveals that it's a direct line to the diamonds, so of course, all the gems feel betrayed since, well, this is a betrayal. And Stephen feels the worst, starting to doubt his core value in believing that everyone can change. But before he can sulk too much, Perry escapes with her robot and takes the communicator back. And while it's a difficult chase, Peridot manages to finally contact Yellow Diamond, and she has an amazing introduction. I love it. She's so perfectly menacing and coldly professional in her behavior. Peridot tries to explain what happened and lies, claiming she just fucked up the landing of her ship, and then makes her big proposal to Yellow Diamond. That being that the clusters should be terminated, and instead Earth should be preserved, which Yellow Diamond has no interest in, telling Peridot to shut the fuck up, and to just do as she told, to which Peridot refuses, saying that Earth is beautiful and worth protecting, and finally, she says this to Yellow Diamond.
What do you know about the Earth?
Apparently more than you clod!
This face would be a meme for so long. Anyway, now that she's officially just absolutely roasted a diamond, that means she's a crystal gem now, whether she likes it or not. To be honest though, I am curious what would change if Steven didn't notice the communicator. Would the gems not be there to give Peridot any pause and she'd just do what Yellow said? Or would the conversation go much the same, and instead she'd just have to confess to what happened after the fact if she wasn't fucking blown up by the remote explosive? Either way, this episode is great, and the season ends with log date 7152. This is an interesting way to end the season, but I dig it. It's kinda like an epilogue to the season. Steven finds Peridot completely breaking down about recent events, and notices that Garnet and Peridot seem to be getting along rather well, as Garnet just casually comes in to comfort her. To figure out how this happened, Steven sneaks a listen to Peridot's audio diary, where we get to see a bunch of snippets of her time with the crystal gems, like when she decided to figure out if all humans can fly like a ladybug. Her trying on shorts, which everyone ever made fan art of at the time. Steven giving her cans to replace her limb enhancers, and her not understanding jokes. Oh, and also Steven gets Peridot into a show called Camp Pining Hearts, to which she becomes a massive shipper making essays and diagrams to explain her ships. I remember when I saw this episode, I was like, haha, funny cartoon alien, people in real life aren't like this, and then I became way more active online, and I realized that shipping discourse is way more intense than this. Anywho, we learned that Peridot came to like Pearl and Amethyst quite a bit, but never really got Garnet. So to try and help her understand, one night Garnet offers to fuse with her, but Peridot is not only anxious the whole time, but gets cold feet at the last second. Despite that, Garnet says that she's proud of her because she made an effort to understand her, and then explains it using Peridot's special interest.
I'm Percy and Pierre.
Oh!
Steven then discovers Garnet recorded a message telling him to give the tape recorder back to Peridot, so he does, and they both give her a thumbs up. Aww. This episode is an unexpected but very sweet way to end the season. Again, it's like an epilogue, and it's both pretty funny and adorable at the end there. Something I'm noticing from people who like the show and don't like it, there's a part of the show that's really not mentioned much. Steven Universe is genuinely really funny. Like, there's genuinely just some really good jokes here, and I really don't see anyone talk about the comedy. People who don't like it will just criticize the story, talk about parts they didn't like or that made no sense. People who like it will just praise the story and talk about what they love about it. No one really talks about the humor all that much, besides like one or two jokes. So you know what? I'm saying it. Steven Universe is a really funny show. And overall, this season was excellent. There's a few duds I decided not to cover, like Ronaldo's episode, because I fucking hate Ronaldo, and everything he stands for, but still, a lovely season. And Peridot is a really fun addition to the cast, and the cluster, along with Malachite, are two great ways to keep an overhanging tension in the background. I'm curious when the whole filler problem will come up, because the biggest complaint about Steven Universe, the one you hear everywhere from people who like the show and people who really hate it, is that there's just too much filler. Filler everywhere. So I'm curious when that, starts, because so far, it hasn't happened yet, at least from my perspective, and I hope it doesn't start as we move on to Season 3. Season 3 starts with Super Watermelon Island. This episode follows Steven waking up on Mask Island, having possessed a Watermelon Steven somehow. Yeah, remember them? Turns out they have a lovely little community on Mask Island, where they farm, trade, and always follow the example of Steven Jr. And they also sacrifice Steven to Malachite. Yeah, that took a turn. Anywho, Steven wakes up in his own body, thankfully, and tells everyone about what happened. The Gems decide to go to Mask Island to fight Malachite.
To the nearest warp pad!
To the nearest warp pad!
And Steven, despite what they said, decides to help by taking over another Watermelon Steven. Soon, Malachite breaks free, and the Gems arrive, forming Alexandrite to fight her. But it's not enough. So Steven gives a beautiful speech to encourage the watermelons to take up arms and fight for their home. Truly breathtaking. Anyway, the combined efforts of the watermelons and Alexandrite eventually wear her down, and with the fucking best one-liner in the show,
You two should spend some time apart.
Alexandrite defeats her. Unfortunately, though, right as they do, the cluster begins emerging, Jasper falling out of Alexandrite's hands, her fate ambiguous. The gems then tell Steven that him and Peridot will have to destroy the cluster without them, since the island's warpad was destroyed in the fight. And so, it ends with Steven leaving the watermelon's body. I remember when this episode came out, it was a huge theory that Jasper's gem was cracked, because her face is very suspiciously hidden. Looking back at this now, it is really weird that her face was obscured, because she's not cracked, or anything like that, as you'll soon see. Now, let's move on to Gem Drill. This episode opens with Steven waking up and Peridot quickly rushing him into the drill to go to destroy the cluster. This episode is interesting, as a good deal of it is just Peridot and Steven talking while sitting in the drill. They talk about the cluster and the other gem experiments, and about how they can't really do anything for them because they're just kinda mindless creatures searching for the rest of their gems. Eventually, they reach the cluster, and Steven begins violently reacting to something. Also, the gem drill slowly falls apart. Eventually, Steven seems to pass out, and while he's out, he starts communicating with the cluster, who, while a hodgepodge of minds, is dead set on one thing: forming to become whole. Steven, however, manages to convince it that it doesn't need to form. All the gems here can just talk with each other and hang out. And it seems on board with this idea, but also can't stop itself now from forming. So Steven wakes up, and with the cluster itself helping, Steven manages to bubble the entire thing. Steven and Peridot then return to the barn and tell the gems what happened, and how the cluster is now safe and happy? This episode is nice. I like how the first half is just kind of Peridot and Steven hanging out, then it suddenly starts to get super freaky when Steven talks with the cluster. Also, fun fact, the cluster is the first gem voiced by a male, as it has multiple voice actors, one of which is Zach Callison, who is also Steven's voice actor. This led to a fan theory that all the male gems were destroyed, but I kinda doubt it. It's an interesting idea though. Anywho, this concludes the cluster arc. So now, let's move on to Same Old World. This episode follows Lapis waking up and talking with Steven about how she has nowhere to go. She doesn't like Earth, and she can't go back to Homeworld. Steven proposes that they just fly around and see if there's anywhere on Earth she'd like to stay. They fly by a forest in the countryside, Empire City, which looks absolutely gorgeous. Reminds me of this short called Diamond Jack. That is absolutely amazing, and you should watch it. That's your homework, watch Diamond Jack, it's the best video on YouTube. Anywho, he also takes her to Jersey.
You'd like it in Jersey. The people here seem to hate the Earth too.
Quit flying in our sky, you mooks!
Damn, someone hated New Jersey on the crew. It wasn't that bad when I visited it. Eventually, though, they come across the galaxy warp, and after nearly dropping Steven, they land, and Lapis explains her backstory. How she was originally a Homeworld gem who was only supposed to be on Earth for a brief time, but then war broke out and she was poofed. Her gem was found by Homeworld, but she was mistaken for a crystal gem and put in the mirror, and they attempted to use her as a tool to get information on them, but obviously that didn't really work. But then, they all quickly and suddenly fled the planet, and in the rush of things, someone dropped the mirror and someone else stepped on it, leading Lapis to be cracked and abandoned. Okay, so I have an issue here. It hasn't really been revealed yet, but the reason so many gems are corrupted is because of something the diamonds did. That's why Homeworld fled in a hurry. The diamonds were basically nuking the planet. So, why isn't Lapis corrupted? Amethyst was still developing in the ground, so it makes sense that she wasn't corrupted, but Lapis wasn't. If you want to argue it's because she was poofed, then logically and statistically there should be at least a handful of other gems who survived. I looked this up to see if anyone had any theories. One Redditor posited that the reason she didn't get corrupted is because the corruption beam was a song, which is a common theory, and because she's in a mirror, she couldn't hear it. An interesting theory, but it doesn't work when you realize Lapis could still have full conversations in the mirror and could chop recordings together to make new words. So even if she doesn't have ears, she can definitely hear. My favorite theory is that she wasn't corrupted because mirrors deflect light, and since the corruption attack is always portrayed as a blast of light, the mirror simply repelled it. I really like this theory, it's fun. And it definitely makes the most sense, but I could argue that it doesn't fully work because Lapis was dropped face down in her flashback, which means she couldn't deflect the light behind her, she could only deflect the light of the floor, but then again, she can see the sky in Pearl above her when it shows her perspective, so she could have gotten kicked over in the rush as well, and she simply face down here to better show her getting cracked. Anyway, enough of this tangent. Lapis snaps out of it and they return to the barn, her happily declaring that she'd like to live in the barn. Until...
Yes! Here, everybody! What are we talking about? What are you doing here?
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit tough having to live with the person who kidnapped you and used you for information to attack and potentially murder your only friend. This episode was really sweet though, and finally learning Lapis's backstory was nice, though I have some complaints later, as you'll see. Anyway, let's move on to Barn Mates. This episode picks up right after the last one, Lapis not wanting to live with Peridot, and Peridot not wanting to move out, but Steven wants to try and make this work so they can make up. He tries to do the standard sitcom thing where they split the barn into two halves, but that's quickly abandoned and Lapis just grows more and more sick of Peridot's attempts to befriend her, like when they make her a pool.
Sure, but I thought...
It was an endless, crushing darkness. Wet and bleak and suffocating. Water was the tomb I lived in for those months.
Jesus. Eventually, as a last-ditch effort, Peridot decides to give Lapis the tape recorder Steven gave her, and she just crushes it, and Peridot snaps at her, demanding to know what she wants. Lapis says she wants her to fuck off. Okay, not that exactly, but basically that. So, Peridot just walks away, but quickly returns, being followed by a homeworld spaceship. Peridot saying that it's from Yellow Diamond because she, called her a slur directly to her face. Lapis smashes the ship into the ground effortlessly, turns around to make sure Peridot's okay. So hey, they're on not despising each other terms. However, the fun's not over yet as the ship opens up and Ruby crawls out. This one with a gem on her eye. This episode always infuriated me when I was younger because of how mean Lapis was, but honestly, I kinda get it now. Peridot may be redeemed, but that doesn't mean Lapis is just gonna automatically forgive her, though it's nice that she seems to later on. Now, let's move on to Hit the Diamond. This episode introduces us to the Ruby Squad, which consists of Eyeball, Army, Leggy, Navy, and Doc. It took me until I rewatched the series for this video to realize the reason Doc is called that instead of, Chesty is because it's a reference to Snow White and how all the dwarves are named after their personality traits, except Doc. Anywho, the Crystal Gems, who are here now, discuss what they're gonna do. Garnet swears to protect Peridot before revealing that she has a plan, and unfuses so Ruby can sneak into the crew. Unfortunately, Ruby is a terrible spy and accidentally convinces the squad to search the barn, so she decides to bring Steven out and say there's just a bunch of humans there. The squad ain't convinced, so Steven quickly thinks up a plan, challenging the Rubies to a game of baseball. The Rubies accept, and the Gems, besides Peridot, come out in human disguises. I like the detail that Lapis uses the name Bob, because that's what Steven said at the end of Ocean Gem. And so, baseball begins, Ruby trying her best to sabotage the team, but being distracted by Sapphire. Eventually, they're in the last inning, and Sapphire is up to bat, Ruby encouraging her enough that she sends the baseball into fucking orbit and runs for home. Unfortunately, they accidentally fuse, so the Rubies realize they've been tricked. so they all fuse and demand to know where the leader of the Earth mission is. Peridot bravely comes out and tries to give herself up, and it's revealed that they just want Jasper. Like, they don't give a damn about Peridot, probably because Yellow Diamond assumes she was destroyed when she remotely detonated the communicator. Steven says that Jasper's on the planet Neptune, and the Rubies thank them and leave. This episode is just super fun. I typically don't like dumb characters in shows, but there's something really funny and charming about the Rubies, and how they're all kind of dumb in their own ways. They will be expanded on though, this is not the last we've seen of them. Anyway, let's move on to Steven Floats. Steven's back in Beach City and happy to be there. His excitement is doubled when he learns from Sadie that the Big Donut is baking their own donuts again. Despite
the accident.
And that if he shows up at opening time tomorrow, he'll be the first to try one. Steven returns home, sets an alarm, and then leaps happily into the air. Very, very far into the air, and falls very slowly. Yep, Steven has a new power. He can float. He decides to test it out and jumps a little too high, taking forever to fall. He tries to get help from Amethyst.
What'd you say?
I could really use your assistance dealing with the sudden appearance, rats, of a power which previously was unbeknownst to me and which I can't control.
I really like the running gag that Steven is terrible at explaining things. The Gems all have their own reactions to this, Pearl being terrified, and Garnet borrowing a phone to communicate with him, and he just asks them to keep him company. So they do. They give him snacks, play games with him, though eventually his alarm goes off and he realizes he needs to get to the Big Donut now. But no matter what the Gems try to weigh him down, it doesn't work. Steven, surprisingly, just gives up and laments about never having a donut, despite the fact that he can just show up the next day. Grimly imagining what will happen when the Big Donut opens.
They'll say, "Where's Steven? We saved a donut for him." But they won't see me because I'm in the sky.
This scene is legit one of the funniest in the entire series. It fucking killed me when I was a kid. Hell, it still has me dying rewatching it now. Luckily though, Steven's depression over his donut loss actually causes him to start falling much faster, and he realizes his powers are tied to his emotions. However, now he's falling at Mach 10, so he has to find a way to make himself happy. He thinks about donuts, the beach, his mom, but none of that really helps. Until he thinks about the Gems and how they spent all night just hanging out with him to cheer him up and keep him company. Eventually, he lands on the beach, and Garnet tells him to urgently go to the Big Donut, which isn't open yet. Turns out Steven forgot they open late on weekends. So he gets to be the first in line for a fresh donut. This episode is fucking hilarious, and also really wholesome. Gags like Steven saying he has to quickly explain what's going on to Amethyst, only to talk in the most wordy way possible. Maybe an obvious joke, but there's just something about the way it's done that just makes me laugh. Oh, also, interesting tidbit. While this is the first time Steven has realized he has this power, it was actually first shown to us in Rose's scabbard, when he leaps over to Pearl, but when she turns around and scowls at him, he immediately sinks like a brick. I don't really see anyone point this out, but I think it's a neat little detail. But either way, I love this episode, it's really fun. That ending is really wholesome too. Now, let's move on to Drop Beat Dad. I'm not going to spend too much time on this episode, but it's the return of Marty, and he reveals that he's Sour Cream's dad. He gives Sour Cream a bunch of equipment to make him a real professional, but turns out he's just trying to sponsor a shitty soda brand and is co-opting his son's concert to do so. Sour Cream tells him he can go fuck himself, then Sour Cream's stepdad shows that he really supports him, and it ends with Marty giving Greg a check, revealing that that's the only reason he really came here. When Greg looks at it, he's now a fucking millionaire. This episode's fun. It was heavily implied Marty and Sour Cream were related, so it's cool that they confirm it. Now, let's move on to Mr. Greg. This episode takes place like a day after the previous one. Greg pondering what to do with all his new money, so he decides to go to the most spectacular, amazing city on Earth. And
let's bring Pearl.
Yeah, Steven wants to bring Pearl. In response, both Greg and Pearl don't seem thrilled with the idea, but Steven insists, so Pearl eventually decides to go. And they end up staying in the nicest fucking place Empire City has to offer.
Hey, shake a leg!
Hey, shake a leg!
It's Mr. Gray!
It's Mr. Gray!
In case you can't tell, this is a musical episode. And this musical number is all fun and games. Even Pearl is getting into it until Greg offers to dance with her and...
No!
Yeah, she says no very harshly, and later that night sings It's Over, Isn't It? Which is quite possibly the most iconic song from the show, besides the theme song and Stronger Than You. It's about how Pearl can't move on despite Greg and Pearl's days fighting over Rose being long over, and how she still clearly has resentment towards him. Turns out, Greg hears the whole thing and leaves to drown himself in cherries. Steven brings Pearl to apologize while he sings Why Don't You Talk to Each Other, which I kinda think is overshadowed by It's Over, Isn't It? But I actually kinda like it more. They're both great songs, though. Anyway, Pearl and Greg bond over Rose and reconcile before they start heading back home. This episode is amazing. It's one of the most critically acclaimed episodes, and the songs are all great. But It's Over, Isn't It? Really steals the show. I could gush about this episode all day. It's in my top 3 favorite episodes, but I won't dwell too long for your sake. Let's move on to Too Short to Ride. This episode follows Steven giving Peridot a tablet to replace her holographic screens. She quickly becomes engrossed with the device, spending her time on Twitter and YouTube, or Tube. God, I hope she doesn't find my videos. After receiving this tablet, Amethyst decides to take her and Steven to Funland, but Peridot is frustrated when she's too short to ride one of the rides. Amethyst and Steven decide to just shapeshift to be taller so they can go on the ride, but Peridot says she's rusty and just tells them to go without her. So they do, and then they pass by a ring toss, Peridot becoming determined to win an alien plushie.
I'm glad you seeing the humor in it, Steven, because I haven't seen a bed in 6 days.
Oh.
So Amethyst uses shapeshifting to win it for her. But they're both very disappointed to discover that apparently the big boy plushie is 10 rings, not 1. After this, they stop on a bench, Peridot goes on a rant about shapeshifting, and when Amethyst asks why she hates it, she reveals that she can't do it. Like at all. So Amethyst and Steven decide to try and teach her how to shapeshift. But none of these attempts are successful, and after all these failures, Peridot explains that she can't shapeshift, not because she doesn't know how or anything, but because she's literally incapable of it. She's an Era 2 Peridot. Apparently, resources on Homeworld are dwindling, and they can't make gems like they used to. That's why Peridot is short and is given limb enhancers instead of just making her taller. They literally can't make her taller. And similarly, they can't give her shapeshifting abilities. Amethyst tries to give Peridot a talk about how if she only focuses on what she can't do, she'll never get to have any fun or do anything more with herself, but Peridot ignores this and just types on her tablet, which pisses Amethyst off and causes her to rip it away from Peridot and toss it into the ocean. However, Peridot stops it, because big reveal, Peridot is Magneto. She's got metal powers, which of course means she can do a whole bunch of things, but the most important one is that she can win the ring toss and get the alien plush. This episode is really nice, however, it does kinda bother me how the fact that Homeworld is running out of resources is basically never touched on again, really. Like, it's brought up once or twice here and there, but it's never focused on again. And I also feel like Peridot's metal powers are also really underused in the series, but I still like this episode. Now, let's move on to The New Lars. Another episode I don't want to spend too much time on, but it expands on Lars a bit, so I'll talk about it. After being annoyed by Lars, Steven has a dream where he tells Lars he doesn't have to be a jerk all the time, and how he wishes he could just show him, before suddenly he wakes up in Lars' body. That's right, it's a body swap. And one of my favorite things about this body swap is that they don't swap the voices. I never like when a show does that, because it removes a lot of the great potential here, like Matthew Moy giving a way more energetic and enthusiastic performance than usual.
I'm Lars! Hey, Onion, look, I'm Lars!
This scene would be a lot less funny if it was just Zach Callison's voice coming out of Lars. Anyway, tangent aside, Steven, as Lars, hangs out with some people and eventually stops by Sadie's house. And after Sadie complains about how Lars acts different in private than when he's in public with her, Steven says he loves her, which doesn't get the desired outcome. After Sadie kicks him out, Steven finally admits that he's not Lars and is actually Steven in Lars's body. Sadie then asks if that means Lars is in Steven's body.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe we should check?
You think?
So they fucking haul ass through Beach City to Steven's house. Lars's mom and dad, as well as the cool kids, following them and seeing him and Sadie kick in Steven's door and slap him awake. Luckily, Steven's back in his body and confesses that he spent the day in Lars's, and Lars has a very, very understandable response of... The next day, Steven apologizes and says what happened with Sadie, and after learning that Sadie thought he'd only say he loves her to hurt her, he decides to invite her over to his place, despite Steven being there. So hey, he changed a bit. This episode was fun, but it also spawned the theory that Lars is trans. And before I get into this theory, I have two disclaimers. One, if you have an issue with trans people or any LGBT people, then my channel is not for you, and you're free to leave. And the second one is, I'm not trans myself, so if I make any mistakes, feel free to correct me. That goes for all mistakes in this video, by the way. I think I'm gonna put something at the beginning, but just to reiterate here, if I make a mistake, feel free to comment, and if you're going to comment a mistake, I'm going to list all the corrections I've already gotten in the description, so check that before you comment something. Alright, that out of the way, let's get into it. The theory posits that Lars is trans, female to male specifically, and uses evidence such as the fact that he doesn't like his chest being touched, his attempts to look cool can also be interpreted as attempts to look masculine, the fact that in the Horror Club episode, one I didn't cover, his younger self can kind of be read as a tomboy, and you can also interpret him tearing up the photo to be less about him being embarrassed, about him getting fucking domed by a wooden board, and more him being afraid that people will see he dresses like a boy. And probably the most cited piece of evidence being that in this very episode, Lars's parents call him Laramie, and when Steven says, "Who is Laramie?" his mom quickly corrects herself and calls him Lars.
Oh, it's good to see you this morning, Laramie.
Who's Laramie?
I mean, Lars.
I see a lot of people say that the name Laramie is feminine, but from a few quick Google searches, it seems the name is more gender neutral. But I like this theory. It's an interesting way to interpret the character, and it's one of the few fan theories that I hear about that I actually think could have been intentional. Rebecca Sugar already had to fight hard to get gay characters on the show. A trans guy was probably off the table at the time. Hell, it still might be now, considering that one Pixar show that completely cut out a trans character for the sake of not making transphobic parents be a little uncomfortable. Alright, sorry for the small rant there, but yeah, I think this theory is plausible, but there's not really any big smoking guns. But it's definitely a fun and interesting theory, and is an interesting way to view the character. Now, let's move on to Beach City Drift. I think this episode should be used to argue with anyone who says Steven just blindly loves everyone, because it's another Kevin episode, and Steven, like me, hates Kevin. And after learning that Kevin likes to race, Steven and Connie decide to fuse into Stevani and take his dad's new car to his racing spot to beat him. And it seems that literally everyone else there also hates Kevin, and they all just want Stevani to beat him, and so they race. It's tight for a little while until they have another little meltdown and end up stopping and unfusing. They then realize that despite being a jerk, Kevin has been right about one thing. They are kind of obsessed with him. So, they decide they're not going to finish the race to beat him. They're going to finish the race because they want to. And so they do. They don't win, but they finish. And they leave, letting Kevin know he struggled to beat someone who hadn't even driven a car before. This episode was sick, and it's always a treat to see Stevani and watch Kevin be taken down a peg. I like the fact that despite being the best racer there, just no one likes him. Now, let's move on to Monster Reunion. In this episode, Steven's healing powers are back, and he asks if he can use his powers to try and heal one of the corrupted gems. The gems are, well, reluctant, but...
Why did you agree to this?
I lost the battle of will.
Yeah, so Steven frees Centibeetle and heals her. However, it doesn't fully work. Cinti is more humanoid now, but still corrupted and has animal-like instincts and mannerisms. But hey, it's progress. Steven manages to convince the gems to let Cinti live with them, at least for a bit. And so they just kinda hang out around the temple, and after they sing the Chaps jingle, we learn that Cinti seems to have regained some of her memories. She can't really write, but she can draw. And with those drawings, she explains her backstory. She was actually the captain of a space crew, and she came to Earth, and shortly after she arrived, the Gem War began. But then, suddenly and abruptly, she was told to retreat, but she didn't make it to her ship in time, and was caught in the Diamond Attack. This being the first time it's confirmed the Diamonds did this, by the way, even though it was very, very heavily implied. After telling her story, Cinti suddenly starts reverting back to her animal form and points to her ship to tell Steven that's where she needs to go. So, they take the warp and find her ship. They open it up, and she reverts fully into her centipedal form, and inside are the other centipedals, her crew. Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl arrive right after the crews reunited and reveals those random scribbles Cinti made were actually gem language, so she could communicate, just not in a way that Steven could understand. And instead of poofing and bubbling them, they just seal them away in the ship, saying that that's their bubble now. This episode is really sweet. I loved it, and the ending, with the gems deciding not to bubble them, was really nice. Also, this explanation of the corruption attack really builds up the threat of the diamonds, I think. Now, let's move on to Alone at Sea. Steven wants to try and help Lapis become more comfortable around water again. So, he has Greg rent a boat. Lapis is hesitant, but decides to give it a shot, and so they're off, and it all seems to be going well. They drink some good juice, eat some good food, play with the ship's horn, and Lapis even tries fishing. But that's when things get a little weird. When Lapis starts fishing, she gets a big bite. A really big bite. A really strong one too, like really fucking strong. Well, that's odd. And only a little bit later, suddenly, there's a loud boom. Something's throwing off the rudder and the engine is completely wrecked. Meaning they'll be out at sea much longer than they expected. Though, I mean, they could fly back to land with Lapis, or she could carry them back, or they could get in Steven's bubble and just walk back. But I'm gonna guess they want to bring the boat back, because they're just renting it. After Steven explains all this to Lapis, she starts blaming herself, and we get the big reveal that Lapis actually liked being Malachite. She liked having someone to take all her anger out on, to have power over. And then suddenly...
Finally!
That's right, Jasper's back. In fact, she's been following them. More specifically, she's been following Lapis. Not for revenge, but because she wants to form Malachite again, promising that it'll be different this time, and she's totally changed. Yeah, I think we've all heard that one before. And Lapis, despite what she said before, tells Jasper to fuck off and that this isn't and could never be a healthy relationship. Jasper is absolutely furious and tries to attack Steven. Luckily, Lapis just sends her to another continent with a water fist, and then they fly back to Beach City as the boat sinks. Sorry, Greg. This episode was pretty great. I've never seen a kid's cartoon have such a complex, toxic relationship in it. Like, it's not just abuse victim and abuser. Well, it is, but the reveal that Lapis liked it and missed it because it gave her someone to just let all her anger out on without remorse makes it a bit more interesting than usual. Anywho, let's move on to Gem Hunt. This episode follows Connie going on her first real mission along with Pearl and Steven, and their mission is to hunt down a corrupted gem. Kind of a dangerous mission for the first one Connie's going on, but alright. Pearl actually seems to agree, as after the first encounter with the gem, they discover that there's actually two of them, and they uncharacteristically run away. Pearl really wants to take Connie back home, but Connie not only insists on staying, but actually insists they split up so they can cover more ground. Which, if horror movies have taught me literally anything, this idea never turns out well. But hey, they have walkie-talkies to call Pearl when they find it, so it'll be fine. So Connie and Steven head out on their own to find the monster. As they explore, they notice that alongside the monster footsteps, there's also humanoid footsteps. They theorize that it's possible that the gym isn't fully corrupted, that maybe it's changing back and forth between a normal form and its monster form, so maybe they can heal it. Eventually, they come across the monster, and Steven tries to talk with it, but it doesn't work, so they're forced to fight. Connie becomes paralyzed with fear as she's forced to actually fight for the first time, but manages to muster up enough bravery to grab the walkie-talkie and call Pearl for help. Right after she does that, suddenly Jasper appears. Plot twist, those footsteps weren't the monsters, they were Jasper's, and the monsters ran away because Jasper was chasing them. By the time Pearl arrives, Jasper's poofed the monster, and already poofed the other one earlier. She taunts Steven by showing him the gems before ominously leaving. This episode was fun. I liked seeing Connie finally go on a mission, and the misdirection of the Jasper's footsteps makes for a decent little twist. Now, let's move right along to Crack the Whip. This episode picks up right after the last one, Garnet and Pearl going out to search for Jasper and figure out what she's doing with the corruptions, while Amethyst is tasked with looking after Connie and Steven while they're gone. After watching Steven and Connie train, Amethyst says the reason Connie struggled in her first real fight is that she's trying to literally apply everything she learned when all that won't matter in a real fight. In a real fight, an opponent is not going to give you time to get into proper stance, you just gotta cut loose and be ready for anything. So Amethyst decides that since they basically have a day off, why not just chill, kick back, and eat some donuts. Amethyst shapeshifting into Lars here has a much different aura now. Anyway, yeah, they just chill, eat some food, and go swimming at the beach. Until suddenly, one of the corruptions from the last episode attacks. Amethyst manages to take it down, then is told there were two of them. And then, boom, the second one appears, and Jasper is riding on top of it. She leaps off it, revealing that she's collecting corruptions to build an army. She then begins to fight with Amethyst, while Steven and Connie handle the corruption. And Jasper just drills into Amethyst, talking about how she was supposed to be a strong, tall soldier, but was overcooked and came out shorter and weaker. Not only does she just absolutely destroy her verbally, but she just destroys her physically as well, beating the ever-loving shit out of her and eventually poofing her. When Steven and Connie see this, they fuse, and Jasper has to fight Stevani, and she, loses pretty fast, returning back into the ocean. Amethyst reforms right after, and, side note, I love the little detail that we see her change into all the different forms from Reformed. Anyway, she has another redesign, now having a white tank top and squinty eye. I kinda wish they kept that detail, but they abandoned it pretty fast. Anyway, Steven and Connie talk about what happened, how Amethyst gave great advice, and they beat Jasper by just cutting loose. Amethyst kinda takes this the wrong way, though.
You didn't need me at all.
Oof. This episode was pretty good. I will say, though, this white tank top look for Amethyst is kinda like the most forgotten design. I rarely see it in promo art or fan art, not even the theme song changes for it. Anyway, let's move on to the next episode, Steven vs. Amethyst. Amethyst is down in the dumps after being destroyed by Jasper, so she decides to go check out Steven's training with Pearl. Apparently, Pearl awards Steven with Pearl points for how well he does. Amethyst decides to try out training with him, but doesn't do as well, which Pearl reads as letting him win, which kinda shows how poorly she's doing. After that moral-crushing event, and after Steven very obviously lets her win at a fighting game to try and give her a moral boost, they both have an argument about who sucks more, until finally they decide to have a sparring match to see who really is the worst crystal gem. So, they have a fun little fight where we see Steven can now give his bubbles spikes. After beating the shit out of each other, they both bond over the fact that they're not really what they're supposed to be, and how that sucks, but they try hard anyway. So that's really nice, even if Pearl is pissed.
What did you two do? You ruined the ruins!
I'm sorry, after mentioning Pearl points, all I could think about was that one Thomas Sanders vine.
Alright, so I made my bed today.
Pearl point.
I had a healthy breakfast.
Pearl point.
I did run a red light.
You did what?
Now, let's move on to... oh no. Bismuth. Huh. That's weird. Usually when I, say the name of the episode, a, title card with music pops up, if you, didn't notice. Huh. Anyway, this episode was a huge deal. It's the first special the show got, being 22 minutes, and Bismuth was a character that people had been predicting since we first saw inside Lion's Mane. It follows Steven going into Lion's Mane and accidentally letting out a gem that was bubbled in there. This gem is Bismuth. Fun fact, she's the one who poofed Lapis in the war. No, this is never brought up again. Anyway, Garnet and Pearl are in tears as they see her, revealing she's one of the original crystal gems. Bismuth then being told that Steven is Rose's son, and she gave up her form to make him. And of course, Steven doesn't remember Bismuth at all. Also, she meets Amethyst, who, well, doesn't know her either. After a bit of talking, they explain to her that, well, they're the only ones left, that all the other crystal gems were either shattered or corrupted. After she learns that Homeworld still has it out for Earth, they go to The Forge, which is basically Bismuth's workshop where she makes weapons. She gives Garnet some spikes for her gauntlets, and Pearl a trident attachment to her spear. And after seeing Amethyst whip, she reveals that whips are rare, which is a fun bit of world building, and then she gives her a flail. Okay, so quick tangent, how do gem weapons work? Obviously, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl can all summon weapons, but as we learned, pearls are not designed for combat at all, and we never see another pearl summon one. So how does Pearl have a spear? Are gems given their weapons after forming? Well, based off what Bismuth says and what we later learn about Jasper, no, quartz are made with their weapons, and it's hinted that certain gems just don't have weapons, like how Garnet's gauntlets are clearly just an upgraded and duplicated version of Ruby's gauntlet, implying Garnet just gets upgraded gauntlets when they fuse instead of how fusions usually get a fusion of the two gems' weapons, which implies that, Sapphire doesn't have one. And, similarly, despite Peridot having combat capabilities, she doesn't have a weapon. And here we also see that they can make attachments to their weapons. My only guess is that only certain gems are just born with weapons, but all gems can make their own weapons by either, making one and putting it in their gem, or they can make it, in their gem, they can manifest it. I don't know. Anyway, we then see the crystal gems train like the good old days.
We are the Crystal Gems!
I used to yell this every time I killed a Colossus in Shadow of the Colossus. Bismuth also gets to try out some Earth customs like badminton and anime. Later that night, she's even down to try sleeping. But before she does, Steven shows off Rose's sword, Bismuth revealing that she's the one who made it. She then takes Steven back to the forge with the offer of a new weapon. She talks about how the sword was some fine work, able to easily slice through a gem's form, but not destroy the gem. She then opens a secret room with a bunch of dummies and reveals her new weapon, the Breaking Point, being a weapon that can instantly shatter a gem, which obviously Steven doesn't like. By the way, it's hilarious that since this episode is much longer, they have to cut to commercial breaks with these little chibi scenes. So right after this dramatic scene, it's just,
now you look like you really mean Bismuth.
Anyway, Steven rejects the Breaking Point, saying that he doesn't want to shatter gems since that's what Homeworld does. Turns out, Rose said the same thing. Apparently Rose and Bismuth had a fight about this weapon, and it was the Breaking Point, get it, that caused Rose to poof Bismuth. And now, Bismuth is convinced that Steven is Rose in disguise and tries to fucking kill him. And even when she's beaten and begging to be shattered, Steven refuses. Instead, before she's poofed, she talks about how Rose never told the gems, instead keeping her locked away for thousands of years. But Steven promises that he'll do it. He'll tell them everything. And he does. And instead of trapping her in Lion, they put her in the Crystal Heart. This episode is one of the most divisive I've seen. If you see any Steven Universe criticism, they'll mention that this episode is Steven not wanting to shatter the evil genocidal Space Queens when, like it's not. The way Bismuth talks, she makes it clear she wants to shatter all gems who stand against them. She says she'll take the fight to Homeworld and shatter the diamonds, and talks about how the breaking point would have won the war. Sure, you can read this as saying she'd kill the diamonds, and that would end the war, but that's not what I think she meant. What she meant is that all the gems having a weapon that could shatter them instantly would cause so much fear it would have ended the war. Bismuth's earlier line about Lonely Blade using an evil sword made of darkness also adds to this. She says that since the sword is the most powerful, Lonely Blade should use it, even though it's evil, and it will probably end with anyone who stands against Lonely Blade being killed mercilessly. There's also the fact that when Bismuth demonstrates the breaking point to Steven, not only are the dummies modeled after quartz soldiers, but she refers to them as upper crusts, which is something she says a few times and seems to refer to just all the elite gems who stood against them. If Bismuth just wanted to shatter the diamonds, I'd understand what people were saying, but she clearly just wanted to shatter anyone who stood against them. So yeah, this episode is pretty divisive. Personally, I think it's alright, but honestly, I don't get why it's special. Just feels like a standard episode, but stretched out. Also, I feel like Bismuth is a pretty wasted character, since again, it's never brought up that Bismuth is the gem that fucking ruined Lapis's life for thousands of years. And I think the crew tried to explain that Lapis didn't really see who poofed her, but I don't know, man. She saw and recalled Bismuth's most defining features, her hair and her gem shape, so it feels like she would probably recognize her. So yeah, Bismuth is kinda wasted. Now, let's move on to Beta. This episode follows Amethyst still sulking and bitter after losing her fight with Jasper as they go to visit Peridot and Lapis, who've made some renovations to the barn, making weird statues, or meat morphs as they call them. But Amethyst has no interest in this, just focused on training for her rematch with Jasper. After hearing about this, Peridot quickly informs her that Amethyst technically is a much more high-quality gem than Jasper, as she's from the Prime Kindergarten, while Jasper is from the Beta Kindergarten. She then decides to take Amethyst to the Beta Kindergarten to cheer her up, and yeah, it's a mess. The holes are messy and misshapen, they don't even line up, and aren't all even upright. Peridot explains that this is because it was made in the middle of the war and was completely rushed. But then, they come across Jasper's hole, which is massive, and she literally came out flexing. Peridot even admits that she's never seen a hole this perfect, but Amethyst says she doesn't care, that it's about who she wants to be, and she wants to be the gem that just makes Jasper eat shit, not just for her, but for all the weirdos. And fortunately, she'll get her chance, cause turns out, Jasper's repurposed this place to be a prison holding her corrupted army, and boom, the end of the episode. This episode is alright, and that cliffhanger is great. Also, Amethyst learning the completely wrong lesson is actually pretty funny. I like when shows do that. Now, let's move on to Earthlings. Of course, it picks up right where we left off, Jasper quickly spotting Amethyst sneaking up on her. Interesting enough, this is the first and only time Jasper's called Amethyst by her name, and they quickly begin to fight. Amethyst's hits do absolutely nothing to Jasper, but she still insists on keeping Peridot and Steven out of this, determined to beat Jasper with no help, which she simply can't do. Eventually though, Steven finally tells Amethyst to not be like Jasper, cause she'll never be Jasper. She's like Steven, and the only one who wants her to be like Jasper is Jasper, when in reality, they're not like anybody else, which sucks, but they've got each other. And then they fuse and make smoky quartz. And despite what I've seen some people say, I really like their design. Anywho, Jasper's infuriated by this and decides to fuse with the corruption to win. It doesn't work. All it succeeds in is corrupting Jasper. Steven and Amethyst try to help, but Jasper refuses, and claims that this is what Rose does. She finds gems at their absolute emotional lowest, so she can easily manipulate them, which obviously isn't true. But she says it's not only because of that, but it's also because of what Rose did to her colony, her planet, and her diamond. Jasper then reveals that she actually originally served under Pink Diamond's command, But before she can explain what Rose did to Pink Diamond, she's fully corrupted, and then poofed by Peridot. And this right here is one of the most significant uses of Peridot's metal powers in the entire show. Then Amethyst bubbles her and sends her off, calling her sis. Kinda weird, this whole sister thing just comes out of nowhere, but this episode is fun. I love the irony that Peridot, the undoubtedly weakest crystal gem, is the one that finally poofs Jasper. But honestly, I was a little disappointed in this ending for Jasper. It's just, she's a hypocrite. Again. I get that the point is that she's so desperate she'll resort to fusing with the corruption, but to be honest, I actually think Jasper's arc should have been more stretched out. While I love Jailbreak, it has always kinda bothered me that Jasper went from hating fusion to immediately fusing with Lapis. I don't know how they could have done this, but I think Malachite should have come after like 1 or 2 more Jasper defeats. Then this downward spiral to fusing with the corruption would make more sense, but that's not that big of a deal. Now, let's move on to Back to the Moon. So Steven and Amethyst return to the barn after Jasper's defeat, which turns out to be just awful timing as the rubies are back and still looking for Jasper, since, she wasn't on Neptune. So Amethyst just shapeshifts into Jasper, claiming her purple skin is a tan from the sun, because again, rubies are very dumb. And it's here we see how popular Jasper is on Homeworld, all the rubies adoring her, especially Eyeball, who apparently was there for the Earth War and even before Jasper emerged. Amethyst tries to make the excuse that she has to stay here to keep an eye on the crystal gems, since they're her prisoners. The rubies say she still has to make a report by going to the moon base, which of course Amethyst will struggle more and more to keep this form, but she manages to hold it as they arrive. And it's here we learn from Eyeball that Rose Quartz shattered Pink Diamond. Steven, as you can guess, is very distraught and shocked by this news, straight up denying it at first, even though, it almost blows their cover. Unfortunately, after that close call, the rubies discover that the console was destroyed by Garnet after it could have been great. That's fun. So they insist on Jasper going to Homeworld, but she then appoints Eyeball to just file the report for her. And they're just about to leave, Amethyst changing back to normal. But right before they leave, they come out to say one last thing, and they realize they've been tricked. And so they all fuse and fight the gems. However, Steven opens up the airlock outside, and Pearl and Garnet fuse into Sartonics to knock them out the door, but Steven is dragged out as well, so that's unfortunate, and that's where the episode ends. This episode was pretty fun, and the reveal that Rose shattered Pink Diamond, despite her disagreement with Bismuth, is a great reveal. Now, let's move on to the season finale, Bubbled, which follows Steven floating through space in his bubble. My little headcanon is that Steven's bubble somehow creates oxygen to keep him alive indefinitely, because this episode doesn't really make sense otherwise. And while he's initially alone, he soon bumps into Eyeball, who's infuriated, of course. She rants about how the reason she was so excited to come to Earth and meet Jasper is because Pink was also her diamond, and she hoped Jasper might finally give her some type of closure. But of course, it was another trick. And after hearing this, Steven reveals that he is Rose Quartz, and Eyeball just says fake news. Yeah, so they just both stew in silence until they run into an asteroid field. Eyeball managing to dodge all the asteroids.
I'm unstoppable!
Okay, so almost all the asteroids. Steven saves Eyeball, pulling her into the bubble, and despite initially refusing help for her crack, Steven manages to convince her to let him help, and her gem is healed. And she's finally convinced that Steven is Rose Quartz. Yay!
Mighty Rose Quartz.
Oh, yeah, so Eyeball decides to try and murder Steven so she can return to Homeworld as the ruby that killed Rose Quartz, which proves that every ruby besides our ruby is stupid, because as Steven points out, she has no other way to get home. This plan really isn't well thought out. Some might say it's short-sighted, but despite that, she still tries to kill Steven, which leaves him no other options, and he tosses her out of the bubble and into the void of space, meaning that Steven is fully alone. God, I love this scene. This bubble shrinking super small as the camera zooms out just to show how alone Steven is just Mwah. Eventually, though, Steven is found by the Crystal Gems, and it's a tearful reunion. Steven then asks about Rose shattering Pink Diamond, and Garnet explains how Rose did what she had to do, which isn't super satisfactory, as you can guess. But that's the season. Really ends with a high note. Jasper is defeated, and the rubies are as well. And we have the big reveal that Rose shattered Pink Diamond. So, great season. I'm still wondering when this filler problem begins. Even the episodes I skipped here aren't really worthless, just episodes that don't directly forward the plot. Hell, I had to really debate whether or not to cover Greg the Babysitter. It's a great episode. I like it. This is just what happens when you don't want your YouTube video to be too long, which is maybe going to be a bit ironic in retrospect, since this video is seeming to be pretty long as I record this. But anyway, let's see if that filler issue starts with the next season. Season 4 opens with Kindergarten Kid. Okay, so honestly, this episode isn't really that big of a deal plot-wise, but I like it. It's some good levity after the big reveals of last season. It follows the Gems having to round up and poof all the corruptions Jasper was imprisoning, and after Peridot makes fun of them for fucking up and not being able to get the last one before it runs off, they challenge her to do it herself. And so, she takes up the offer, with Steven deciding to help her. The rest of this episode is basically just a Roadrunner parody / homage, and it's pretty funny. The only real scene of development is when Steven teaches Peridot to empathize with the monster, but other than that, it's pretty comedic. Actually, one of my favorite jokes from the series is here.
I'm doing the best I can, Steven!
I'll say it again, you'll see people praise or mock this show for a variety of things, but people really just don't talk about how funny this show is. Like, I've been playing you basically all the clips that made me laugh, both when I first watched it and now. Anywho, Peridot succeeds, the Gems were watching the whole time, she bubbles the gem and sends it to her barn. So yeah, some good levity. I think Steven Universe is really funny and people don't talk about it much. Good episode. Now let's move on to Know Your Fusion. This episode follows Steven and Amethyst deciding to introduce Smoky Quartz to Garnet and Pearl, and before they destroy the entire room, Garnet and Pearl form Sardonyx. Here's a fun fact I saw someone point out on Twitter. When Pearl and Garnet are trying to figure out what Steven and Amethyst are planning, Garnet says this.
We ask them what's going on?
I can't.
Right.
Apparently, this is a little cheeky reference to a rule that the show had that Garnet is not allowed to ask questions. Because, you know, she has future vision and she's the leader, she doesn't really need to ask questions much. So, this is just a little reference and nod to that. Anyway, after they form Sardonyx to stop Smoky Quartz from tearing up the entire temple, she takes Smoky into her room. It's revealed in this episode that fusions actually get their own rooms in the temple. This never comes up again. But I remember when I first watched this episode, I was so curious what Ruby and Sapphire's individual rooms would look like, even though I doubt they really have individual rooms. I don't really know how getting a room in the temple, works. Anyway, Sardonyx's room is basically just a talk show, and on this talk show, Sardonyx keeps trying to figure out what Smoky Quartz is good at, besides the yo-yo. She gives them challenges themed around the other fusions, but Smoky kinda sucks at all of them. In fact, it seems the only thing Smoky is good at besides the yo-yo is self-deprecation. Eventually, Sardonyx realizes that they're making this all about them and falls apart, which causes the room to fall apart, but Smoky saves Pearl and Garnet. So, happy ending. This episode isn't a big deal or anything, I just like seeing Sardonyx and Smoky again. As well, it always bugged me that they introduced this fun idea that fusions get special rooms that exist for as long as the fusion does, and then just don't do anything with it. That really feels like just a wasted opportunity, but let's not linger on that. Let's move on to Mindful Education. This episode opens with Connie arriving at the temple for training and being very off. Before Steven can ask why Connie is so distracted, we learn that Garnet will be watching them train as Stevani, and so they do, until Stevani begins hallucinating and sees a random kid. Then they quickly fall apart. Steven asks Connie about it, and apparently Connie beat that kid up. Not like on purpose. He bumped into her in the hall on accident, and all her training kicked in, and she... yeah, lucky she didn't have a sword. Anyway, Garnet hears about this and decides to help out. So they meet on the beach and fuse into Stevani, and they meditate as Garnet sings Here Comes a Thought, which is about stress, guilt, and anxiety and how you can deal with it, especially with the support of those around you. And it works. The next day, Connie comes to the temple, says she talked it out with the kid she beat up, and they're friends now. Yay! So, they try training as Stevani again, and this time Steven's the source of guilt hallucinations, feeling extremely guilty about the people he couldn't help, and they fall off the training ruins and begin plummeting to the ground. But Connie manages to comfort him, saying that it's okay to feel bad about it, and it's okay to talk about it, and so they fuse and land safely. Yay! Like, for real this time. I love this episode, especially the song, Here Comes a Thought. Honestly, I might like it more than Stronger Than You. Maybe I just prefer the slower pace. I also really dig the visuals for it. The characters are just like so expressive here. So yeah, this is a great episode. I really like it. Now let's move on to Future Boy Zoltron. This episode is just filler. Now let's move on to... no, you know what? Fuck you. Sorry. That was rude. You didn't deserve that. But Future Boy Zoltron is a great episode. It follows Steven accidentally breaking a new fortune-telling attraction at Funland, so he has to take its place to make it up to Mr. Smiley. This episode is mainly just silly fun until the end, where we meet Mr. Frowny, who has apparently come to speak with Mr. Smiley. Apparently they were a comedic duo back in the day. But Frowny's lost his nerve. Even with the help of Garnet's future vision, Steven can't think of a way to help him. But he still manages to convince Smiley to go meet him, and they have an adorable interaction where they recite their routine, and Smiley finally makes Frowny laugh. This episode is commonly cited by the critics as being part of the filler problem, and you know what? I say you're all cowards, cause here's my biggest, most fucked uppest, hottest takest I've ever givenest on this channelist. Steven Universe doesn't have a filler problem. It seems critics who complain about this just see episodes that don't continue the main plot with the gems and the diamonds and all that and write it off as filler. And I say that is such a boring way to view a show. What you call filler can serve as world building or character progression, like here. Episodes like this that just have Steven helping out the townies may not progress the overarching narrative or whatever, but they remind us that these people aren't just blank people-shaped objects with no traits for Steven to save. They're actual characters who we care about. It makes what Steven's fighting for feel more real. The weirdest thing is that I've legit seen people say that the townies should just be blank nobodies. What? I guess that's being a bit hyperbolic, but I've seen a lot of people saying that all the townies should have just been like tertiary characters who just like exist. Like people complaining that we know that Ronaldo is into conspiracy theories. I fucking hate Ronaldo, but I don't see the issue with having that information. It makes him feel like a person. Can you imagine hearing someone say that about like Spider-Man or something, complaining that they focus on Mary Jane or Aunt May instead of just only ever being about Spider-Man / Peter Parker being a superhero? Like, I think it's important to focus on the characters who don't do awesome fighting moves too. Makes it feel more like a real place with real people. If all the townies except like Connie were just incidental background characters with no actual traits, we wouldn't care about the conflict. We wouldn't care about Earth being threatened because we have no attachment to Earth. We just have attachment to the gems who just so happen to live on Earth. So, in short, I wish everyone saying Steven Universe has just too much filler a very pleasant I don't agree. Now, let's move on to Last One Out of Beach City. Amethyst is hyped to go to a concert to see Mike Kroll, who's a real musician, by the way, fun fact, but unfortunately something came up and Greg can't take her. So, Pearl offers to take her instead. Amethyst is a little skeptical of this idea, but hey, if it works. So Pearl gets dressed up in a jacket and jeans, and they stop by the Big Donut to get some snacks. And it's there Pearl meets her. A girl with pink hair who looks a bit like Rose. Pearl tries to talk with her, but yeah. So they continue driving and bump into the girl once again on the street. Pearl tries to follow her and even runs a red light, which unfortunately means the police start following her. And she doesn't exactly have a license to show them.
But you're old.
What was I supposed to tell the DMV? That I'm from another planet? I'm not exactly a citizen, Stephen!
But they manage to evade the cops. Unfortunately, though, in their efforts, the car also breaks down. So they have to walk. And it's there, she breaks down, rips off the clothes, and talks about how she was trying to look so cool. And they assure her that she is cool. And soon, they make it to the party. And hey, the mystery girl is there. And Pearl decides to go talk to her, being herself. And it goes over well. She gives Pearl her number. So, this episode was cute. I do think making the girl Pearl likes look like Rose was a little weird, and I'm glad they didn't really go any further with this relationship. But other than that, it's sweet. I liked it. And I do think the idea of Pearl getting like a human girlfriend could have potential, but I'm not exactly falling apart that this never really happened. Now, let's move on to Gem Harvest. This episode follows Steven visiting Lapis and Peridot again. Apparently, they've taken up farming, but are very disappointed when Steven explains that crops don't grow little legs and arms.
Well then, what's the point of corn?
So, Steven decides to cheer them up by using his powers to make a pumpkin come to life. Don't know why it doesn't look like Steven, but hey, Pumpkin's here. And while initially she only likes Steven, he quickly scares her away into Lapis and Peridot's arm when he carves a jack-o'-lantern. My little headcanon here is that Steven knew what he was doing the whole time and just wanted to scare Pumpkin away. I know that probably really doesn't make sense, but I like it. However, this sweet moment is interrupted when someone in a plane lands in front of the barn, infuriated. It's a guy with a New York accent who says that this is his barn. So Steven calls Greg and the crystal gems over, and Greg reveals that this is Andy, his cousin, and Steven's uncle, I guess. And despite his parents' barn being defaced, Andy is hyped to be an uncle. Greg explains to Andy that he let Lapis and Peridot stay in the barn because they didn't really have any place to go, but Andy insists that this barn is property of the DeMayo family.
We're the DeMayos. Actually, we're, the universes now.
You space walnut, you didn't even keep the family name!
Yep, that's the biggest plot twist in the entire show. Universe isn't Greg's original last name. Andy then once again insists that Lapis and Peridot fuck off, but Steven asks if they can have a nice family dinner about thankfulness to change his mind. Andy begrudgingly lets it happen, and I should mention here, by the way, because it's like the only opportunity I'm gonna have, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and pretty much all other holidays except I think New Year's aren't really a thing in Steven Universe. I don't know why. I imagine it has to do with the gems showing up, somehow changing religion and history and all that, which, fair enough. And also, maybe they really didn't want to do, like, holiday specials consistently. Anyway, even though they fuck up a few times, they prepare the dinner, and it seems to be going well, until Andy abruptly leaves, saying they can have the barn, and then flies off. Steven is concerned, and so, with Lapis's help, tries to figure out why he did this. Andy talks about how his whole family left and split up. First Greg, then everyone else, one by one, and he seems to be the only one interested in staying connected. He talks about how everything's changed, and how he couldn't accept it, even though he's got a plane and could have visited everyone. But it's too late now. But it's not too late. He's still got Steven and Greg, so he comes back and says sorry before he's off again. Yay! I love Uncle Andy so much. He's a fun character despite his slightly racist remarks.
They're alien refugees from space and
they're illegal aliens? What? You couldn't even marry an American?
And the reveal that Universe is just a stage name that Greg changed to his legal name is kinda hilarious to me. Now, let's move on to 3 gyms and a baby. Steven, Greg, and the gyms are all hanging out in the temple while a snowstorm rages on. Garnet mentions that this isn't actually the first time Steven's seen a snowstorm like this. The last time was about 14 years ago. And Steven is 14 years old. And so we flash back to just a bit after Steven was born. Greg is living at Vidalia's house and making do. The gyms stop by to give Steven some gifts and are still clearly adjusting to Rose being gone. And their gifts, well, it's the thought that counts, I suppose. After Greg talks about how he's way too young for all the gifts they give him, and Amethyst plays with him by jingling some keys, suddenly Steven's gem glows, and all the gyms begin theorizing about what Steven is and what's going on. And when Greg's distracted for a moment...
Guys, if this is anything like a fever, then we should... guys...
Yeah, they straight up kidnap him, and stole Greg's van, in an attempt to try and help Rose reform. Amethyst tries to help her shapeshift. Garnet is convinced that Steven is a fusion, so she tries to convince them to unfuse by doing so herself. Neither of this works. Pearl finally decides to try and test her theory, thinking Rose is just trapped with this baby around her, so she tries to take her gem out, but stops herself and breaks down about how Rose wanted this and wanted to make something that grew and changed, but it's just not natural for them. Garnet then says that Rose doesn't matter anymore, that now they have to think about what Steven wants and what Steven needs. Then Greg catches up to them and they apologize.
I never glowed when I was a kid.
We never were kids.
That line has always been a little depressing to me. I can't imagine just not having a childhood in any way. But this episode is really sweet. One thing that bothered me though, and this is such a fucking nitpick, why does Amethyst have sleeves? So in this episode, as a fun little wink and nod to the audience, all the gems are in their season 1 designs. Garnet still has the black and white split on her clothes. Pearl has the skirt instead of the ribbon, all that. But Amethyst, in her season 1 design, had a tank top, not a sleeved shirt. And it's such a nitpick, but why? Why is this a change? These are supposed to be season 1 designs. Why does she have sleeves? Why does she have sleeves, Rebecca? Steven's dream. This episode opens with Steven having a dream. A dream of a strange field with a... Hold on a moment. Pink hibiscus flowers. But he's quickly woken up by Greg, who says that they were watching a movie and Steven fell asleep and then started crying in his sleep, which is weird because Steven's dream wasn't sad. But they don't dwell on it for too long, and Greg takes Steven home. Steven asks about Rose and Pink Diamond, and Greg says that Rose felt like she had to confess everything to him, while Greg assured her that the past didn't matter. What matters is who she is now. Which does make Steven a little happy before he goes to bed. And oop, he has this weird dream again. And he looks around a bit, seeing a massive, wrecked mechanical thing before he wakes up, crying again. The next day, he tells Connie about it, and she immediately knows what it is. It's actually something the founder of Beach City came across many years ago. It's something called the Palanquin. Steven decides to ask the gems about it, and, well, Pearl is very dodgy with her answers, while Garnet is very direct, telling Steven to stop digging and not go to find this thing. They even go outside, and Garnet accidentally makes it more interesting when she mentions a her that she's afraid of, so much so that she can't go with him if he does go. Steven says he's going anyway, and Garnet doesn't stop him. He then goes to Greg and asks about it, and Greg convinces Uncle Andy to take them to Korea. Oh yeah, the Palanquin is in Korea, by the way. So, they're off to Korea, and after a bit of tourism, they get to the Palanquin, Steven beginning to cry as they get closer, and soon they find it. but it's not like what Steven saw in his dream. It's blue and in perfect condition, not pink and destroyed.
Oh, Pink. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this isn't the one in Steven's dream. This is Blue Diamond's palanquin. Blue Diamond has apparently come to visit Pink's palanquin, still mourning her death after all these years. Steven realizing that he was seeing through her eyes and crying her tears. And when Blue Diamond's Pearl hears them, Greg pops out of the bush to ease any suspicion, and he begins talking with Blue Diamond, saying that he understands what it's like to lose someone close to him. Blue Diamond is surprised a human can understand that, and is saddened that the Earth will be destroyed by the cluster. So she decides to take one last human before the cluster emerges. Oh dear. Yeah, so she takes Greg into her massive hand ship and quickly blasts off. Garnet then appears, catching Steven, saying she couldn't come because she saw a potential future where Blue spotted her and ended up finding everyone and wiping them out. But now they're gonna go to space and save Greg. I love this episode, and this big reveal of Blue Diamond is great. She's somehow both imposing and sad. I even love the little detail that since Steven is crying her tears, what's just a tiny little tear for her is this just massive glob of water from Steven's eye. It really helps emphasize to the viewer how big the diamonds are, how what's tiny for them is massive to us. Now, let's not dilly-dally and move into Adventures in Light Distortion. Steven and Garnet get back to the temple and explain what happened. Steven asking if Blue Diamond is gonna kill Greg, or eat him, or put him in a zoo.
Wait, that might be it.
She's gonna eat him?
Luckily, no. Apparently, Pink Diamond actually had a human zoo in space, and they conclude that's probably where Blue is taking Greg. So there's no time to waste, and they quickly fix up the Ruby's roaming eye and fly off. But this speed is far too slow, so they go at warp speed. Unfortunately though, going at warp speed makes the gems really short and squished, which is because the ship is calibrated for rubies, so they're all ruby-sized. So Steven tries to adjust it for them, but none of the base settings work. So he tries to adjust it manually, and it starts getting really weird. And then he tries to hit the off switch for some fucking reason, and yeah, the gems just fucking vanish. Steven has no idea what to do, and he realizes that they're gonna slam into the zoo at fucking light speed if they don't slow down. He starts crying and blaming himself for all of this, which is just really sad. Eventually though, he musters up enough strength to stop the ship right before they crash, and the gems are back. Apparently they were just moving faster than the speed of light, and since their forms are made of light, they literally just couldn't keep up and were trailing behind the ship the whole time. Steven says he's sorry for pushing so hard, but Garnet says it's okay, now they're at the zoo. This episode was great. I really love the visuals and the colors when they go light speed. It's so, like, dramatic and eerie, and the distorted, blurry, and chromatic aberration kind of visuals while they're going light speed creates this really, like, panicked and trippy feeling, if that makes sense. Now, let's move on to Gem Heist. The gems land in the human zoo and panic because, like, they don't know what to do. They didn't really have a plan until Garnet unfuses and Sapphire comes up with a plan to pretend to be homeworld gems, delivering a new human to the zoo. That being Steven. It, like, kinda works and fools the head of the zoo, Holly Blue Agate, who's just, like, a total bitch. And Sapphire even manages to separate them for a bit so they can try and open the door to the zoo. Unfortunately, Pearl can't actually open the door to the zoo. And Holly Blue Agate returns saying that Blue Diamond is already back at the zoo. So they just toss Steven into it. He's given earrings that are forcefully pierced into his ears and is put into strange, I don't know, a robe, dress, whatever, before being tossed into the zoo. And Greg is there, so mission half accomplished. This episode was great. The human zoo is a really fucked up and interesting concept, and Holly Blue Agate is just like one of the worst characters in the series. Intentionally, not like worst as in she's poorly written. She's just really, really, really annoying. Now, let's move on to the zoo. Obviously, Steven is very excited to see his dad again, and his dad introduces him to the other humans, or Zoomans, as they're called. Apparently, every Zooman, except Steven and Greg, obviously, are the results of generations upon generations of humans born and raised in the zoo. So, they're weird, and of course, Steven and Greg are both a little put off by their weirdness, as well as the weird disembodied female voice that tells them what to do and when to do it, like every second of the day. But finally, once everyone goes to bed, Steven and Greg search around and find a door. Y6 and J10, two of Greg's friends in the zoo, also find them trying to open the door, and aren't familiar with the concept of a door. But J10 does say that there are stories of a gem walking through an open wall after a human was hurt. After hearing this, Greg and Steven decide to beat the shit out of each other. Or more so, Steven beats the shit out of his dad.
I can take it! Cannonball!
But it doesn't work, and then the choosing begins. Steven is told he has to wait it out, but everyone else gets in a circle, and Greg quickly realizes that this is a weird matchmaking system, and when he's chosen, he quickly explained that this isn't how it works on Earth, that people get to choose whoever they want on Earth, and so everyone chooses Greg, and Greg says he gets a say in this too, and says no to all of them, which causes them all to have mental breakdowns, falling into tears, running around and chasing Greg. But hey, this causes the court soldiers to come out of the door. Unfortunately, before they can escape, they're grabbed by one, and boom, that's the end of the episode. This is another great episode. I love the zoo and the Zoomans. It's like such an alien approach to normal life. It really does feel like an alien's attempt at recreating Earth. And Y6 and J10 are really fun characters. I don't know why, but there's something so funny about their delivery. Now, let's move on to That Will Be All. Greg and Steven are dragged to all the other court soldiers in their quarters. Turns out, they found Amethyst out, and now they're really fucked.
You won't believe what I've been through. These amethysts, they're really, really great!
Never mind. Yeah, so they did find Amethyst out, but just don't care. And now she's basically just best fucking friends with all of them. And that's because these are actually all the other quartzes from the prime kindergarten. There's even a few from the beta kindergarten. They don't have too much time to celebrate though, as Holly Blue Agate shows up and chews them out, telling them to get ready and into their places. So Steven and Greg have to split off from Amethyst and the quartz to find a place to hide. And so they do, in this strange room filled with bubbled rose quartzes. And it's not a safe place to hide for long, as Blue Diamond comes in for some private grieving time, being quickly followed by Yellow Diamond, who chews her out for grieving for too long. Jesus. She sings a song about how Blue should move on, and how there's no use in feeling blue, and I wonder if this song's title is a double meaning. Obviously, it's her implying there's no use in feeling blue, which is a term for being sad, but I also wonder if she's asking what's the use in feeling blue. You see, there's a comma there. Maybe asking why she's also grieving, implying it may be better if she couldn't feel at all. That may just be me looking too deep into it though. Anywho, after the song is finished, Ruby, Sapphire, Pearl, and Holly Blue enter. Blue Diamond points out that, well, she never asked a Sapphire to go to Earth, and she quickly comes up with a cover. Blue expresses grief that the window to get more humans for the zoo is closing, but Yellow, after hearing that the cluster hasn't emerged yet, says there's still time, before sending them away, and so Steven is reunited with them and they begin making their escape right under Holly Blue's nose.
What an honor! I don't think anything could spoil this for me.
Okay, so Holly Blue pulls out her whip, but Amethyst quickly ties her up and Garnet just, yeah. Then, finally, when she threatens to report them to the Diamonds, Pearl points out that it would actually be a really dumb idea to tell the Diamonds that a bunch of traitorous rebels managed to sneak into the zoo she's in charge of, so she has no choice but to keep her mouth shut. And also, she has basically no power over the quartzes as well, since, well, they all know what happened. And so the crystal gems escaped, and Greg is saved. Yay! Seeing Holly Blue Agate finally get her comeuppance and basically have this place ruined for her was really satisfying. She's like Dolores Umbridge from Harry Potter, though Holly Blue is better because her creator isn't a fucking terrible person, but this isn't a video about bashing Mrs. Just Kidding over there. What am I talking about? Anyway, this episode and arc overall was pretty great. Now, let's move on to Storm in the Room. After the interesting events recently, Steven is left feeling a little conflicted. But hey, he's got Connie, whose mom is running late to pick her up. And while Steven tries to have fun, Connie can't stop worrying about her mom. But eventually, she shows up and picks her up. Steven says bye, and now he's all alone, with mac and cheese.
It's nice.
Can't even enjoy that, I guess. Steven, looking at the painting of his mom, laments the fact that he has no idea what Rose was like, wishing to know the truth. And after he says that, the door to his room opens again, and he makes the request for the room to make rose quartz. And for the first time, Steven sees Rose in person. They do standard mother-son things like catch, playing video games. Steven then talks about how he's been thinking about Rose a lot lately, and how the painting reminds him of everything he has to be. Rose says he's fine just the way he is, and Steven then tries to take a picture, and of course is brought back to reality when he realizes he's the only real thing here. There is a fly. There is a fly that's harassing me while I record this. Fuck you. I'll eat you. He then says that this isn't really his mom, just what he wants his mom to be like. In reality, she did less than savory things. She poofed bismuth and hid her away because she wanted to shatter gems, then shattered Pink Diamond, which caused Homeworld to have a vendetta against Earth. Not only that, but also have a vendetta against Rose Quartzes, which caused all Rose Quartzes to be bubbled. And then after all that, she just disappeared. Yep, so Storm breaks out as Steven keeps up his accusations, asking if in reality, he's just some scapegoat for her to avoid taking any accountability for what she did. The storm turns into rain, and Rose says that Steven knows that's not true, and in the tape she left, she talked about how much she wanted to have him. Steven says he knows it's not true, but now that she's gone, he's gotta deal with what she left behind. And with one last hug, Rose vanishes and Steven leaves the room. And waiting for him are Greg and the Gems with pizza. And Steven is reminded that even if he doesn't have Rose, he has a family. Aww. This episode is great, and it spawns another interesting theory. There's a theory that somehow, in some way, the Rose in the room is real. Now, while interesting, my personal theory is slightly different. I don't think the Rose in the room is real, but rather the room itself is alive, or sentient in some way. The room being alive is all but stated in all 3 episodes involving it. In the first episode in the room, after Steven says he doesn't want the fake beach city, the room directly asks him what he actually wants. Notably, that's the first time we ever heard Rose Quartz's voice actor. In the second episode with Rose's room, the room expresses both frustration when Steven gives contradictory commands, and also a desire to teach him some type of lesson, to be honest about his feelings and confess that he doesn't agree with what Connie thinks. And in this episode, I think the room wants to comfort Steven and is using the impression and memory both Steven and it has of Rose to try and create as accurate a Rose as possible. Its speech about sports is what makes me really think this isn't the real Rose. I saw someone on Reddit point out that this speech about sports is both a mix of Rose's other famous speeches, but also is just a nonsensical statement. Not all sports are the same. Maybe sports with balls are, but fucking boxing isn't the same as croquet. I definitely didn't forget the name and had to look it up. It's just trying to make something that vaguely sounds like something she'd say. Again, all of this in an attempt to teach Steven some kind of lesson. So yeah, there's my original theory. It's probably not original. I don't even know if it fully makes sense, but there's my idea, I guess. Now, let's move on to Rocknaldo. Okay, who the fuck put this in my script? Okay, so this episode was actually a prank by the Steven Universe crew. They teased that there would be a new character in the next episode called Bloodstone, and then the episode came out, and it's actually about the worst character in the entire show, Ronaldo. I've intentionally avoided talking about him the whole time, because I fucking despise him. But I just gotta let it out. So this episode follows Steven seeing Ronaldo handing out pamphlets about his latest conspiracy theory. That's his thing, by the way. He's a conspiracy theorist. I think I mentioned that earlier. And it's about rock people who have rocks in their bodies and summon weapons from the mud dimension. Oh, and also...
They hate men?
So yeah, Ronaldo is basically slandering the crystal gems. And when Steven points it out, Ronaldo actually feels really bad about it and decides to join the crystal gems. Obviously all the gems are vehemently against this idea, but Steven stands up for him, for some reason, and Ronaldo takes up the name Bloodstone. Get it? Steven quickly comes to regret this, as Ronaldo is just a complete douche, being jealous that he can't go on missions and nitpicking Steven's performance as a crystal gem. Steven tells him off, and Ronaldo manipulates him into thinking he's the bad guy, though Steven quickly realizes what he's doing and tells him off again, to which Ronaldo collapses, because he hasn't been sleeping. They then dump Ronaldo in front of his home, and Amethyst tells Steven to stop worrying about him. He's done that enough. And so, they leave him, and later Ronaldo has some self-reflection and apologizes. Kinda, for what he did. This is the worst episode in the show. I hate the whole douchebag stays at the main character's house trope in every show, and this one is no different. I already hated Ronaldo, and this episode just makes it worse. However, I do have to admit, great prank, even though it was kinda obvious. But yeah, I hate this episode. I hate Ronaldo. Now on to Room for Ruby. Steven and Garnet are chilling, looking at the stars, when suddenly... Yep, it's one of the Rubies, Navy specifically, and she immediately says that she actually doesn't like working for Homeworld and just wants to chill on Earth with the rest of the gems, which is unexpected, but Steven thinks of a perfect place for her to stay, the barn, and Lapis, Peridot, and of course Steven, try to help her get adjusted with Earth, which she actually does rather quickly. Lapis is clearly frustrated with the fact that Navy is adjusting so easily, but before anything can really escalate there, Navy offers to take them in a ride in the roaming eye. She does, and yeah, Navy is evil and just wants the ship back so she could pick up her squad and get back to Homeworld, so that's unfortunate. Lapis is pretty vindicated though, so yeah, they don't have a spaceship now, and the Rubies are heading back to Homeworld. I like this episode quite a bit, and Navy is like the smartest Ruby besides our Ruby, of course. She actually schemes and is able to deceive people rather than just mindlessly fight. Also, Lapis being vindicated and happy that Ruby betrayed them because nobody could adjust that quickly was kind of funny. Now, let's move on to Lion 4, Alternate Ending. This episode follows Steven trying to discover his magical destiny, which is a callback to Lion 2, when Connie keeps talking about his magical destiny. Currently, he's trying to decipher the tape Rose left him, but obviously it doesn't result in anything of note. But then suddenly, Lion coughs up a key, and Steven becomes convinced it's part of his magical destiny, but can't find what it opens. It doesn't even open the chest that's in Lion's mane. Eventually, though, Steven just asks Lion to take him to whatever it opens, and so he does. They go back to the desert that they first found Lion in, and eventually come across a strange ruin place. Inside is just a bunch of Rose Quartz's junk. There is one thing of note, though, a tape labeled "For Nora." Steven quickly returns home and asks his dad about it. His dad recognizes it and plays it, and it's basically just the tape for Steven again, but with them calling Steven Nora. Steven asks what the hell is going on, and Greg reveals that Steven is Nora.
I'm my mom and my sister?
No, not that. They just came up with two names, Steven if he was a boy and Nora if he was a girl. And obviously he was a boy, so he got the tape for him. And Steven realizes that he doesn't have a magical destiny. His only destiny is to be himself. This episode is fun, and it may seem kinda just like filler, but one part of this episode was a huge deal later on, you'll see. Now, let's move on to Dugout. This episode follows Steven and Connie deciding to join Connie's dad, Doug, who's basically a security guard, on a job to keep watch on Funland after someone broke in. And it's initially a bit boring, but then they see some action when they find out that someone has somehow torn through the chain link fence. And they also see something in Funland. Someone massive. They chase them and end up getting locked in a ride. One of those spinny rides that use the force of the spin to pin you against the wall. Random, unrelated, I guess slightly related question. Has anyone ever actually been on one of these rides? I always see them in movies and TV and all that, but I've never seen them in real life in any fairs or amusement parks I've been to. Like, really, have any of you actually been on one of these rides? Please tell me. I really want to know if these are like actually a thing. Anyway, after they escape the ride, Connie and Steven begin theorizing about what it could be. They posit that it could be a gem mutant or corruption, but they aren't really smart enough to trap anyone like that, or turn on the lights just to fuck with them. Eventually, though, it's revealed that the mysterious mastermind behind all of this was Onion. Yeah. Doug tells him off and then laments that his job isn't nearly as cool as Connie and Steven fighting aliens or even Priyanka being a doctor, but Steven and Connie assure him that while it may not be as cool, it's nice to have a bit of normal fun. Yay, happy ending. There was no danger at all. It was just a wholesome episode. Shit. This episode is nice, but obviously the thing that really steals the show is that cliffhanger at the end revealing that there was something more going on here. I remember actually watching reactions to this video and everyone went fucking insane when they saw these two. But let's not dwell on that too long and move on to the good Lars. Lars, with heavy encouragement from Sadie, serves Steven this weird pumpkin bread cake, revealing that Lars is actually really into baking. And that's good because Buck Dewey invites him to a potluck, and Steven and Sadie decide to help him come up with something to bake. They even consult his secret cookbook and decide on Lars's childhood favorite, the ube roll, which is this purple roll filled with cream that looks absolutely delicious, but then I remember it tastes like sweet potatoes and I immediately lose all interest in tasting it. I fucking hate sweet potatoes. I put it on like my top 5 worst things I've ever eaten. It's a Thanksgiving staple, I know, and I've got a feeling some of you are going to be really upset, but I fucking hate sweet potatoes. But Steven and Sadie clearly don't agree because the roll is a hit with them. And after Sadie goes home to get ready, Lars then rants about how while the cake is sick, he's worried about what everyone will think when they discover he likes baking.
Everybody's gonna know I love baking, and everybody's gonna know I love... This isn't gonna be an ironic potluck.
But Steven reassures him it'll be fine before he leaves, and then later he gets to the potluck. Sadie arrives soon after, and both seem concerned when Lars doesn't show up. Steven goes searching for Lars and even tries to call him before finding the ube roll in the trash. So, it seems he lost his nerve. Despite that, Sadie seems to be getting along with the cool kids, and soon they leave and Steven shows her what happened. They're both bummed out, then say goodbye and head home. I'm sure that's nothing. Now, on to Are You My Dad? This episode follows Steven being extremely concerned when Jamie the mailman doesn't bring him his package, and it only gets worse when Sour Cream tells him that Onion is missing, and then he discovers that Lars and Sadie are nowhere to be found either. Barb, Sadie's mom, is also concerned as well, and they both split up to go searching around Beach City for them. And then he runs into...
Are you my dad?
A gem!
Yep, a new gem, who asks Steven if he's her dad. When Steven says he's not, she flies away with water wings, similar to Lapis. Steven then rushes back to the temple, calling Connie, and they all begin to wonder who this new gem is, drawing pictures based off Steven's descriptions. And afterwards, Connie asks if it could be a gem hybrid like Steven.
There are no other gems like Steven.
Are you sure?
So they all decide to go out and search for her, and eventually, while searching through the forest, they find her again. She once again asks if Connie is my dad, correcting Connie when she says your dad. And then, when she reveals that her name is Connie, she suddenly begins calling out to another gem named Topaz, who is a massive fusion who's trapped all the missing people in her body, which is such a freaky and creative idea. I love it. Anyway, Topaz captures Connie, and the little Jim reveals that she's an aquamarine, and that the bow on her head is actually this weird syndrome telekinetic wand beam thing. And with it, they fucking wreck Steven and escape. And that's where the episode ends. I really like this episode. The build-up from the previous episodes was great, and Aquamarine and Topaz are really intimidating villains. Now, let's move on to the season finale. I Am My Mom. Obviously, it opens up right after the last one, Steven explaining what happened to the gems, and Pearl immediately recognizes both the gems. Apparently, they're a huge deal. They conclude that they must be taking more humans for the zoo, but are confused as to why they're only capturing people from Beach City exclusively. But they have no time to theorize as Connie somehow sends Steven a picture of the Funland sign. So the gems quickly run there, and Steven calls Connie's phone to try and find them. And they do. But it seems that was Aquamarine's plan. The crystal gems try to figure out why these two are doing this, and Aquamarine reveals that she's been following a specific list that was apparently made by a Steven. And then, after Aquamarine says that Peridot is the one who gave her the list...
Oh no, there's lots of humans. There's my dad, Connie, Lars and Sadie, the mailman, Onion, I think.
That's fucking right. This scene from all the way back in season 1 finally paid off fully. Steven realizing that Aquamarine is literally looking for someone named My Dad. And while Steven feels incredibly guilty, they can't dwell on that now, and the gems try to fight them. But it doesn't go well, and Aquamarine is quickly fed up and threatens to straight up just murder the humans, to which Steven decides to say that he's my dad, though he does have a plan. He wants to form his bubble so he can poof, or at least separate the Topaz, but it takes a bit longer than he expected, so they're brought aboard Aquamarine's ship, and they're about to be taken away. And right as they're taking off, Steven finally manages to break Topaz's form with his bubble, and he begins fighting and helping the humans escape, infuriating Aquamarine. But it seems like they're about to get away before Aquamarine catches them all, saying she can't go back empty-handed. Then Steven decides to really sacrifice himself, as he reveals that he's not my dad, he's Rose Quartz, which of course is a much more prestigious catch than a bunch of humans. Steven then tells the gems that this is the only way to fix what Rose did, and with that, he's captured. Uh-oh, yeah, that's how the season ends. What a downer ending, but it's also an excellent cliffhanger. I love this episode. Aquamarine is such a fun, hateable villain, and like I said, it's a pretty good cliffhanger. Also, that twist with Peridot's list fucking blew my mind as a kid. And that's season 4. It was pretty alright, I guess. Definitely has a few duds, including Rocknaldo, but I still liked it. And that ending really gets you hyped for the next season. This season also has more filler episodes that people complain about, but like I said, I think you're all cowards. Those episodes are fine. Now, let's move on to the final season of Steven Universe. Oh dear. This one's gonna be long. I'm basically gonna have to go over every episode from this season since they're all important in some way, so let's not dilly-dally, I suppose. This season starts with Stuck Together. This episode opens up right after the previous, Steven being flown off to Homeworld, and while this situation seems fucked, Steven is at least consoled knowing everyone is safe.
Steven! What the... Lars?
Shit. Okay, so Lars is still on the ship, so him and Steven are fucked. You could even say they're stuck together. You could even say they're stuck. So Steven and Lars have to plot how to escape, and Lars really isn't too helpful, seeing the whole situation as hopeless. He even reveals that he wasn't captured before he walked into the potluck like Steven assumed. He tossed his ube roll and chickened out, then got captured. And then he laments about how much of a coward he is, considering the only reason he's actually still here is because he ran away and hid. Steven then reveals he's pretty fucking terrified too, and they have a nice little cry about it. And so does Topaz. Yes, Topaz is actually sympathetic to them and wants to help. Unfortunately, they have an argument about whether Steven should go with him or not, which means yeah, Aquamarine finds them and attacks. But the thing is, unlike the gyms, Topaz actually quickly restrains Aquamarine and nearly destabilizes her, but Aquamarine manages to weasel her way out of it with some quick thinking, saying Topaz will be separated and shattered if she does this, not realizing that Topaz controls the ship, so she could just turn around and go to Earth or any other planet. But Topaz doesn't think of that, and Aquamarine says they can just unfuse and never speak of this again. And Topaz does, and soon they arrive at Homeworld. Steven and Lars are separated and dragged to cells. Uh-oh. So yeah, that's how the episode ends. This is a pretty decent start to the season. I love the little detail that because Topaz is a Homeworld gym and basically Aquamarine's bodyguard, she's actually not really a threat and can easily take her down. That's a fun detail. I remember when we first saw Topaz, everyone thought they were the first male gem we saw, and then she spoke, and yeah. Anyway, good episode. Let's move on to the trial. This episode opens with Steven in this weird waiting room, when suddenly a Zircon appears, which is basically a gym lawyer. She explains that Steven is about to go on trial, and so he does. And it's here that the cracks start to form in the whole Rose-shattered pink diamond case, as the diamonds demand to know how Rose did it. Blue even very dramatically stating that it was done with a sword, which doesn't make sense since, Bismuth specifies that Rose's sword couldn't shatter gems. And then later, Zircon even explains that it really doesn't make sense that Rose got anywhere near Pink Diamond, since she was a known criminal, and Pink Diamond would be surrounded by, a massive army. Zircon saying that the only person capable of pulling something like this off, and then covering it up afterwards, would be someone with supreme authority, like a diamond, which Yellow doesn't really like hearing.
I might have gotten carried away.
Amidst the chaos after Yellow's outburst, Lars and Steven manage to escape by stealing Blue's palanquin, and end up falling to the very bottom of Homeworld. This episode is the first time the story of Pink Diamond being shattered by rose quartz has holes poked into it, and it's suggested that some kind of cover-up took place. It was a big theory in the fandom after this episode came out that Yellow either killed Pink Diamond or orchestrated the whole thing, which makes sense. It's very obviously what the episode wants you to think. Now, let's move on to Off Colors. This episode opens with Lars and Steven slamming into the bottom of Homeworld and not having long to rest as they're chased by weird drones that fire lasers when they detect gems. Luckily though, they're saved by these lovely fellows. These are the Rutile twins, and they guide Lars and Steven to the secret hideout of the Off Colors, which are gems that are defective or break the rules. Like Rhodonite, a permafusion of a pearl and a ruby, who worked for a gem called Morganite. There's Paparacha, whose name is the hardest to spell, and she's an off-color sapphire, only able to predict things that just happened. And finally, there's Fluorite, another permafusion, but between 6 different gems, so she's massive. Anywho, they explain that if they're found, they'd be shattered, so they just kinda sit in a cave all day and night. That's a boring existence. Also, it's obviously not sustainable for Steven and Lars since they need, food. But no worrying about that now, as those drones find their way into the cave and begin attacking. Lars initially panics, but Steven assures him that it's okay to be afraid, which gives him a confidence boost, and he begins fighting back against the drones, which can't see him since he doesn't have a gem. But after causing one to explode... Here's a fun fact for you. This scene was actually leaked, but Lars's face was censored. And I fucking called it. I called that this was Lars's death. I mean, everyone did, but I'm smart. So anyway, yeah, Lars dies, no joke, and Steven cries over his body. And when his tears fall on Lars... Yep, he's been resurrected with pink skin and white hair. Wait a second. Obviously, everyone is initially confused, but Steven figures it out when he touches Lars' hair, and yep, it's a pocket dimension. He has Lion's powers now. But not only is Lars' hair a pocket dimension, it's actually connected to Lion's mane, so he can just walk back to Earth. And so he does, and he finds that the temple is empty, so he makes a PB&J for Lars and brings it back. But Lars isn't hungry, despite being hungry earlier. I honestly don't know why. Even Steven mentions that Lion eats lizards sometimes, and Lars says he just doesn't want a lizard, so I don't know. Oh, also, his heartbeat is like super slow. It's not relevant, I just thought it was kind of a funny little gag. But anyway, after trying to help Lars get through his own head, Lars tells Steven to just go home without him. Him and the Off-Colors will just find another way back to Earth. Steven is obviously not big on this plan, but eventually goes through with it and returns home, and the Gems are extremely happy to see him. So like, it's a bittersweet ending? Steven's home and Lars is resurrected, but stuck on Homeworld. Either way though, I loved this episode. I like that we finally got an explanation for Lion, and I really liked seeing Homeworld, even if it was really brief. The Off-Colors are really fun characters too. Kinda sucks that they weren't really explored much more. Though, fun fact, we actually were gonna see Rhodonite's backstory apparently. There's some concept art of the Pearl and Ruby that make her, as well as the Morganite that they briefly mentioned serving under. And I wish we got this. I really like the design for the Morganite. But anyway, these 3 episodes were a very strong start to the season, which is probably why a lot of people complain about the next episode. Dewey wins. I considered skipping this episode, but I'm covering it out of spite, because I am frankly bitter and scorned. Everywhere I've been, I see people say that this episode sucks, that it's pure filler and serves no purpose. Fuck you. Sorry again, I'm sure you're all lovely people. So let's just get into this episode. It opens up with Connie and Lion just bailing. Both of them are apparently very upset with the fact that Steven just bailed on them when he promised they'd be in this together. Steven doesn't understand why they're upset though, and the next day everyone else is upset with Mayor Dewey because of how poorly he's handled all the alien stuff at this point. And so Nanafwa, Kiki and Jenny's grandma, decides to run for mayor, being Mayor Dewey's first real opponent. And Steven decides to help Mayor Dewey win the election, but he keeps fucking up and getting people angry at Dewey, and eventually at a debate, Dewey just drops out of the election, admitting Nanafwa is the better candidate and that Steven misplaced his trust. Steven is upset because earlier Mayor Dewey said they'd be in this together, and you can see where this is going. This is how Connie feels. People always say that this episode is worthless, and if you actually watch it, its whole point is that it's Steven being put in Connie's shoes and realizing why she's upset. Steven said they'd face any issues together, and then just left her behind. And to be honest, I'm not even that big of a fan of this episode, mainly because Mayor Dewey is a boring character to me, but this episode isn't just some worthless filler. It has a point to make that builds on Steven's character. Personally, I only complain about filler when it's an episode that's just so worthless that it can just be removed from the show as a whole and nothing would change, nothing worthwhile at all. Like nothing memorable would be lost. I use this as an example a lot, I'm realizing, but I think a good example of an episode that I would label as pure filler is The Great Divide in Avatar: The Last Airbender. That episode is so entirely worthless that the creators themselves recommended people skip it in the show. In my opinion, that is a completely worthless episode. There is not a single interesting thing that came from that episode. You cannot like Dewey wins. You can say that there was a better way to make this point to Steven, but like, you can't say it's completely worthless. Now that I've explained why I like this episode, let's move on to Gymcation. The Gyms notice how down Steven has been recently and assume it's because of what he saw on Homeworld, so they decide to go on a vacation to a remote cabin to try and talk with him. But all their attempts are failures, as Steven is not upset about Homeworld. He's upset that Connie is ignoring him, to which Greg explains that they don't have Wi-Fi and they need to find bars to see if she actually responded to him while on the vacation. She didn't though. Steven then realizes that all he can do is wait for when Connie is ready, and in the meantime, he can hang with his family. In every video so far, I've had a episode that I cover all in one take, and that was that one. Yeah, I'm that good. Anyway, yeah, I like this episode. It's pretty cute. I think the misunderstanding plotline is kind of funny, and the ending is pretty wholesome. Now, let's move on to Raising the Barn. After Lapis and Peridot hear that Steven's met the diamonds, Lapis is terrified and immediately begins preparing to leave, telling Peridot to gather everything up so they can get off Earth. But they can't find Pumpkin, which delays their plans. As they search, Peridot confesses that she really doesn't want to leave, but is scared to tell Lapis that. Steven decides to help her, and eventually she tells Lapis that she doesn't want to go. They have a bit of a fight, and in the end, Lapis leaves, and Peridot stays, Lapis taking the barn with her. So, Peridot moves back into Steven's bathroom. Man, this episode is just sad. Peridot had a nice thing going with Lapis, and she just dips, taking her home with her. Just makes me feel bad. Now, let's move on to Back to the Kindergarten. This episode follows Steven and Amethyst trying to cheer Peridot up after recent events. So, they decide to take her to the kindergarten so Peridot can confidently ramble about it. But, not even that helps. But one thing does, though. A tiny flower that somehow managed to grow in this desolate land. This is the one thing that manages to actually give Peridot a bit of hope, as they wonder if somehow life can grow in the kindergarten again. So they decide to farm, planting a bunch of stuff and cheering Peridot up quite a bit, until the next day, when all the plants have completely died, which causes Peridot to feel completely hopeless once again, becoming especially upset at the one flower that's still inexplicably alive, crushing it before immediately regretting it. Not just because it's the one living thing, but also because, yeah, it's not a flower, it's just a lure from a corrupted gem that looks like a turnip for some reason. Steven and Amethyst fuse into smoky quartz, which kind of feels unneeded for, a simple corruption, and they save Peridot. And Peridot, despite the complete failure of all of this, thanks Steven and Amethyst for trying to cheer her up. This episode's really fun, though the ending kinda feels out of nowhere since it's been so long since the corruption was the antagonist of an episode, and the Smoky Quartz cameo feels kinda random, but other than that, I like it. Now, let's move on to Sadie Killer. This episode follows Sadie being absolutely depressed and overworked now that Lars is stuck in space. Steven reveals that he's in a band with the cool kids and decides to invite Sadie to watch them practice. At this practice session, Buck reveals that he managed to get them a gig, despite them not having a style, any real songs, or even a name. So, they gotta start working real hard on all those things. And when Sadie is too late for practice that day, the next day they decide to take the practice to her house. And while they chill out and watch some horror movies, Sour Cream uses the music from the horror movie to make a beat, and Sadie then reveals she's talented at writing lyrics and singing. And with that, they have their style, deciding to be a horror-themed band, with Sadie as the lead singer, using the stage name Sadie Killer, which is just a perfect stage name. The only issue is, she's still got her job and can't really make it to the gig. That is until right at the end, when she catches them on their way to the gig, and reveals that she quit her job at the Big Donuts so she can be a part of the band full-time. This episode is really fun. I like how it expands on Sadie, and shows how she's dealing with Lars being in space. I also like this big status quo shift. It's not as big as Lars being stranded in space, but it's also, caused by that and everything. And besides Island Adventure, I just kind of like Sadie as a character. She's fun. Now, let's move on to Kevin Party. This episode follows Kevin randomly inviting Steven to a party, revealing that he wants him there because Connie is going to be there, and he wants Stevani to show up because, much to Kevin's begrudgment, Stevani is just cooler than him. It's actually shocking he has enough humility to admit that. Steven is only convinced to go because Connie will be there, and soon he arrives and is way too nervous to talk to Connie. So Kevin tries to give him advice, but obviously it's not good advice since it's from Kevin, and when he finally does talk to Connie, she's very upset that he's now trying to be like Kevin, to which he drops the act and apologizes for leaving her and everyone else behind when he promised they'd be in it together. Connie accepts the apology and tells Kevin to go fuck himself before they leave on Lion. So yay, Connie and Lion are back. This episode's sweet, and I think it's a great, pathetic end to Kevin's story. Now, let's move on to Lars of the Stars. Steven and Connie decide to visit Lars and give him some goodies, expecting to find him starving in a cave somewhere. But when they leap through his head, they discover that he's an honest-to-God space pirate on the run from a high-ranking general, Emerald.
There I am, Gary, there I am!
My username comes from a mispronunciation of the word emerald, by the way. I don't think I ever explained that. Anywho, turns out Lars stole the ship from Emerald and is now on the run from her. But they get a brief moment of rest whenever they go in hyperspeed, and Steven and Connie take this opportunity to catch him up on things, and also bring him the goodies that they got him. They tell him about stuff like Sadie becoming friends with the cool kids and starting a band. But Lars isn't thrilled to hear that, not happy that things are changing so much while he's gone, and even becoming jealous that Sadie is friends with the cool kids, thinking she did it just to spite him. He's so distracted by this that he doesn't realize that there's a bunch of massive warning signs popping up. But Steven and Connie manage to get him to snap out of it when they tell him that life just moves on. Sadie isn't doing this to spite him, she's doing it because she has a life despite him being in space and being super worried about him. Connie and Steven then fuse and make Stevani, telling him that best friends would never hurt each other like that. And with this encouragement, Lars begins giving orders once again, calling Emerald on her bluff, knowing she won't actually destroy the ship. However, she is willing to just make it completely immobile. So, to defeat Emerald, Lars proposes using that.
That?
Not that.
What's that?
Apparently, that is a special spaceship only Lars can pilot. Stevani then volunteers to use that in Lars's stead, and so they do, and are successful in defeating Emerald, though end up being shot down and crashing on an alien planet. And that's how it ends. This episode is awesome. I love Lars's space pirate design, and Emerald is a funny antagonist. I remember when this episode was teased at Comic-Con, I was hyped. Like, Jesus. And I won't lie, this episode did not disappoint me. Also, I forgot to mention earlier, but I like this detail when they ask Rhodonite what to do while Lars is distracted. She closes her top eyes, her ruby eyes, and says what Captain Lars tells us to do, which implies it's her pearl side saying this. I just think that's a cute little animation detail. Now, let's move on to Jungle Moon. Stevani wakes up on, well, a jungle moon, and has to survive until Lars can find them. Eventually, though, one night when they fall asleep, they have a dream of a massive version of Connie's mom that then turns into Yellow Diamond, and her house turns into a weird base. After Stevani says she wants a colony and a planet of her own, Yellow Diamond berates her for acting like a child, which causes her to leave, upset, looking at her reflection in a mirror, and... Yep, we finally get to see Pink Diamond. I could have sworn this happened in like season 4, but I guess I'm stupid. Anyway, after waking up, Stevani finds the same moon base from her dream, and manages to contact Lars, and soon they're saved. This episode is sick, especially that reveal of Pink Diamond. I remember the whole fan base going fucking insane over that. Now, let's move on to Your Mother and Mine. This episode follows Garnet deciding to visit the Off-Colors, immediately trying to be all chummy with them, and...
I predict you're going to make everyone uncomfortable.
Yeah, they're all uncomfortable, mainly because they think Garnet is making fun of them, because despite literally being rebels, they've all been brainwashed into thinking they should be ashamed of themselves. And after Garnet mentions Rose Quartz, that's when we learn the story around Rose Quartz on Homeworld is muddy, to say the least. Some say she was an organic anti-gem, others say she was some evil super soldier made from a hyper-defective quartz. Fluorite even confidently just says that Rose Quartz just wasn't real. Garnet is very upset by all this and decides to tell them the true story of Rose Quartz. that she was just a normal quartz soldier like any other. Then one day she came across organic life in humans and quickly fell in love and begged Pink Diamond to stop her operation on Earth, to which Pink Diamond refused, and Rose Quartz decided to encourage her fellow gems to rise up. It's here the crystal gems were formed as she met Bismuth, Garnet, and Pearl, as well as plenty of other gems, and they all fought fiercely for their freedom and Earth's safety. But apparently, Pink's forces were just too strong. So Rose Quartz realized she had no other choice than to shatter Pink Diamond. But after shattering Pink, the other diamonds were enraged and launched one final direct attack in an attempt to wipe out the rebellion, which we all know as the corruption spell or song or whatever. And despite the story's sad ending, Garnet assures the Off-Colors that they can win, that Homeworld is the one on the run from the truth being that Off-Colors, rebels, and defective gems are everywhere, and that they can inspire more and more of them to rise up. After this rousing speech, Steven explains that on the Jungle Moon, he had a dream where he saw through Pink Diamond's eyes, in a similar vein to his dreams seeing through Blue Diamond's eyes. But Garnet assures him Pink Diamond is gone for good. And then, the Off-Colors fix the ship's engine and decide to go attack one of Yellow Diamond's nearby asteroid mines to help repair their Nova thrusters. This episode was pretty fun. I love seeing the Off-Colors and learning how the Homeworld gems view Rose Quartz through propaganda, I presume. And it is also nice to see how the crystal gems were founded. Now, let's move on to the big show. So this episode follows Steven recording Sadie Killer and the Suspects as they get ready for their first big show. Wait, what? This episode pissed people off, mainly because the previous really felt like it was gonna lead into a badass action scene, and then we instead got Sadie and her band getting ready for a show. And I get that it would have been cool to see, but I feel like the annoyance at this missed opportunity, 1, is pretty overblown, and 2, it overshadows that this episode is pretty fun. This episode follows Steven deciding to use an old VHS camera to record Sadie and her band, who are all getting ready for a gig that Greg got them in Empire City. Oh yeah, Greg's their manager now. However, conflict arises whenever Sadie worries that her mom will try to take over this interest like she does with all of Sadie's other interests. She ends up pushing her away so much that she doesn't even show up for their first big show. By the way, the song here is excellent, and I really like the colors. Their band is a smash hit, and the owner of the venue, Sunshine Justice, says that they can play anytime. After this, Sadie realizes she may have been pushing her mom away a bit too much, and says she can come to all their shows. This episode is just a bit of wholesome fun, really. I do think it's kinda weird that this followed Your Mother and Mine, and maybe that episode could have been reworked where, like, the first half was the whole Rose backstory and the second half was the badass fight, or they made it a two-parter where another episode was the badass fight and then the big show followed it. I don't know, really. That would make this episode coming after it not as strange, at least. But I honestly don't think it's that big of a deal. It's a fun episode, it's cute. Now, let's move on to pool hopping. Steven is surprised to find out that Garnet is working at the Big Donut, and Garnet explains that the way her future vision works is she can see a bunch of different timelines that splinter off based on the decisions made. You guys have played, like, Detroit Become Human, right? You know how this works. But what Garnet has recently taken interest in are certain timelines that are so unlikely and out there and disconnected from the rest that she can't look into them or predict what could have made them happen. So, she's just doing random shit to see what happens. And Steven decides to join her in doing random shit, like delivering a bunch of pizzas to random people and getting painted by Vidalia. And then, in the middle of getting painted, they chase after a little baby kitten, and that leads them to a whole bunch of baby kittens that are all in the forest, cold and alone. They try to decide what to do with them, but Garnet is frozen. She's overwhelmed seeing into all the cat's futures, and then she explains that the reason she's doing all of this is because Steven giving himself up to Homeworld was so unexpected she couldn't even predict it, and now her future vision isn't working properly because she's in a completely unknown timeline, and now she doesn't know how to lead or do anything, basically. Steven then says instead of just looking at what could happen, they should just pick what they want to happen. So they take the cat to Vidalia's to get them out of the rain and put them in a foster program. Garnet then realizes that perhaps the reason her future vision has stopped working is because she's still treating Steven like he's a dumb kid when he's become so much more mature. So, the futures where he's running from responsibility and asking everyone else for help just aren't the probable ones anymore, and she now needs to look at Steven as he is. She then decides to adopt this one-eyed calico cat and name it Cat Steven. This episode is really sweet. I love the concept, and I love how it shows how far Steven has come and how much he's grown. I also remember Garnet naming the one-eyed cat Cat Steven spawned the theory that Steven would lose an eye, when Garnet doesn't seem like the type to make a cruel joke like that. Anyway, this episode's fun. Now, let's move on to Letters to Lars. This episode follows Steven sending letters to Lars, giving him updates about what's going on Earth, like Ronaldo reacting to him being in space. He reacts with jealousy. Missed opportunity to give Ronaldo a tiny bit of depth there and make him worried about Lars or something, because they used to be friends, but I don't know. I guess it just cements that I hate Ronaldo. We also learned that with Nanafwa as mayor, they've made panic shelters with food rations if any gyms show up, as well as coming up with some ways to alert everyone, such as Pearl sending out a mass text. Oh yeah, Pearl has a phone now. Steven also updates him on Sadie Killer and the suspects, who are still going strong, and also updates him on the wrestling scene. Oh yeah, Lars is really into underground wrestling. I realize that I haven't mentioned any of the Purple Puma Tiger Millionaire shit, mainly because these episodes, to me at least, are just so boring. Anyway, back to the episode. Apparently, Mayor Dewey felt like he didn't belong after losing the mayor part of his name, until finally, he got a job at the Big Donut. So, the Big Donut is finally open again. Hooray, happy ending. This episode is just wholesome. I like it, even if the only real progression is Mayor Dewey working at the Big Donut now. Now, let's move on to Can't Go Back. This episode follows Steven being woken up in the middle of the night by Ronaldo, which apparently he's kept doing after being appointed lookout. So, begrudgingly, Steven decides to look through his telescope to see what's up, and unlike before, it actually is something. The barn's on the moon. So, Steven heads to the moon to see what's going on. He finds Lapis in the moon base doing something with this weird orb. Steven is very happy to see her, and she reveals this room is a, observation/holo deck that she's using to keep tabs on Steven, Peridot, and the gyms. Apparently, she really was going to run as far as she could, but she got too worried about what was going on Earth and decided to stay on the moon to keep an eye. And then Lapis begins singing That Distant Shore, which is one of my favorite songs in the show. It's basically about how she wants to have friends and enjoys living on Earth, but keeps running away from her own anxieties, fear, and trauma. Here's a fun fact. I liked this song and Lapis so much that when I was given an assignment in school where I had to write an essay analyzing a character from a piece of media I liked, I wrote it about Lapis, specifically focusing on this song and how it relates to her character. That's how big of a Steven Universe fan I was. I shoved it into my school assignments. Anyway, back on subject, after Lapis sings, she continues lamenting about how she was so afraid of the diamonds destroying her home, she ended up doing it herself, and says that she's tired of running away and might just like being around her friends and being in danger than being alone and safe. Unfortunately, Steven falls asleep and has a concerning dream of Pink Diamond talking with Blue and Yellow Diamond about Rose Quartz. Blue Diamond saying she begged for a colony, but now that there's one little rebellion, she wants to be rid of it. She assures Pink that Rose can't hurt her, and then her and Yellow leave. And then we see Pearl holding Rose's sword, walking up behind Pink Diamond, drawing it, and Steven frantically talks about this dream, and Lapis misinterprets it as the diamonds are coming to Earth, and despite saying she's tired of running away, she runs away. Jesus, that's depressing. I like this episode though. I really like That Distant Shore. Again, it's one of my favorites, and Steven's dream was a great cliffhanger. Now, let's move on to quite possibly the biggest episode of the show, a single pale rose. You guys are about to learn how I ate some fucking humble crow pie in a second. This episode follows Pearl adjusting to having a new phone, while Steven would really like to talk with her about, that. When Amethyst goes away for a sec to find Pearl a phone case, Steven finally asks her about it, and, well, she covers her mouth and seems almost incapable of talking about it. When Amethyst comes back, Pearl denies the phone case and puts her phone in her gym and leaves the room as fast as possible. Later, though, Steven receives a text from Pearl saying, "I want to tell you, but I can't." And when he asks Pearl about it, she says she hasn't even touched her phone since she put it in her gym, and when she tries to take it out, she can't. So she devises a plan to send Steven into her gym so he can find the answers to all of his questions. Those questions being where her phone is, of course. And so, in her gym, Steven goes, and he meets the Pearl inside Pearl's Pearl, who's unable to find the phone. And she suggests that another Pearl might have taken it. And so Steven goes inside this Pearl's Pearl, and he ends up in a memory, which I'm guessing was shortly after Rose told Pearl she's pregnant. Mainly because Pearl is crying and breaking down about Rose having a baby.
She can't have a baby.
Well, this is awkward.
After having a little talk with her, this Pearl pulls Steven into her Pearl, and he appears in a, battlefield, it seems, right after the corruption attack. Pearl in complete shock, and after she speaks for a little bit, she pulls Steven into her gym, and here we are, moments after Pink Diamond was shattered. Steven is confused since these shouldn't be Pearl's memories, until... Hey, wait a minute, this ain't Rose, it's Pearl in disguise. And she's holding Pink Diamond and only poofed her? Steven's confused, and this Pearl pulls him into her Pearl, and we finally see it. Rose and Pearl in the palanquin talking about what they're about to do, about how once they do it, they'll never get to go back. Their status, their purpose will be meaningless. And then the big reveal comes. That's right. Rose is Pink Diamond, and her shattering was fake. And this has been foreshadowed and hinted at for so goddamn long. Just look at it.
Cookie and Cat, he's super duper yummy. Cookie and Cat, he left his family behind.
I don't know what a magic lady like her ever saw in a...
But if it were me, I'd really want to be a giant woman. A giant penny?
We'll offer you everything you've ever wanted to know about your fellow gems and our culture.
I must be incredibly important to gem culture.
Engine check.
Brother, she put Rose and shattered Pink Diamond, saving the Earth for...
1 second? Like a real person?
I'm not a real person.
This! We are literally walking in the footsteps of the diamonds.
How about this?
I remember how big this theory was before this episode, confirmed it. And I remember I actually thought this theory was pretty dumb. I thought it didn't make sense. I thought a lot of the evidence they had was coincidence and pretty weak. I was wrong completely. Like I said before, I just devoured crow pie here. Anyway, this episode ends with Pearl finally giving Steven Pearl's phone back, and Pearl pulling him out of her gym. Steven revealing he knows everything now.
Mom was Pink Diamond.
What?
Yeah, dude, this episode was fucking huge. The fan base went insane after it aired. Me included. My jaw was just... It wasn't even on the floor. It fell through my room's floor and into, the living room below my room. That's how on the floor it was. The Rose is Pink Diamond truthers took victory laps. The deniers, like me, either accepted defeat or called it stupid because they didn't like being debunked. And everyone wanted to know what would come next. So, let's see with Now We're Only Falling Apart. which picks up right after the previous episode. Both Garnet and Amethyst are shocked as Pearl explains everything, and how she couldn't say anything because of the last order Pink gave her, but now that the secret's out, she can talk about everything. Unfortunately, Garnet falls apart, and Sapphire's the one having a strong reaction this time, while Ruby is encouraging her to calm down and think rationally. But Sapphire refuses and runs away. Steven and Pearl eventually find her and try to comfort her. Pearl finally deciding to tell them the true story of the rebellion. Pearl was Pink Diamonds, and was assigned to her shortly after she was given Earth to colonize. Pink was rather bored until Pearl suggests they go down to Earth, and so she won't get chewed out by the diamonds, she suggests that Pink disguises herself as a rose quartz. So she does, and they go down to Earth to meet the emerging quartz. Rose also wants to explore the rest of Earth, and so they do, and eventually see some humans. And as they return to the warpad, Pink realizes that this colony will wipe out everything they just saw. They're not making life from nothing like she thought, they're taking it and leaving nothing behind. So she tried her hardest to get the diamonds to leave Earth. She said she wanted to stop her colony, they told her to finish what she started, and that this is what she always wanted. She said she wanted to preserve the life, so they made the human zoo. All they did was ignore her, so she made Rose Quartz, someone they couldn't ignore. She originally just wanted to scare Gems away, essentially, but then when she saw Garnet for the first time, things changed. She realized she wanted to help Gems as well, and fight for their freedom too. She even encourages Pearl to keep thinking and fantasizing when she confesses she's been thinking things, independently. And then she meets Garnet, and you know the rest. And Sapphire realizes that they weren't following Rose, Rose was following them, and doing what they wanted. And that's why they're the answer. And now that Sapphire has calmed down, they need to go find Ruby, cause, yeah, she ran away. This episode is great. I loved finally hearing the true story of the rebellion, and seeing these scenes from the answer from a different perspective. That was pretty fun. Now, let's move on to What's Your Problem?, which follows Steven and Amethyst going out into town to find Ruby. Though Steven starts to become concerned about how Amethyst feels about what's going on. Amethyst, however, is consistently dodging all of Steven's questions, and eventually, when they hear Ginny talk about Ruby hanging out with Greg, she begins literally running away from Steven. Though eventually, Steven manages to corner her on the beach, and Amethyst says that she doesn't want to make this about her, that she doesn't want to get stuck in the past, and that she's not responsible for what Rose did, neither is anyone else. She then swears that she's not going to dump 1,000 years of trauma onto Steven for his sake. And after this, they realize that Amethyst is probably the most mature crystal gem now. And then they go on to go find Ruby. This episode's sweet. I like seeing Amethyst refuse to trauma dump on Steven, like literally every other character in the show does. Now, let's move on to The Question, which follows Steven and Amethyst finding Ruby hanging out with Greg, and saying she doesn't want to refuse into Garnet. She wants to set out on her own, since before she is basically always checking in on someone else, or thinking about someone else. She's finally gonna go out on her own, just like her favorite comic character, Lonesome Lasso. So she puts on a cowboy outfit, Amethyst turns into a horse, and they ride in the open plains, and she starts to sing. Honestly, I think Ruby Rider is a pretty underrated song. I think it's pretty cute, but it is soured when Ruby confesses that it's a lie. That's right. She lied to us through song.
I hate when people do that!
She says that while she enjoyed doing all this, she still misses Sapphire and wants to be with her. Steven explained that that's normal, and actually it's the same way Lonesome Lassum feels, always talking about how he's missing a girl named Sally Mae. So Ruby decides to go back home to Sapphire and...
Will you marry me?
That's right, they're getting married. Dude, I was so hyped when I watched this episode. I really wanted to see these gay rocks get married. So let's not dilly-dally and move on to Maid of Honor, which opens with the Crystal Gems setting up the wedding. Though as they set up the chairs, Sapphire is saddened that so many of their friends won't be able to attend since they're, corrupted, which brings the mood down a little. And as Steven is writing down everyone's names, he decides to invite the one non-corrupted bubble gem in the Crystal Heart. That's right, Bismuth is coming back. And once Steven unbubbles her, she immediately assumes the worst and quickly has to learn what corruption is. Not only that, but also has to learn that Pink and Rose were the same person, and Bismuth feels silly for not realizing sooner. Steven then invites Bismuth to Garnet's wedding, but insists on keeping it a surprise. And when he's about to unveil this surprise, Bismuth runs away to the forge. Steven goes to talk with her, and she explains she doesn't want to go because she knows they don't want to see her. Since, she attacked Steven and then they trapped her in a bubble. But Steven assures her that since they kept her bubbled because of him, they'll also hear him out when he says they made up. And they do. Everyone is happy to see Bismuth again. I like this episode. I was just so fucking hyped when I watched this episode and saw they were bringing Bismuth back, and Steven and Bismuth making up was pretty wholesome. Alright everyone, all you popcorn eaters, you people sleeping while listening to this, the artists, we're in the final stretch now. By the way, to you artists, that's pretty cool, what you're drawing. But anyway, we're in the final stretch now, starting with Reunited. This episode follows everyone setting up for the wedding, and it's adorable. Steven cheering everyone up, encouraging them to not linger on Rose and the other drama and just think about love. And so they do, and the wedding begins. By the way, I love the fact that Ruby is in the dress here. If you don't know, certain countries censored the show and changed the dialogue to imply Ruby was a boy, but this episode makes that censor almost impossible, so it's one big fuck you, basically. Back on topic, Ruby and Sapphire say their vows, kiss, and Garnet's back. Hooray! And they party into the night, happily ever after. Well, until the diamonds show up, of course. Though they aren't really interested in the crystal gems. Instead, they actually want the cluster, and despite Steven's best efforts, they get what they want, and the cluster hand emerges. But it's actually in control of itself and starts fighting Yellow Diamond's ship, while Blue Diamond comes down to have a chat. This fight is, well, pretty unfair, as Blue Diamond uses her powers, which causes all the gems to fall to the floor crying. Connie tries to fight, but Blue easily shatters Rose's sword and tosses Connie aside. Garnet manages to gather enough strength to start marching towards Blue, who actually recognizes her. Garnet clings to her coat, and it turns out it was just a distraction. That's right, Lapis is back and drops the barn on Blue. She also reveals that due to all the trauma she's experienced, she's straight up just not affected by Blue's powers, so she can't use that cheap trick anymore. So they actually get to fight, and manage to get the upper hand on her. The cluster even destroys Yellow and Blue's ships, slamming them down onto Blue. Though, the fight's not over as Yellow climbs out of her ship and helps Blue up.
Remember me?
No.
Oof. Doesn't get any better as Steven tries to say he's Pink Diamond, and Yellow just fucking stomps on him so hard he gets sent to the astral plane. Luckily though, while he's in there, he can help out everyone and encourage them. He can also telepathically reach the diamonds, which isn't easy, but eventually he manages to convince them, and the fighting stops. Ooh, I really liked this episode. The wedding was wholesome, and finally having a fight with the diamonds was great, and we are now in the final stretch. Only 5 episodes left. So, let's move on to the final arc in Legs from Here to Homeworld, which picks up right after the previous episode. The Diamond's now accepting that Steven is Pink Diamond, and questioning why she did all of this, which obviously Steven can't answer. They then question how she even survived, since they think their attack just shattered all the gems on Earth, and Steven shows them that that's not exactly what happened, bringing them to Centipedal and explaining corruption. They then try to heal her. Yellow brings back her form, Blue brings back her emotion, and Steven brings back her mind, though she doesn't seem to remember anything that happened while she was corrupted. She does reveal that she's a Nephrite though, which was pretty cool. Eventually they let go and she immediately turns back into the Centipedal. And Yellow says that they could permanently heal her if they had White Diamond, though the mere mention of White Diamond makes everyone terrified. Pearl explaining that she's not like any gem Steven's ever met. She's not even like the diamonds. But Steven is determined and decides to go to Homeworld anyway. They find Pink Diamond's ship in her dump and all get ready for the journey to Homeworld. Connie joining them this time, but Bismuth doesn't come, saying she's going to keep an eye on Lapis and Peridot until they reform, and then they take off on a straight course to Homeworld. Yellow and Blue explain that White is difficult and probably won't be happy to hear that all this time was basically a waste thinking Pink died. Soon, they arrive to find that Homeworld is thrilled to see Pink back. In fact, thousands of gems have gathered, forming the original diamond insignia. Fuck, dude, I love that. Everyone immediately falls completely silent when White's Pearl appears. Not even White herself, her Pearl. Oh yeah, this is White's Pearl, by the way, and she is distinctly not voiced by Dee Dee Magnahall, which breaks the rule that gems of the same type have the same voice actor. You know, Charlene Yee voices all the rubies, Erica Luttrell voices Sapphire and Paparacha, and so on and so forth. Very suddenly, White Pearl takes Steven to White Diamond. Alone.
There you are. Hello, Starlight. You certainly gave everyone a scare.
I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my favorite villain reveals ever. From the voice to the design and the extremely eerie music, it's just, ugh, it's so good. White kinda acts like she knew Pink was Rose this whole time, then says, "Welcome home," and before Steven can get a full sentence out, he's sent right to Pink Diamond's room. Alright then, good talk. This episode is great. First off, it's just kind of fun to see the Diamonds talk to Steven normally. As well, again, White Diamond's introduction is perfectly intimidating, which makes what's coming next very unfortunate. Yeah, big spoiler, I'm not a fan of how this show ends. I know, only the most shocking, groundbreaking, against the grain opinions on this channel. Let's not dwell on that. Let's move on to Familiar, which opens with Steven in Pink Diamond's room and meeting the Pebbles, tiny little gems that build whatever he asks for. I like this. It's a fun little parallel to Rose's room in the temple. Rose's room in the temple is very fantastical. It's able to make intricate, imaginative things easily upon request. While Pink's room is very rigid, the Pebbles only able to make simple geometric objects upon request. There's even the fact that in Pink's room, a bunch of gems have to build all the stuff, while in Rose's room, well, I guess with my theory, it is still someone kind of being made to do it all, but there's a difference between one and many, I guess. Anywho, soon Pearl arrives, saying everyone else is still on the ship, but since Pearl is considered property, that means she gets to go with Steven. Steven then goes to visit Yellow Diamond in her sauna. They briefly discuss what to do with White, but Yellow has to leave rather quickly. Similar story with Blue Diamond, though she's more willing to talk with Steven than Yellow. After all that, Steven and Pearl discuss what they could do to get all the diamonds in one place. Pearl says that before Pink received her colony, she used to throw massive balls. There's a joke to be made there, but I don't quite know what it is. So throwing balls is probably the best way to get everyone together, including White. So they set the plan into motion, and Steven sings a song lamenting about how everything is so familiar, and realizes that the reason for that is because Pink Diamond was basically the Homeworld Steven, specifically Season 1 Steven. You know, young, naive, and couldn't do any of the cool stuff yet, but the Diamonds would still make time to hang out with her, and now he's got to show them how he's changed, and help fix a broken family like he did with the gems. Also, Pearl manages to smuggle Amethyst, Garnet, and Connie to Steven, so that's nice. This episode is nice. I like finally getting to see more of Homeworld, but I just wish we'd get more of that from this arc. My biggest problem with Steven Universe as a whole is that we see so little of Homeworld. I'll get into that more later, though. For now, let's move on to Together Alone. Hey, nice callback. This episode opens with Steven having a very strange dream where he's hanging out with Pink Pearl. No, not our Pearl, a different Pearl that looks a lot like White Pearl. Then everything turns dark as Pink Pearl is pulled away, and Steven begins coughing up Rose's hair while White looms over him. Then he wakes up, seeing that the Pebbles have recreated the temple, and he begins preparing for the ball and arranging everything. As Steven plans the ball, he learns that basically nothing fun is allowed. In fact, the gems aren't even familiar with the concept, or at least Yellow Pearl isn't, as Blue actually likes to draw, and Yellow Pearl quickly discovers she likes modeling. But then, Blue Diamond checks up on them, and it's quickly made clear that some adjustments must be made so the gems can be appropriate, such as Amethyst needing limb enhancers, and Garnet, well, not being allowed to attend as herself. I really wish they got to play up Blue Diamond being a personal antagonist for Garnet more, but Anyway, the ball begins, and it is like the most boring party ever, though the Diamonds seem to enjoy it. Except White apparently, who literally says she has better things to do and sends Pearl in her stead. Steven gets real bored of the party real fast, and Connie convinces him to go out on the dance floor. Steven finally has some fun dancing, and they even fuse into Stevani. Uh-oh. Yeah, everyone is appalled by this, demanding they unfuse immediately. They refuse, and Garnet stands up to them, along with Pearl and Amethyst, who form Opal.
And me!
Yeah, them too. Yellow unfortunately makes quick work of all of them, and tosses Stevani into some fucking timeout dungeon chamber. And that's it. I also like this episode. It's cute. I especially like learning more about the pearls. Also, that random fusion at the end is hilarious. Now, let's move on to escapism. This episode is very funny to me. You'll see why in a sec. It basically follows Steven and Connie stuck in this timeout tower. Steven then has the idea to try and contact Bismuth with his sleepy psychic powers. So he goes to sleep and he's in a Watermelon Steven on Mask Island, which he's not happy about. He discovers that after the big fight with Malachite, the Watermelon Stevens are divided, one peaceful tribe and one warrior tribe, which Steven isn't interested in, just wanting to build a ship to go home. Eventually, the two tribes unite to help him out, and he's off. And he's going for a while, losing a leg and everything. Eventually, he arrives at home and explains to everyone what's happening and that they need backup. I like this cute little callback to Bubble Buddies where Steven tries to explain what's going on with a picture, then just writes it out in words. And then Watermelon Steven dies, and Steven wakes up in the timeout tower. The end. Okay, this episode is fun. It's not really that important, and it's kind of filler, I guess, but it's fun and silly, and I like seeing more of the Watermelon Stevens. But there is something very funny about this episode that will always make me love it. I call it the Great Escapism Disappointment. So, 2 years before this episode aired, on the Steven Universe podcast, Rebecca Sugar performed an upcoming song called Escapism. And for 2 years, Steven Universe fans would theorize and debate which character would sing this song. People thought it could be Pearl, Lapis, maybe Rose, or maybe someone we haven't even met yet. I even saw some people who theorized it was a fake decoy song Rebecca Sugar wrote to fuck with people. And then 2 years later, we learned that this episode would be called Escapism. So this was it. This was the big reveal. We'd finally see who sung it. And it's just a song that plays in the background while Steven is sailing back home. Unlike basically every other song in the show, it's just sung by a disembodied voice. No character in particular sings it. And everyone was disappointed. Like everyone straight up looked like Patchy the Pirate seeing the Lost SpongeBob episode. Oh, 2 SpongeBob references in a row. Anyway, because of this episode is really fucking funny to me. And with that out of the way, we are moving on to the very last episode of Steven Universe. Get ready. Let's dive into Change Your Mind. This episode opens with Steven having a dream, Blue chewing him out for some scene he made with a bunch of organic life. Blue saying if Pink keeps up this behavior, White will take away her pearl. Steven sees that he's then turned into Pink Diamond, then sees his friends get poofed, sees the Diamonds doing the corruption attack, and morphs between himself, Pink, and Rose. And then he finally wakes up, just in time for Blue to show up and chew him out, this time about the whole debacle at the ball. But Steven refuses to apologize because, he's not sorry. And when Blue uses her powers to make him cry, Steven calls Blue out, saying everything she's doing and saying isn't normal, it's abusive, asking how many times they locked Pink in here, how many times Blue used her powers to make Pink cry. Blue then suddenly realizes that she's doing the same thing that drove Pink away the first time, Blue saying that she was right to leave, and that if Pink was happier on Earth, this world must have failed her. So Blue, with her mind sufficiently changed, takes them back to Pink's room to eat and get changed, before setting off to free the gems from Yellow Diamond, who's not happy to see that Blue has decided to help out Steven, and a fight quickly breaks out as Steven unbubbles his friends. Yellow starts destabilizing Blue, but Steven finally manages to change her mind with a callback.
If every pork chop were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs.
And Yellow realizes that trying to destroy all imperfections is exactly what drove Pink away, so now Yellow is on Steven's side. Wait, what? Okay, Blue I can understand being easy. She was mourning for thousands of years. I'd prefer a bit more of a struggle, but I can see her being convinced this quickly. But Yellow? What? Okay, let's not dwell on that, though. Now that they're convinced to help, they take Steven and Connie to Pink Diamond's ship. But before they can get in, White's ship's head lands on Pink Diamond's legs, and her Pearl appears telling them they fucked up big time. However, before she can do much else, Blue and Yellow Diamond's ships appear and fucking beat the shit out of her. Turns out the pilots of these ships are Bismuth, Lapis, and Peridot. The latter two have new designs. I like Lapis's, but I'm not big on the new visor for Peridot. It just kinda looks dumb. It's like too big and exaggerated that I can't really take it seriously in more casual scenes. But this is the finale, so it's not a huge deal. Also, Bismuth gives Connie a new sword. Anyway, White Pearl lets them know it's not over as the mech stands up. Despite their insisting, Steven refuses to leave, and Connie explains that just like she did with her mom, if they talk it out with White, maybe she'll understand. So, with the group effort of Blue, Yellow, and Steven, they restrain the mech and force White to listen. Yellow explaining that she's unhappy and so is Blue, and they talk about how Pink tried to make them happy, but they drove her away because of their demand for perfection, and how that demand for perfection is making everyone miserable. White's response is very calm and reasonable. Yeah, White Diamond just mind controls them and they go inside her head, as she now has full control over the mech, and she just drops Steven and Connie. Steven accidentally drops the gems and quickly leaps after them, and using some quick thinking, he fuses with Amethyst to pull her out of her gem. Smokey then tosses Steven, unfusing with Amethyst, and we get to see Amethyst's new design, which is pretty nice. Next, he fuses with Pearl, and they form Rainbow Quartz 2.0, the second male-presenting gem in the series, who also has a British accent and a magic parasol, which I fucking called that would be Rainbow Quartz's weapon. I fucking knew it. Finally, he saves Garnet's gems as they land, and Steven finally fuses with her, and they form Sunstone, who tries to climb up the robot with her suction cup weapons, but it's, ineffective. And the gems realize they must form Obsidian. Garnet saying that was the most hype moment for me. Since fusion was introduced, people theorized that the Temple Lady was a fusion of all the crystal gems, and they were right. And I love her design. It's so grand and epic, and I love the lava magma color scheme. So they climb up the mech and even make a badass lava sword to chop up the mech's hands as it attacks them. Peridot, Lapis, and Bismuth are kinda taken out of commission, and White slams Obsidian against the wall, causing them to unfuse. But hey, they do manage to get inside. Also, little detail that I love, the way they land in White Diamond's room is the same way they land in a Season 1 episode, but Steven lands perfectly. That's a good detail. Once again, they try to talk to her, but she doesn't let them get a word in. She talks about how Yellow soaks up all the blue in her spectrum, and while she's strong, she has a soft spot for Blue, and how Blue soaks up all the warmth in her light, and she thinks she needs Pink, while White Diamond is certain she doesn't need Pink. When Amethyst rightfully calls what White's saying nonsense, White just chuckles and uses her power to control all the crystal gems, leaving only Steven and Connie. She talks about all the crystal gems' flaws, Amethyst's insecurity, Garnet being dependent, and Pearl being obsessed with Rose, though Steven says they don't need to be perfect, they're fine the way they are, flaws and all. White then argues that the reason Steven, or Pink, defends other people's flaws is because she wants to be the best of the worst, which is kinda what Jasper said. She then denies that Steven and Pink are separate entities, that she's just doing this to escape all her problems and blaming everything on someone else, and that's why he's seeing all her memories, because the facade is fading. This gives Steven an identity crisis, and White Diamond finally picks him up, and This scene made my jaw drop as a kid. We were finally gonna see what happens when Steven's gym is taken out, and Steven doesn't die like many people thought he would. He's just left incredibly frail and weak, while his gym takes form as another Steven, which White is confused by, demanding to know where Pink is. So, Pink Steven tells her.
She's gone!
Pink Steven then makes his way to Human Steven, blocking all of White's attacks. He finally makes it over to Human Steven and... God, this scene is fucking amazing. The animation is so goddamn smooth since it's animated by animation legend James Baxter. Like I said in my Adventure Time video, cool guy, love him, but it's annoying that every time a show has smooth animation, someone says, "Was that James Baxter?" Anyway, I'm not gonna rant about that. Steven and Pink Steven fuse, making Steven whole again, and White throws a temper tantrum.
You're just acting like a child!
I am a child. What's your excuse?
That's an amazing callback, by the way. If you don't remember, that's a line from the pilot that I played at the beginning of the video.
Why are you such a butt face?
I can't help it. What's your excuse?
Anyway, Steven's epic roast makes White blush, and that's when White realizes she has a flaw and lets go of her control of the gems. White is absolutely appalled that she's feeling emotions, and also was just proven incorrect, saying she's supposed to be better and know better. Steven then says that she should just let everyone be themselves, and that she's just gotta leave her head. And so, they fly back to Earth, just in time for Sadie's concert. Oh, also Lars shows up right at the same time.
No more Diamond Authority!
I love this scene though. Lars seeing Lion is sweet, same with him reuniting with Sadie. And then the diamonds use their powers to heal all the gems. Yay, happy ending. And we get one last scene with Steven on the beach. Okay, so this ending kinda sucks, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people say Steven forgave the diamonds, but that's not true. Steven redeemed them because they're more useful alive than shattered. And if Steven just showed up and killed them, it probably would enrage Homeworld, considering many of them believe they live in a perfect utopian empire, and the diamonds are basically gods to them. We even see that despite the off-colors effectively being rebels, they still believe Homeworld's ideology, and believe they deserve to be mistreated. The critique of the diamonds being redeemed always bothered me, because these same people are totally fine with Omni-Man's redemption in Invincible, when he's responsible for many deaths and genocides, having become famous among the Viltrumites for how good he was at conquering worlds and committing genocide. Steven Universe's issue is not that the diamonds were redeemed, in my opinion. The issue is that their redemption feels rushed and completely unearned. It should not take one conversation with each of the diamonds to make them change their ways. We should have gotten way more time for them to go through arcs. Peridot didn't change completely after one conversation with Steven, and even after she seemed to have changed, she had a few moments where she fell back into her old ways. If I had it my way, and I got to make my own ending for Steven Universe, I would make us spend a whole season on Homeworld, kind of like the season of Avatar where they're mostly in the Fire Nation. That way, we can have more time to explore Homeworld and see how it works, but also we can have more time to flesh out the diamonds and give them more time to have actual arcs. Maybe have Steven visit with White every now and then too. And every time she just refuses to listen no matter what, which makes the ending confrontation where they make her listen have much more build-up. 5 episodes on Homeworld is just not enough time, especially with how little of the diamonds we've seen before. I don't hate the ending to Steven Universe. In fact, I find some parts of it genuinely beautiful, but it's just not a great ending to me. It's too rushed, and that just makes it feel hollow, and that really sucks. Season 5, in my opinion, is the most mixed season of the show. It's got some really great episodes. The plot twist with Rose being pink was amazing, and it's just overall got some good stuff in there, but the ending on Homeworld bogs it down so much. Change Your Mind is just not good. It's such a bad episode. It had so much potential. It could have been great, as Peridot said. It could have been amazing, but it just didn't have the build-up. Now, if you've watched my previous videos, you probably know that we aren't done yet, since Steven Universe has 2 other pieces of media that came out after the finale. The first one being Steven Universe, the movie. This film was announced during Season 5, and I was so fucking hyped, dude. Now, did it live up to that hype? Let's see. The first thing the film does is establish a time skip. Steven is now a teenager with a pink Letterman's jacket and a blue shirt with a yellow star. The Diamonds have dismantled their colonies, and they're all working to be way more better and progressive.
What did we talk about?
Equal life forms.
Also, Homeworld is a democracy now. Just cause. The Diamonds are not happy to hear that Steven is going to be living on Earth from now on, and they beg him to stay at the palace. But he says no, and they begrudgingly let him go back home. And once he gets back home, we get caught up on everything that happened before, and we get to see all the new stuff that's happening. Steven talks about how he used to feel overshadowed by his mother, Pearl talks about how she was completely dependent on her, Garnet talks about her story of love and being free, Amethyst talks about being alone and useless, but now she has a family, and we see that they've built a little homeworld in Beach City for the gems to live in. And everyone is in pure bliss, happily ever after. Until a giant pink injector shows up and immediately begins injecting poison into the earth. This injector is piloted by a gem called Spinel, who Pearl recognizes. She seems to have some personal grudge against Steven, but before he can really get any information out of her, she attacks, revealing she not only has super crazy rubber hose powers, but also a badass scythe that immediately cuts through all of the crystal gems. She even hits Steven with it, but it doesn't do anything, and he manages to poof Spinel with it. But now he finds that he can't bubble gems, and later, whenever he's talking with Greg, he discovers that all the gems have been reset. Pearl is a completely obedient, loyal servant, this time to Greg. Ruby is a mindless soldier, and Sapphire once again believes that time is just one straight line. And Spinel reforms too. Like the others, she has no memory of what she did, and now just wants to be Steven's playmate and best friend. So now, Steven is even more confused, and he brings it to Bismuth, who reveals it's something called a Rejuvenator, which Homeworld used to basically reset gems when they stepped out of line. So that's why he can't, do anything, and why everyone is so weird. They've all been reset. Steven is now just like a little kid, and everyone else is back to when they first, popped out of the ground. This leaves Steven really downtrodden, while Bismuth sings a song to get him back up in spirits. But Spinel is the one to really, give him a boost when she proposes the idea that everyone's memories are like a puzzle, and if they get all the pieces back together, they'll eventually be back to normal. Steven actually says this idea could work, so that's what they're doing. They're trying to get everyone's memory back before the injector, destroys the planet. Again, I really wonder, where the government is in all of this. Do they just, not know that a giant injector entered the atmosphere and is currently destroying Earth? They try to get Ruby and Sapphire to refuse, but Spinel ends up fucking up the plan and causing hijinks. All of this culminates with a bunch of debris falling towards Ruby, which Sapphire predicts will shatter her, but eventually she rushes in to save Ruby, and Garnet's back. But, not, fully back. She's just fused and is now this cotton candy form. Here's a fun fact. You know how earlier I said it was a rule that Garnet can't ask questions? In this movie, when she's refused and now, the super naive Garnet, she only asks questions. After this, Steven and Spinel run off to find Amethyst. She's in Vidalia's old art studio. Steven sings a song about how Steven will be right by her side no matter what, which is one of my favorite songs from the whole franchise. And boom, Amethyst is back, one down. Again, I love the detail that she changes into all the forms from Reformed, but I will say, it always takes me out just a little bit that this whole thing hinges on Amethyst remembering this finger gun thing, when that, wasn't a thing in the show at all. It was just added for the movie. But It ain't a big deal, it's just a little silly. So yeah, Amethyst is back and Steven gives her the rundown. Then they go to visit Peridot, who explains that whatever's in the injector is insanely toxic, like even more than normal injectors, and in just a few hours it'll destroy the Earth. So they need to bring back Spinel to learn how to turn it off. But none of them know who Spinel is, except Pearl, so they decide to bring her back. They try to take her to a Sadie Killer and the Suspects concert, but that's not sufficient. Then they have Amethyst turn into Rose, but not even that works. And then finally, they decide to have Steven and Greg fuse into Stag, which actually does work. This causes Pearl to become distressed, not knowing what to do when Greg is gone. Stag sweeps her off her feet, singing about being independent, which causes her to finally remember everything and reform. Again, I love the detail that she turns into her pilot design in this sequence. That's a really cute detail. So, boom, another one down. When Steven unfuses with Greg... yeah, he's a little exhausted. He also notices that Spinel ran off, clearly distressed. He asks Pearl who Spinel is, and she explains that she used to be Pink Diamond's playmate in The Garden. And so he goes to find her. She's sitting on the warp pad, she talks about how she can feel memories flooding back, and when Steven asks about the garden, that really sets her off, as she warps there, saying it's the place she never left. She explains that this was their play place, and through song and a flashback, she explains how Pink was happy to finally get a colony, and Spinel was happy to have a new place to play. But Pink didn't want her to come along, and tricks her into playing a game. That game being, stay very, very still until I come back. And so Spinel stood still for 6,000 years, until one day she got the message from Steven at the beginning of the movie, learning that Pink Diamond just doesn't exist anymore. And then she finally turns back to normal, Steven saying that she deserves better friends, and that she can help and save Earth. Spinel agrees, and goes back to Earth, calling off the injector. However, when Steven immediately turns away from Spinel and turns attention to Garnet, and also drops the Rejuvenator from his pocket, Spinel jumps to conclusions and makes the injector immediately go back to injecting poison again, and threatens Garnet, which accidentally gives Garnet her final piece, and she returns back to normal. And they all attack Spinel, and, well, kinda wreck her ass this time. This is a great detail, and it does a really good job of tying in with the themes of the movie. Spinel is trying all the same tricks she did the first fight, but the gyms have adapted, they changed, while Spinel hasn't, so they're beating her now. I think that's a pretty good detail. When Spinel realizes she's losing, she just makes the injector inject all the poison in at once, which ruins her plan, but hey, it causes more damage. You know, it's more immediately satisfactory. After she retreats to the top of the injector, Steven goes up to talk with her, while the gems go to help the townspeople. When Steven fights Spinel, he's perplexed because his powers suddenly decide to come back, despite, all this being what has always been happening, a random gem wanting to kill him because of something his mom did. But then he realizes his focus on everything being done and staying the same and happily ever after made him forget his greatest power, the power to change. So he gets all his powers and strength back and immediately fights Spinel. Spinel doesn't really hear him out when he sings about, change and growth until the end of the fight when she finally breaks down, saying that, all she ever wanted was a friend. The injector explodes, but Steven saves her. Steven says he'll always have more work to do and more room to grow. Everyone comes into the massive crater to check on him, and he says that he can just kiss the Earth until it's better, which sounds like a joke, but I guess with Steven's healing spit, yeah, he actually can just do that. He also tries to comfort Spinel, who doesn't want to stick around because of, all this, wishing she could just start from scratch with someone. Hey look, the diamonds are here for a visit, which Steven is just thrilled to hear.
Because judging anything based on appearance is wrong.
Once they get out of their ships, they see Spinel and offer her to live with them in the palace and take Pink's place, which she accepts, which is kind of a weird ending, but whatever. And then Spinel leaves with the diamonds and goes back to Homeworld. And the movie's over, yay! And that's the Steven Universe movie, which I really liked. The ending is a little questionable, don't know how healthy it is to just find a replacement for someone you lost, but other than that, I liked it. The animation especially is great. I think the standout in the animation department is definitely Spinel with her stretchy rubber hose inspired movement. She looks amazing here. I also really like the songs, especially Other Friends and No Matter What. The story is also pretty good. You'd think Spinel would feel a bit forced and flat, considering she was introduced just for the movie and has never been talked about before, but her arc is really well done and heartbreaking. Steven's arc of change is really good too, realizing that it's a bad idea to just stop right there, and that change is a good thing. I also really like the detail that Spinel loses against the Crystal Gems in the second fight because they learned all her tricks and adapted, but she didn't change at all. So yeah, I like this movie. It's fun and sweet, and the music and animation is lovely. I think it would have made a pretty decent finale to the show. Definitely left a better taste in my mouth than Change Your Mind did, but this is not where the show ends. We have one more thing after this. So, let's close this very long video out with Steven Universe Future. You see, after the show ended and the movie came out, fans were left to ponder, what's next? The reason for that is because Change Your Mind wasn't really advertised as an end to the story, so people rightfully expected another season. I actually wasn't one of them. I was surprised by it, but I already figured Change Your Mind would be the finale by the time it aired. But many fans didn't, and asked what would come next. 'Twas at a Comic-Con panel that Rebecca Sugar revealed that we would not get a 6th season of Steven Universe, but we would get a show called Steven Universe Future. This is a sequel series taking place after the movie, showing Steven's future, and mainly tackles what Steven's gonna do now that he's solved all the homeworld issues. So let's not dilly-dally and start with Little Homeschool. This episode opens with Steven healing a corrupted quartz and catching them up, and in turn, us up. Little Homeworld is finished, and now that it's finished, he's introduced something called Little Homeschool, where the Crystal Gems teach adjusting Homeworld Gems about Earth and how to adjust to their new freedom. Yay! After dropping the quartz off to class, Steven and Amethyst grab some lunch and talk about Little Homeschool and how a certain quartz is refusing to attend Little Homeschool. Amethyst tells Steven to just give up on Jasper because, well, she's a dick. That's a bit of a sharp turn from Amethyst's, whole ending with Jasper, calling her sis. But I guess it does align more with how she felt about Jasper before the ending of Earthlings. So yeah, Amethyst has given up on Jasper. Steven hasn't, though, and tries to talk with her. And apparently she's just chilling in the middle of the woods, living in, a rock hut, ripping up the grass and trees around her because she hates the earth that much. That's pretty funny. Steven tries to convince her to go to Little Homeschool, but Jasper refuses, doing the whole, you're just using gems shtick, which causes Steven to finally blow up at her and point out that literally every issue in Jasper's life is her fault. She can't even blame anyone for being corrupted, because she did that to herself, unlike every other corrupted gem. Jasper tells Steven to shut the fuck up, and that the only thing that will make her listen to him is if he fights her. And so Steven says he'll fight her. And so the fight commences, and Steven doesn't fare so well, immediately being pinned by Jasper. And after Jasper points out that he's never actually beaten her on his own, this causes Steven to turn pink and become much more aggressive and also get a power boost as he just absolutely wrecks Jasper after this. After beating Jasper, he turns back to normal and immediately apologizes, which annoys her. Steven thanks Jasper and then asks her if she can teach him how to fight. She says no, but he can come back. And so the episode ends. Yay. I've got a good feeling about this. Only happy things will happen in this epilogue, and also I won't have mixed feelings about it. Let's move on to guidance. Apparently, Amethyst has begun a program for gems to get jobs. She very excitedly shows this to Steven, who becomes concerned since they all seem to just be doing the stuff they did on Homeworld. So Steven tries to get them to try out different jobs, to which chaos ensues. Amethyst calls him out for taking her idea and stomping all over it for basically no reason. Steven apologizes and they fuse into Smoky Quartz to help out. And in the nick of time, Steven develops super speed, which Smokey uses to save everyone. He once again says sorry, but discovers encouraging the gems to try out new jobs did help, as little Larimar found a job she likes. So hey, silver lining. This episode's cute, and it does establish the main theme of the series. That being what Steven's future is gonna be. you get it? Because, like, the title is like a double meaning, because it's like Steven in the future, but it's like also Steven's future. Like, it's, yeah, you get it. Now, let's move on to Rosebuds. Ooh boy. Okay, so this episode follows the Zoomans coming to visit Earth. Steven seeing that now that Homeworld is free, the Quartz and the Zoomans just kinda chill, except Holly Blue. But there is one unexpected new addition to the zoo. That being, all the Rose Quartzes are free. And yeah, one looks exactly like Rose. And unfortunately for Steven, this Rose, along with two other Roses, would like to spend the day with Steven and come over to his place for dinner, which just sounds like a recipe for disaster, as you can guess. So Steven lets them come over for dinner, and it's all just so fucking awkward.
You want to join us for dinner?
Nope.
Yeah, even Greg ain't ready for this. Similarly, they all make the other crystal gems very uncomfortable, which causes Steven to basically just be left to deal with all this alone. However, during dinner, Steven invites them to have a slumber party, which is just thrilling to them. And after they watch a movie, they head to bed, and one of them suggests they move in here, which Steven quickly tries to softly turn down. To which another Rose, the one that looks exactly like Rose, finally tells them both to take a fucking hint, and it's obvious Steven doesn't want them here, and they think he hates them. To which they all run to the warp, heartbroken. Steven then apologizes for what he did, saying he doesn't hate them, they just look like her, and he's still got a bunch of mixed feelings about her. The Roses then reveal that they've been faking how they feel too, and they feel pretty mixed about Pink Diamond, who made them, then got them bubbled for 6,000 years. Steven says he understands, and that maybe he shouldn't view them as his mom, but rather his siblings. So they leave, having a better understanding of each other. Also, Steven puts Rose's portrait in Lion's Mane. This episode was fun. I really like the ending too. It's pretty sweet. Now let's move on to volleyball. Steven's healing some gem cracks and such, and Pink Pearl eventually comes in asking if he can heal her eye. And he can't. Using the spit on her gem doesn't work, nor does putting it right on the crack. Steven asks if she remembers how White gave her this injury, and Pink Pearl first reveals that she has no memory of what happened while she was under White's control, but also says that White didn't do this to her, Pink did, which clearly sets Steven off. But he quickly collects himself and decides to go to Pearl, asking if she knows any way to fix a Pearl. Pearl reveals that there could be a way to fix her at the Reef, which is apparently where pearls are, or I guess were, made. Oh, also, Steven nicknames Pink Pearl Volleyball.
I love your energy. It reminds me of when I was younger.
I'm older than you.
The Reef also serves as a place to get accessories for Pearl. Oh, also it has an AI voice to guide them through the process named Shell. Fun fact, she's also voiced by Dee Dee Magnahall. Shell takes them to the repair room, and after a quick scan, explains that she can't fix her. And that's because this crack on her face is being caused by emotions. Whatever happened to her traumatized her so badly she's still projecting the damage despite her gem being fine. She then explains to Pearl that this crack is Pink's doing. Apparently, one time she got sick of asking Yellow and Blue for a colony and went straight to White, who also said no, which set her off. And well, she got caught in the crossfire of Pink's tantrum, which resulted in the crack. Volleyball goes on and on about Pink having destructive powers, a scream that could crack the walls, while Pearl argues that Pink didn't have destructive powers, she was a healer, who kept her feelings secret, she didn't throw massive tantrums. Eventually, hearing all this causes Steven to turn Pink and demand they shut up, because he can't take hearing about how bad Rose was again. Unfortunately, this snapping response causes Shell to begin rejuvenating them, which makes Steven immediately regret this. As they're being destabilized, Pearl says that she's still finding herself defending Pink, and Volleyball tries to defend it by saying it was just an accident. Pearl says it doesn't matter, she still got hurt.
How did you stop hurting? I didn't.
That's another line I just love. They then fuse into this, Mega Pearl to escape the rejuvenation chamber, and aid Steven in turning off Shell's security system. And soon they're back home. Mega Pearl explains that neither of them had the full story, only knowing one side of Pink Diamond at different points in time. But now they can both see each other's perspectives and better understand everything, and it ends with them unfusing and Volleyball looking up at the starry sky. Notably, we don't get to see if her eye healed. Ever. Like they hide it in future episodes too, come on man. This episode's sweet though. I like that it explored Pink Diamond being kind of a shitty person in what it says about trauma. Interesting tidbit, by the way, originally, while making Steven Universe Future, the writers were planning on Pink Pearl being a villain who would activate the unactivated pearls, which I assume means she was gonna go full Detroit Become Human and lead a fucking Pearl rebellion. That sounds kinda awesome, but I think I prefer this episode as is more. The original plot point sounds like it was more going to explore the fact that pearls as a whole were heavily mistreated before Era 3. I mean, in Change Your Mind, we see that White took volleyball away from Pink Diamond like a parent might take away her kids' video games until they do their homework, like she was essentially punished despite doing nothing wrong. But I think I like volleyball being used more to explore trauma and abuse, which I guess the original also could have done, but I think this is a much better way of doing it. Now, let's move on to Bluebird. This episode begins with Steven being epically pranked by a mysterious, giggly stranger. They put a "I smell good" sign on his back, switch his juice with tomato soup, and put stacks of TP on his car. And then when he gets home, he finds the culprit, Bluebird Azurite, or just Bluebird, who he immediately identifies as being a fusion between Eyeball and Aquamarine. So he takes the Jims and Greg into the bathroom for a discussion, and they all already figured it out, and say that none of her pranks seem very malicious, just kinda silly and mischievous. So Steven decides, yeah, they're right, and tries to give her a chance. And this episode goes exactly as you'd expect it to go with that setup. Steven keeps assuming Bluebird is doing something evil, but it's actually perfectly innocent, until the very ending where it turns out she actually is evil and trying to kill Steven, as Bluebird takes Greg hostage and they infuse so they can epically reveal who they are.
It's always been us, and you never knew!
I always knew. Everyone knew.
Eyeball then holds her knife to Greg's throat, saying they'll only let him go if he bubbles his friends and burns little Homer to the ground. However, Greg's had enough of this and makes the most gut-wrenching sacrifice of them all.
No!
What?
That's right, he cut his hair. So now, without that leverage, they refuse and attack Steven, though it's not successful because they can't stop arguing with each other. Steven calls them out and actually tries to give them a chance and teach them a lesson, but that just causes them to bond over how much they hate him and refuse. Though the Jims see this and fuse into Alexandrite and squash her. Defeated, they fly away and say they'll always be out there, hating him. And so it ends. I don't like this episode, like at all. It's funny, don't get me wrong, especially the end, but God, it's such a cliched, generic plot, and Steven Universe really doesn't have those often. Maybe they could subvert this plot by legitimately making Bluebird nice, like she legit does want to be good and make up with Steven, but Steven's paranoia makes her upset, and they have to, talk it out. Or hell, maybe that leads up to the fight. It's not something that was planned from the start, but a spur-of-the-moment decision caused by them thinking Steven is just an asshole who won't let them change. That could be fun. It would have been an interesting way to explore these two characters, who were legit some of the only ones who never changed, making this episode play off that expectation and convince us that there must be some dastardly scheme being cooked up here. That could be fun, but as is, it's okay, I guess. Again, pretty funny, but not much more than that. However, I'd hesitate to say it's worthless. Unlike this next episode, a very special episode. Okay, so this is the worst episode in the series. It follows another very generic sitcom-level cliche plotline. Steven said he'd babysit Onion as Rainbow Quartz, and would give some safety tips as Sunstone, and he can't be in two places at once. Chaos ensues, as you can guess, as he has to keep bouncing back and forth between the two, until finally he's overwhelmed and...
Steven!
No!
Yeah, but oh wait, it was actually just a PSA the whole time, and Sunstone explains the importance of managing your schedule. This episode fucking sucks. In a vacuum, it's funny, but this is a mini-series, and I prefer it to be more, focused? That's gonna be like a huge issue with this series. It really feels like it doesn't have much focus until the last few episodes, but I'll talk about that later. Let's move on to Snow Day. This episode is really sweet, I'm not gonna lie. The Jims feel bad that Steven doesn't really have time to chill and hang out, being busy with Little Homeworld and all, but then one day, they're all snowed in, and Steven still isn't interested in doing anything with them. So they respectfully leave him alone, and just kidding, they start playing Steven tag. saying that if Steven gets tagged, he has to turn into Classic Steven.
Classic Steven?
Amethyst tags Garnet, then Garnet tags Pearl, and much to Steven and the Crystal Gems, as well as the audience's surprise, she actually shapeshifts into Steven, and the game continues. Eventually it's taken outside, and Steven has to take on multiple Steven fusions until he's finally tagged and shapeshifts into Classic Steven. And then Steven explains that he feels like they only see him as a kid, considering all the things they tried to do with him were things he only liked as a kid. They aren't treating him like an adult, so they decide to treat him like an adult and update the game. This episode is sweet, but, isn't this the whole point of pool hopping? Yeah, okay. Pool hopping was also partly about Garnet and, everyone depending on her despite her not knowing what to do because her future vision isn't working. But, the other point of pool hopping was showing how much Steven grew and how Garnet's future vision isn't working because she's treating Steven like a kid. It feels so weird to just see this plot point done again. I get that, that was a lesson for Garnet, but do we really need to see the other Crystal Gems learn that lesson and Garnet learn it again? I guess it's not a big deal. Let's move on to Why So Blue. This episode follows Steven and Lapis arriving at an alien planet and discovering 2 other Lapises that are, still terraforming and destroying the lands. Steven tells them they don't gotta do this anymore, to which they say, yeah, they know. They just like doing it. Which is a little bit problematic. When Steven tells them to stop, they just refuse, saying that they're free to do whatever they like. After hearing this, Lapis just goes straight to the fire and brimstone and wants to just beat the shit out of them, though Steven obviously doesn't want to do that, and they manage to convince the Lapises to, hear them out. They try to explain things like art and the beauty of the world and how they don't have to just destroy things all the time. They don't listen, and they just immediately go back to terraforming. This sets Lapis off, and they try her idea, which is to just fight them. I like the little detail that Lapis gave them the idea for water hands, but when they do their water hands, they don't look as, anatomically correct as Lapis is because they're new to doing it. I think that's a cool little detail. Lapis just absolutely destroys them, and that makes them respect her, to which Lapis says that what she did back there wasn't true strength. True strength is found in restraint and patience, which she didn't display. And then she storms off, and Steven leaves them some brochures before following after her. And Lapis says she regrets what she did back there, and that the Lapises just reminded her of herself when she was young. And Steven says that she should give herself a break since she's grown so much. And suddenly, one of the Lapises, the one with freckles, shows up and is interested in joining Little Homeschool. This episode's really fun. I like the idea of covering gyms that just like destroying things and had no qualms with their roles on Homeworld. They aren't vengeful or malicious towards Steven in particular, they just like doing their jobs and keep doing it despite it being Era 3, kinda like an inverse on Amethyst's program and guidance. Also, this episode made me realize how much Lapis's colors have changed throughout the series. When she first appeared in Season 1, her blues were way darker. Now she's much more saturated. It's not a bad thing, just something I noticed, since the new Lapises seem to be based on her Season 1 colors. Anywho, let's move on to Little Graduation. This is where the plot of the show finally starts picking up. It's graduation day at Little Homeschool, and Steven's preparing the celebration, stopping by Lars's bakery to pick up the cake. Coincidentally, Sadie stops by too, and it's here Steven discovers that Sadie and Lars broke up, Sadie having a new partner named Shep, which very clearly upsets him, though Lars seems fine with it. And also, that's not the only big news, as Lars then reveals he'll be going back into space with the Off-Colors, which also upsets Steven, despite him being able to visit Lars any time. Later that night, at the ceremony, Steven gives his whole congratulations speech, then gets to meet Shep. And it's awkward, as I'm sure you can guess. Steven tries to make sure Lars is okay, and it seems like he is. In fact, Lars asks if Steven is okay, which he is confused by. He then talks with Kiki, who talks about how everyone in the band is moving on. Sour Cream has regular gigs in Empire City, Buck's going to medical school, and she's got an online business. And she then drops the bomb that Sadie Killer and the suspects are breaking up, which upsets Steven even more. But he has to introduce Sadie and Shep, again, very awkwardly.
You should have asked me. I'm really good at naming bands.
Okay, hold up right there, Steve-O. Buck came up with the name Sadie Killer.
You're not Sadie Miller, you're Sadie Killer.
Your band names consists of Steven and the Crystal Gems and Steven and the Stevens. Are you Steven Universe, or are you fucking Tommy Tallarico just taking another guy's credit? Anyway, Sadie and Shep start their performance, and Lars leaves. Steven tries to stop him, and when he can't, he kinda creates a massive dome around everyone to keep them in one place, though he's not doing it on purpose. Steven assumes it's happening because Lars and Sadie need to talk out their feelings, since they haven't talked since they got back. But like they did though, they tried to reconnect, but they just grew apart so much while he was in space. Lars tells Steven that he's not leaving because he's jealous, like Steven assumed. He's leaving because he likes being in space. Steven then realizes that the only one who needs to talk about his feelings is him, and the dome begins shrinking. Shep explains that what's happening is Steven is afraid of his friends moving on and changing, but if he doesn't let them grow and change, he'll end up suffocating them. Literally, in this case. Everyone there promises that they'll still be his friends no matter what, which causes the dome to finally fall. Steven then apologizes to Shep and Sadie and takes a cassette, really liking their new sound. He also apologizes and says goodbye to Lars after deciding to quit running Little Homeschool. And the next day, after announcing that he's quitting, he goes on a drive and pulls a Homer Simpson. That's where the episode ends. Man, that's 2 Simpsons references in one video. Anyway, this episode is sweet. I like that it actually plays with the whole idea that the show is from Steven's perspective. This is something you'll hear a lot of people complain about, but I like it about the show. Everything is from Steven's perspective. If Steven doesn't see it, then we don't see it. And this episode plays on that with the fact that, well, his friends have private lives, which is why Steven didn't, hear every little detail about Lars and Sadie's relationship. And similarly, he didn't have every little detail about all of his friends' lives. And the ending is really wholesome. Now, let's move on to Prickly Pear. Since Steven quit at Little Homeschool, he's taken up gardening. And,
I named this one Lars. You're stuck in the ground, aren't you? Not gonna zip right into space and leave everyone behind, isn't that right?
Yeah, he's being kinda weird about it. The gyms tell him this may not be the most healthy way to approach a new hobby, but Steven says it's just a little bit of fun, and the gyms leave him to it. He accidentally gets some spit on a cactus as he plants it, and when he returns after lunch, he finds that he made a Cactus Steven, and shows it off to the gyms, who like it, before he takes it to the beach for some sunlight. And Steven just kind of trauma dumps to it, talking about how everyone's moving on and he should be too, but he doesn't know what to do now that it feels like the gyms don't need him anymore, and how he needs to be needed. He then realizes what he's doing and apologizes to the cactus, taking it back to the garden. And when he checks up on it the next day, he's grown and is now learning how to talk, mainly by repeating what Steven says. So he decides to show it off to the gyms, who think it's adorable.
I should only listen to me. I'm trying to be cool about it, but it feels so weird.
Until it starts repeating what Steven said to him on the beach, which causes him to run back to the garden and chew it out, before venting about how he doesn't want to talk to the gyms about how he's feeling, thinking Pearl is just going to spiral out of control and blame herself, Amethyst thinks she's super mature, and that Garnet is always high and mighty. Later that night, he finds Cactus Steven has grown more, and looks extremely messed up and lumpy, and has also grown an arm. He once again scolds it before he goes to dinner and heads to bed. But then, in the middle of the night, Cactus Steven bursts into the temple, now having a full body. Steven tries to both fight it and hide it from the gems, but it doesn't,
You come back, Jose. Let's say a couple hours for no reason whatsoever. Okay, bye!
work. So they begin to fight it, and as they do, they have to listen to all the things Steven said to it. And not only do they get hit verbally, they also get hit physically. As you can guess, fighting a cactus is not easy, especially since it keeps growing. Steven then realizes that the cactus is copying his behavior, so he stops fighting and apologizes to the cactus for being such a terrible role model and hugs it, which causes it to grow flowers and calm down. Steven asks it to stay in the dome, and it says no, giving him a flower as a parting gift before leaving. This episode's nice. Seeing the cactus spill Steven's private thoughts genuinely makes me so embarrassed for him. Now, let's move on to In Dreams. This episode opens with Steven having a dream. In this dream, there's a party being thrown at the temple, and all his friends are there, but he can't get in. Cookie Cat then says that nobody needs him anymore, so why is he still here? Then he falls into a void and wakes up. Peridot then shows up at the temple, hyped to see the new reboot of Camp Pining Hearts, which Steven recorded for her. But then they watch it and realize that it sucks dog shit.
They've changed all the characters and I don't care about any of them!
Ah, I've been there before myself, Peridot. Anyway, while they ramble about the episode, suddenly Steven's nightmare begins playing on the TV, which finally confirmed the theory that Steven had the ability to control and affect electromagnetic waves, something that's been hinted at since Maximum Capacity. With this new revelation, Peridot proposes they use Steven's power to make their own Camp Pining Hearts reboot, through Steven's dreams. So they create a new character for Steven to take control of, and their experiment begins, though his dreams keep derailing over and over. Doing all these dream scenes exhausts Steven, but Peridot tries to structure a bit more by making an elaborate storyboard, and it seems like it's working. Until once again, it fucks up, and Steven wakes up and tries to talk with Peridot.
Why won't you look at me?
Yeah, he's still in a dream, and he chases after Dream Peridot, saying that he's worried she'll leave if he doesn't do this for her, saying that they always had something to fix together, be it the cluster, the diamonds, or Spinel, and he doesn't know how to be a good friend without something to fix, and he begs her to stay before the dream ends. Peridot says she saw everything, and they don't gotta do this anymore, and she's sorry. Steven says he just wanted to have an excuse to hang out, and Peridot says they don't need one. They can just hang out and hate watch Camp Pining Hearts, just cuz. This episode was really sweet. I think it was a great send-off to Peridot's character, and finally getting this theory about Steven's power confirmed was fucking so satisfying. Now let's move on to Bismuth Casual, which follows Steven, Connie, Pearl, and Bismuth heading to the roller rink. Bismuth and Steven both being nervous because they never skated before. When they get there, Pearl quickly introduces Bismuth to her human friends, and Connie introduces Steven to her school friends. And we quickly learn that Steven is not good at talking with humans.
One time, White Diamond tore into me. Literally. She took my gem. I'm part gem, by the way. She pulled it right out of my body.
Stop. This gives me so much secondhand embarrassment. Steven really struggles with roller skating and just tells Connie to go on without him. Meanwhile, after Pearl has shown her the ropes, she leaves Bismuth on her own with her human friends, which Bismuth is clearly not down for. Eventually, Steven and Bismuth talk with each other, Steven explaining that he doesn't know how to talk with Connie when she's with her friends, and Bismuth revealing that despite saying she's coming here to make new friends, she actually just wants to be with Pearl. When Steven says he's worried he's not even Connie's best friend anymore, Bismuth says that Connie came here to be with Steven, and that her friends think he's weird because he is fucking weird. That's like the whole point of the crystal gems, to be weird. Bismuth pumps him up, and Steven goes to skate with Connie and fucking faceplants. He then tells Connie he's worried they're drifting apart, and he wants to reconnect, but he can't skate. Soon Connie offers him a simple solution as a skating competition starts, and they fuse into Stevani, and they fucking shred up the rink and win. And hey, after seeing that, Connie's friends actually start talking with Steven and asking him about fusion and gyms and stuff. Also, the reward for winning is getting to pick the next song, and he picks the commercial jingle Pearl likes, so her and Bismuth can dance, which is adorable. This episode was some good, wholesome fun. Now time for hell. Connie is rather busy studying in preparation for college, and Steven is really missing her, and it gets even worse when he realizes how far the college Connie is going to is. So he tries to go to Garnet for advice, but Ruby and Sapphire are unfused, so they can teach their individual classes. Ruby basically leading the boy or girl scouts, I guess, and when Steven explains his plight, Ruby suggests that he propose to Connie. Oh no. And when Steven expresses that he's not too sure about this idea, Ruby suggests he goes to Sapphire. And Sapphire explains to Steven that he doesn't need her future vision, and should just do it, because anything could happen. Also, Sapphire sounds weird here, right?
I understand. Let's run the numbers, shall we?
No, no one needs to get hurt. Let's be sensible.
I thought they changed her voice actor for some reason, but it doesn't seem so. She's just got a very different voice and delivery now. Not a bad thing, just kind of weird and stuck out to me. Anyway, back on track, Steven gets ready, dressing up nice and grabbing a cake and heading to Connie's place to ask her to come with him on a picnic for a 15-minute break. And so he takes her to the spot of the beach where they first met all those years ago. and it's all going super well. He sings a song, they have some laughs, but it all goes south when he pops the question and proposes they not only get married, but permafuse into Stevani so he can go to college with her. Connie says she's still really young and they shouldn't do something so drastic right now, but says that this isn't an outright no, just a not right now. But before they can continue this talk, her alarm goes off and Steven insists she goes back to continue studying. Reluctantly, she does, and Steven, well... Eventually, Garnet finds him in the hole, saying he really shouldn't trust the advice of two hopeless romantics, and says that Connie is a compliment to him, not a missing piece. And so Garnet sits by him while he drowns his sorrow with cake. Ah, many a night I've done that myself, Steven. Many a night I've done that myself. I like this episode, though. It makes me extremely uncomfortable, as you can tell, because, God, I just feel bad for Steven. He gets so hyped up when you know he's gonna get turned down in the end. And that scene with Garnet on the stairs just feels so real. Now, let's move on to Growing Pains, which follows Steven still sulking after getting turned down. But he doesn't get to sulk too long, as Connie calls him, and not only sees him turn pink, but also learns that since she turned him down, parts of his body have been randomly swelling. So she quickly forces him to see a doctor, her mom specifically, Steven revealing he's never been to the doctor before. After that, he gets a general checkup, and an x-ray. Priyanka compares Steven's skeleton with a normal human skeleton, Steven's bones having clear signs of fractures, but somehow being perfectly aligned and healed. This is where my theory that the rock Sugalite accidentally hit Steven with did more damage than it seemed. He just healed really fast. Priyanka then explains how her brain releases the hormone cortisol when we are threatened, and asks if Steven had any particularly traumatizing events in his childhood. Boy does he. She explains that because of all this stuff that happened in his childhood, his brain is reacting to new forms of stress like he's about to be fucking murdered. Basically, he has PTSD. She then says that all this swelling is probably happening because he feels like he's losing his support circles, and possibly had a particularly awful experience recently. So he starts growing to be fucking massive, and Priyanka and Connie's reluctance to leave causes him to eventually snap at them. Luckily though, in the nick of time, Greg shows up, Connie revealing she called him. Steven explains that he proposed to Connie, and how his body is reacting to every bad thing in his life like the world is about to end.
How do I live life if it always feels like I'm about to die?
God, that's another line that just fucking breaks my heart. Greg promises that he's here for him, and that calms him down, and he turns back to normal, and they head home for chocolate. Greg assures him that he'll be here and they don't have to solve all his problems in one night. I love this episode and how it analyzes Steven's trauma. I also like that it's like the one acknowledgement of Steven and the Stevens and the fact that he watched himself fucking die. The ending with Greg is also really sweet, and like I said before, that one line just fucking breaks my heart. Now on to Mr. Universe. This episode picks up after the previous, Greg offering to take Steven on a road trip for self-discovery, to see what he might want to do with his life. And so we get this cute little montage with Steven singing Dear Old Dad again, which is a very cute callback. Eventually, Steven asks how Greg got the name Mr. Universe, and Greg decides to show him by taking him to his childhood home. His parents are at their timeshare on Florida Island, so they don't have to worry about running into them. They sneak in through the window, and Steven realizes where they are, and quickly begins looking through Greg's childhood stuff. He also notices that there are a bunch of unopened letters from Greg here. Eventually, Greg manages to find what he's looking for, and they bounce. He reveals that this is the cassette tape with the song that changed his life. That song being Mr. Universe. Yeah, this is where Greg got the name Mr. Universe from, and this has the opposite effect of what Greg intended, as it greatly upsets Steven and causes him to snap at Greg, saying he's just like Rose, that he wishes he had a normal life like Greg did, while Greg said his life was strict and that his parents never supported anything he did, and that Steven is a gem and doesn't like other kids. Eventually this culminates in Steven crashing the van, but despite all that, Greg says he's proud of Steven, and goes into one of his patented monologues, which Steven completely tunes out, deleting a photo of Greg from his library, seemingly to signify that he's cutting Greg out of his life. That's fucked up. This episode's pretty good. It's kind of weird that we went from Steven being super glad to see Greg in growing pains to being super pissed at him, but I love it. Steven's childhood definitely wasn't the best since he lived in a van until he was like 11 at least. We don't actually know how old he was when he moved into the temple. So like, not the best early childhood, and it makes sense that Steven would call him out on it. But he definitely tried his best along with the gems. Also, learning about Greg's past is interesting. We didn't really know much about his immediate family, just what Uncle Andy said very briefly in his episode. Now, let's move on to fragments. The gems are chewing Steven out because of, you know, the whole crashing the van in a fit of rage shit. And it only gets worse when they see him swell and Steven tries to run away from them, but they don't let him. That is until he accidentally uses his super speed and runs away. Eventually, he runs to Jasper's home, telling her he can't go back because he's worried his diamond powers are coming out and he may accidentally hurt someone. Jasper then explains that his friends are holding him back and that they're scared of him and his strength. And so is he. After that, Jasper attacks him, demanding he show her his powers, and she isn't particularly impressed, encouraging Steven to do more and let out his anger. So he does. Afterwards, he asks Jasper to teach him how to control his feelings. Jasper very begrudgingly agrees, and so training begins.
Lesson 1. Stop smiling.
But I've seen you smile.
Steven's slowly getting stronger, faster, smarter, and after 3 days, he's big and buff and has a new hairdo. And finally, he challenges Jasper to a rematch, and the fight begins. Jasper coaxing him to go harder and harder as Steven shows off all of his new abilities. The most notable being his ability to just straight up fly now, and the fight ends with Jasper being restrained by Steven as he makes a massive spike wall, and... So, he runs back home, somehow turning back to normal completely, quickly running to the bathroom, not saying a word to anyone, as it's revealed that he shattered Jasper. So he uses the diamond juices, I don't know what these are called, to heal her. When she comes back, she finally respects Steven, accepting him as her diamond. This episode was great. The fight scene between Jasper and Steven is the best part. Seeing Steven finally go all out and destroy Jasper, revealing just how powerful he can be, is fucking amazing. However, there is one issue I have with it. The big issue that a lot of people complain about. It is so dumb that you can just heal shattered gems. I should mention, by the way, this is the only part of this whole video that I'm recording after the Lars of the Stars announcement, and I've got a feeling they might retcon this whole thing in some way, because it is such a stupid change. It basically removes all threat from the series, knowing that you can just heal a shattered gem. But I guess we can't have Steven just go to full-blown murder. But besides that one massive issue I have, this episode's pretty good. Now, let's move on to Homeworld Bound. Steven finally exits the bathroom along with Jasper. The gem's asking what the fuck is going on, as Steven looks horrified with himself and silently walks to the galaxy warp. Finally, he says something as he literally puts up a wall to keep the gems at a distance, saying he's going to Homeworld because the diamonds are the only ones who can help him. He asks them not to follow him, including Jasper, saying she should do something better with her life. And then he warps to Homeworld and heads to the Diamond's castle. And he runs into Spinel, who, well, first of all, you can just feel the lack of movie budget with her. No more shading, except on her eyes for some reason, and way less stretchy, bouncy movement. Also, she's just not acting how you'd expect. I know she's not, like, evil anymore, but it kind of just seems like she's back to being a goofy, silly goober, when, I don't know, I expected her to be a lot less wacky. Anyway, Steven tells Spinel his problems with all the swelling and such, and Spinel thinks Yellow Diamond can help. And so, she takes him to Yellow Diamond, who's taken up repairing cracked and shattered gems and modifying appearances. She tries to help Steven by making him bigger and smaller, but it doesn't help. Yellow determining that this is an issue with emotions and telling them to visit Blue. So he does. Apparently Blue's tears have vaporized into clouds that help make people calm and happy, and despite the lovely musical number, Steven doesn't want this, saying he doesn't want to feel better, he wants to be better. Blue suspects this is a self-worth issue and suggests he goes to White. And so they do. Spinel revealing White's powers works in reverse now. Instead of controlling others, now she can let others control her. White asks Spinel to give them a bit of privacy, and White explains that there's nobody in the galaxy who can know what Steven is going through, except him. So, why not try and just use her to talk with himself? Steven gives it a try, but it quickly goes south as he yells that he doesn't want to be anything like White, and wishes she'd just go away. Then he realizes that he's in control, and well, has a fantasy about taking White Diamond and smashing her head into a pillar.
Don't stop it! I don't like this!
Too bad. That line from Steven is so fucking haunting, Jesus. But yeah, he has an intrusive thought about killing White Diamond, and after letting go of control and leaving White terrified, he flees. The Diamonds try to stop him and see what's up, though he only stops to talk with Spinel to ask how she got rid of her vengeful thoughts, and Spinel is no help because she just gives Steven his own advice. Again, I really didn't think Spinel would act like this post-movie, but anyway, Steven runs away, turning back into Big Boy Pink Steven, or Diamond Steven as I guess I'll call him, as he warps away, and the episode ends. This episode's decent, I guess. The scene with White is amazing, but Spinel being turned into a silly goofball really bogs it down for me. She's just kinda annoying now, but the rest of it's okay, I suppose. Now let's move on to Everything's Fine. Steven returns home after his visit to Homeworld and has a call with Connie, where he quickly just avoids talking with her and hangs up before he sees all the things he's done recently play on TV. He frantically turns it off and sees his reflection and begins spiraling as he says he didn't fight with Greg, he didn't shatter Jasper, he didn't think about killing White, because he's Steven Universe and he helps people. So he finally comes to the conclusion,
I'm fine!
The Gyms hear this yell and run up to see him, asking what the hell happened. He then tells them that everything's fine now. The Gyms take his word for it despite being super concerned, and Steven decides that everything went downhill after he quit Little Homeworld, so why not go back there? He super speeds his way there, making his first stop by Paranaut's greenhouse and trying to help some of her dying plants. Proud of this clear success, Steven decides to stop by Bismuth's shop class next. Okay, breaking the joke persona for a sec. Bismuth has a different voice actor here, which is especially jarring and strange because her original voice actor, Uzo Aduba, played her in Bismuth Casual.
I just don't want to take her away from what she's got. She has her own thing going on.
Now, the detailing requires a light touch.
I'm gonna guess it was like scheduling conflicts or something, but hey, at least I'm not crazy like I was with Sapphire. Anyway, Steven decides to help out her shop class by doing some detail work for Bismuth. Look at that! Now Bismuth's got 2 anvils! How amazing! Steven, of course knowing his work is done, rushes off and decides to play some baseball with Amethyst. And luckily, he manages to catch the baseball before it shatters a window. And he actually didn't mess anything up. Until he gets too excited and causes a massive explosion, destroying the entire house whose window he just saved. But hey, it was just an accident, and he's gonna fix it. After a day of saving people, Steven returns home, and yeah, the Gyms, Greg, and Connie they want to have a talk with him. They basically give him an intervention, Connie immediately noticing that he lied about not swelling and glowing anymore. He says he's fine, saying he didn't tell the Gyms about the hospital visit or anything, because he doesn't want them to worry, which, well, they are worried, so not talking doesn't help. Steven then talks about how he trashed a bunch of shit, had a fight with his dad, and everything, and says those are fine and normal. He then confesses that he had intrusive thoughts about murdering White Diamond, but didn't go through with it, of course. He only, actually shattered Jasper. When he says that, they're all extremely concerned and horrified, before Steven says he fixed it. Before he then says he can do that about everything. He can just fuck up and then fix it and nobody will ever know. He then says that's super fucked up and says he's gotten away with this for too long. He says that he's terrible, he's not the angel everyone thinks he is, he's a fraud.
I'm a fraud. I'm a monster!
Jesus. I really like this episode. Steven being in denial is both really sad to watch, but also like kind of funny. It's one of those times where you kind of feel bad for chuckling a bit, like when Amethyst sees Steven talking to himself, or when Steven getting too excited about not fucking up makes him fuck up. Like, it's sad, but I can't help but laugh a little. Or maybe I'm just a wuss. By the way, I'm sure Steven Universe fans watching now know what I'm about to talk about, but I just have to mention this. When this episode aired on TV, it immediately became known for having one of the greatest cuts to commercial in television history.
I'm a monster!
Bring out the tiger.
Okay, quick confession. I couldn't actually find a clip of this that wasn't like ear rape or anything, so I just made this myself. But this legit did happen, and it was fucking amazing. Oh, also another notable thing to mention, this design for Steven is actually heavily based off an old sketch Rebecca Sugar made of Perfect Steven, which would basically be Steven's super anime form, where he'd get cool pink hair and become taller and buffer. But they decided not to use it because Steven was perfect as is. I'm glad they used it in some way though, and I actually think Perfect Steven works thematically for the series. Not that it's legitimately Steven's perfect form, but that Steven's lying to himself about it being his perfect form. Similar to how he lies about being fine. Sorry for rambling, let's move on to I Am My Monster. This episode opens with Steven having fully turned into a monster, the Gems having no idea what to do, but they know they have to keep him away from town. So, with Connie, Lion, Peridot, Bismuth, and Lapis' help, they try their best to keep him away. Eventually, they lure him to the ocean and Lapis restrains him. While they do that, the Diamonds and Spinel show up. They're quickly filled in on what's going on, and Yellow tries to force him back to normal, but it doesn't work. Blue tries to use one of her clouds, but Steven just blows it away. Finally, White tries to use her power to connect with him, but whatever she sees or hears terrifies her, making her say that's not Steven anymore. Eventually, Steven manages to escape Lapis' restraints and begins walking towards the beach, only being stopped by the cluster grabbing him. Everyone begins breaking down over this being their fault. Greg feels awful about not protecting Steven from all this gem stuff, and Connie finally gives a speech saying that yes, they all made mistakes. Yes, the Diamonds hurt him. Yes, that's all true. But this isn't about them right now. This is about helping Steven, because Steven's always been there for them, but Steven has never had, well, Steven, and it's finally time that they're there for Steven. So, they all pull themselves together and go to help Steven. Yellow makes Garnet massive and she runs to hug Steven, saying that Steven was there when she fell apart. Now that he's falling apart, she's gonna be here for him. Everyone else joins in hugging him, everyone apologizing to him and saying they're here for him. Connie finally walks up to his face, saying he must have been so terrified of showing them this side of himself, but they'll always be there for him. And finally, she kisses him, which makes him start crying, and causes him to finally reform back to normal. He starts sobbing and crying to everyone around him. Jesus, that ending of Steven sobbing always really gets me, and I love this episode. Look, I get that it's cheesy to beat the big monster with a big hug, but I don't know, it's sweet, I like it. This is what Steven Universe has been about. It's not about just punching the problem. Now, let's move on to the very last episode. This is it. The future. This episode picks up like a week after that whole fiasco, Steven and Connie discussing his plan to travel across the states, and reveals that he's told basically everyone except the Gems, not knowing how to react since they've been so protective of him after, you know. Steven finally decides to let them down easy by making them some homemade cookie cats, and they all try them, even Pearl, and then they sing the jingle just like the old days. And with that, Steven finally tells them his plan, and they take it pretty well, Pearl only asking when he's leaving, which is great. He then decides to tell Bismuth and the gang, and yeah, they aren't exactly as chill, all of them begging him to stay, but he refuses and gives them some parting gifts. He gives Peridot her own star shirt, Lapis one of those art briefcases, which I felt so hard, and he gives Bismuth the original Crystal Gem flag. They all thank him for everything, and they all have a teary goodbye. Hell, even Jasper is more upset, but respects his wishes and says goodbye in her own way. He tries to go for round 2, giving Amethyst his old console, to which he just smack talks him and rushes off. He gives Pearl his old ukulele, which I'm just now realizing has a flame design on it in reference to Steven's love for flame designs, and Pearl just puts it in her gem and doesn't show any sign of sadness, even when Steven just tries to coax it out of her. Lastly, he gives Garnet his dream wedding planner book, and of course, she's not particularly emotional. Finally, as he does the last of his packing, he tells Greg about what's happening, asking if it's petty that he kinda wants them to be upset, and Greg says he's allowed to have feelings, even petty ones, and they're just trying to support him. And then lastly, Steven gives Greg his old room. Him and Greg lay on the bed, and Greg talks about how Steven leaving and him sitting down is a bit of a karmic moment. And finally, Steven says goodbye to everyone on the beach and drives away.
What's wrong with you guys?
Steven, with tears in his eyes, asks why the gyms are so chill about this, and they finally break down, talking about how it was all bullshit. Amethyst will never erase Steven's save files, Pearl vows to never play anything but his old ukulele, and Garnet is already using her future vision to plan his wedding. Steven asks why they didn't say any of this before, and Garnet admits that she peeked at his future and saw them breaking down like this might stop him from leaving, so they all tried to be strong so he wouldn't be held back. She then says that she saw so many different futures for him, and they're in every single one, and they'll always be there for him whenever he needs, and they finally give their real teary goodbyes before Steven drives away. Everyone in Beach City saying goodbye as Steven leaves. And with that, the series is over. I cannot watch this episode without tearing up. Even as I recorded this, I'm sure you can kind of hear it. I'm tearing up a little and sniffling, but you're not hearing the sniffling. And when this episode first aired, I straight cried, man. This was the end of such an important part of my life. Like I said, I was there since Season 1, Episode 1. I watched these characters, this series, grow. I watched them change and evolve. I watched Steven grow up alongside me. I started as a dumb little kid who wanted to watch the cool aliens fight each other, to the awkward, closeted middle schooler who was shy and nervous about everything, to being fully out and much more confident about myself and who I am. I would not be where I am without Steven Universe. I probably wouldn't be here talking to you without Steven Universe. I probably wouldn't be an artist without Steven Universe. So watching this ending, where Steven finally leaves, hearing that music and seeing those credits roll by one final time, it's like saying goodbye to an old friend. It's showing that this part of my life is finally done. It's time to move on. I don't like endings. I'm terrible at saying goodbye. It's never been easy for me. But I think Steven Universe helped me get a little better at saying goodbye. Just like it helped me get a little better at a lot of things. So I think this was just an amazing end to the series. Okay, with that emotional bit done, Steven Universe Future is not very good. Tonal shift, I know, but this series feels so directionless for a majority of its run, which isn't good for a mini-series epilogue that has a very limited run. The first few episodes establish what the series is doing well enough, tying up loose ends and seeing what Steven wants to do with his life now that he doesn't need to help everyone anymore. The title, as I said before, is a double meaning. It's the future of Steven Universe, as in it's a time skip, but it's also about Steven Universe's future. But then you get episodes like Bluebird, a very special episode, and even Snow Day, which all seem to just, well, be self-contained stories. I guess Bluebird kind of ties up what happened to Aquamarine and Eyeball, but was that something we really needed to know? I remember people who theorized that all these random episodes would culminate in some type of new rebellion, which would explain how Spinel got the injector and everything, but no, stuff like this never comes up again. It doesn't help either that I think these episodes also aren't spectacular. The only one I really liked was Snow Day, but even then it's covering a plot point we already covered. Steven Universe Future is a mixed bag. It has some truly great episodes in there, and I think the finale is fantastic, but the series feels so aimless for a majority of its run, and had a bunch of episodes that had nothing and are so forgettable. But honestly, I still enjoy it, just for that ending. I understand if you don't, but I do. So, what's the answer to that burning question? Was Steven Universe really that bad? No, I don't think so. It has its ups and downs, the ending is pretty but I love this show, I will not lie. It has so many beautiful moments, some great art and animation, and beautiful music. The show will always hold a special place in my heart. Again, I wouldn't be where I am today without Steven Universe. This show has played such a massive role in my life. Made me realize shows could say so much more than just punching the bad guys. Taught me that it was okay that I wasn't straight. Taught me that it's okay to not be okay sometimes. And lastly, it taught me how to say goodbye. So yes, I think Steven Universe was good. And I don't understand how some people so violently hate it. Like, I get not liking it, but I don't understand the venom some people have. It really just confuses me. But that's how it goes sometimes, I guess. I think that's it for me. I hope you all enjoyed hearing me ramble about another cartoon that ended years ago. This is a video I wanted to make since starting the channel, and it's finally done. I'm glad you all seem to really like these long-form videos. I've had ideas for some other ones, not all of them being in this exact style, but thinking about doing a video about cartoons made by cults, one about why Captain Planet didn't work, a few more long-form retrospectives like this too, of course. But thinking about maybe doing one about Undertale. Let me know what you think of any of those ideas, and of course, what you thought of this video. Sorry that this video took a bit. I kinda went on a trip to New York in the middle of making it, which is why that video I uploaded in between this one and the Adventure Time one kinda felt rushed, and y'all didn't really seem to like it. Fair enough. So I suppose I'll be sticking to long-form videos from here on out. I hope you all liked this video. Leave a like if you did. If you didn't,
I'll cut off your nutsack and nail it to my door!
Just kidding, it's fine. Subscribe if you want to see more. I've got way more videos coming very soon. I've been Emerald, and I've always been Emerald. And bye.